You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
To all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club sipping Moet as you find me. The back of the club macking hoes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to f needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes. See notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic free. Honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Be with things to make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to C's. Put the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Go fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi, smoke L's while you do me. Gat strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking optimals, money holes and clothes, all in the nose. A foolish pleasure.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? Hope everyone is doing well and good. Sorry I'm late again. Flash, also, I wasn't here yesterday. I, was simply too hungover. You know? It happens. It happens sometimes. But I hope you're well. I'll just, start out by saying I'm, like, not at 100%. I just realized that leftovers is 4 fucking hours. So, we will be speeding that up. Holy shit. 4 hours, dude. This is gonna take me forever. Holy. Is this all about Palestine? I think it is. There's no chapters. There's no chapters at all. Yeah. Yeah, the title is just Israel vs. Gaza. Wow. Okay. So that's gonna be a lot. I saw some clips here and there, a little bit on Gremlo's, and it seemed like a really, like, emotional conversation, although productive. So, we shall see. We'll see. I don't know. Been battling all day on Twitter with one of Ethan's fans. So, I don't know. Just tired, man. I'm so tired, and, like, I feel like I'm going crazy, like, so much Israel propaganda. Like, So much. Just IDF propaganda spreading on the timeline. It's heavy, man. I hope y'all are taking care of yourselves anyway. Taking some mental health time whenever you need it. That's like part of why I wasn't around yesterday. I was just like focusing on editing and some other cozier content. But doing all right. Hanging in there. Hanging in there. I don't feel good. I really don't feel good at all. I hope that it stops soon. My stomach is so fucked up. Oh god. Yeah, I'm just staring at this episode like, holy shit, it's 4 hours long. Holy. I think this might be the longest leftovers yet. God damn. I know it like really took it out of his on, like when he went to stream, like he was just wiped. It's like understandable. It's been like what, 6 days? Yeah, 6 days straight of this shit. I know I have a headache. That's for fucking sure. I spent a lot of time just cuddling my cat today. I just slept in so long. Just cuddling cats. It's good for the old noggin. My cats are so sweet, too. So sweet. Lay on my head and purr. Cute. Cats are too good. What did we do to deserve cats, you know? Beats me. I made tacos. I made tacos last night. That was a nice little highlight. Fuck, I love tacos. We make like fried tacos. So you make like a patty and you put it on the tortilla and then you fry it in corn oil. Not healthy, but it is so delicious. Oh, it's so fucking good. And always like, it's like my comfort food. It's just tacos. You know what? The cholesterol, worth it. Alright, this shit is 4 hours. I feel like maybe everyone's already seen it though. No. Oh well. I haven't, so do this. Give it long. It's so long. It's so long. Oh yeah, I need to speed this up. Oops. See. Might be too fast. Like,
all right.
Ethan doesn't enunciate that well. Makes a little bit. Bring this down. This up.
All right. So.
But yeah, hi, how are you?
Welcome everybody to The Leftovers, a special edition where we'll be reviewing Taylor Swift's new Eras Tour. We both were able to catch that last night. VIP access, front row seats. Hassan, what were your thoughts on the show?
Wow.
I think she's incredible.
She is.
What a generational talent.
Unbelievable.
And the best we got in America.
She's the best of us. In actuality, we're going to be discussing the conflict between Israel and Gaza that's happening right now. Obviously, there's been a lot of emotional charged stuff going on, but we're going to discuss everything. But I do want to say,
yeah, did y'all see yesterday when Ethan was like going off on Frogan, like calling her like a piece of shit and how she should like invite ISIS to blow her up or some shit? Like just really, really heinous shit. So I'm hoping he walks that back like immediately. It was clearly very emotionally charged, but like I think he like fundamentally understood what she was saying.
Make something very clear at the top of the show here is that I've seen a lot of people expecting us to come froth and argue and our friendship is going to end and the show is going to end or something like that. And I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but that's definitely not what we're planning on doing here. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, instead we're going to solve the conflict in its entirety. Let's go.
It's never going to happen.
That's what we're going to do.
People who are like it's just not happening. That's not the point of the show, which I like. And actually, it's becoming more so now, is that we can have, it sounds so dumb and corny, but like we can have difficult conversations and not hate each other, which is important because
taboo topics.
Exactly. Just like, who's doing that?
I think that was Fresh and Fit.
Fresh and Fit, taboo topics.
Went too far and he did walk it back. That's good. She was also making jokes about him supporting the IDF, which he has denounced a bunch of times. Well, she only said that after he said that she supports Hamas, right?
No, it was Avon Preach, I think.
Look, if people like me and Hassan, which are basically so close to...
Oh, wait, no, the joke was that no, okay, so she... what she said was, I will support the IDF. Please just follow me back. He misread what she said. Like, he literally read different words. I can find it probably.
The same ideals can't have a amicable conversation about it, then there's no hope for anybody.
I agree.
Thanks.
The hummus.
Where do you want to get started? Because one thing I do want to say, and this is not necessarily about this issue in particular, but in general, I feel like a lot of people do not.
Yeah, this is what she said. Twitter, hello. Ethan was probably like, damn, this Arab supports Hamas. Ethan, I'll support the IDF. Refollow me. I'll support the IDF. As in, she will, as a joke, support the IDF. I mean, yeah, but like, this was in a Discord server. Like, I don't know. He brought this up in front of, like, what, 30,000, 40,000 people? And, like, slandered her? Because she's, like, an Arab woman that said free Palestine? Like... like, I don't think she really genuinely meant that he supports the IDF. She's just saying, like, instead of supporting Hamas, I'll support the IDF, even though she doesn't support Hamas. Like, she was just really disappointed. Like, it's Ethan is someone that she, like, looks up to, respected, and, like, all of a sudden he's putting her on blast because of a take on an issue that she's known about since she was a child. And, like, I don't care how he took it, you know, like, saying that she has to go be burned alive by ISIS because of what she said is super fucked up.
Not have a way to contextualize news and information without adding a little bit of drama seasoning to it. Where, like, it's not necessarily, here's what's going on, this is my opinion on it. It's always, there needs to be a secondary market, you know? Of like, oh, well, Ethan said this, or Hassan said that. What do you think about this? Or, oh my God, they're gonna fall apart. Like, I think that betrays the values that you are trying to show people. If you're saying, like, I care about people dying, I don't want them to die, I want people to live freely, and then you simultaneously try to have discussions almost entirely around commentators and Twitter spats and whatnot. I feel like that is unproductive.
Right, and actually people are doing that to both of us,
yes.
Frankly. In fact, so much so, there's this one video that I saw on our subreddit, and I see it on Twitter too, it's getting a lot of likes and views. It's so fucking bananas. I
have not even watched it.
So
I just saw it and I was like, oh God.
They spliced me talking separately about something and Hassan talking separately about something, and they spliced it together to make it look like I was telling you that you deserve to die. Here, let me see.
Jesus.
No, look at the title of it. It goes, debate, Ethan Klein tells his former co-host, Hassan Piker, he deserves to be burned alive by terrorists for his different views on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Die! And by the way, we got a community note on it.
Thank you, Elon.
1.5 million views, though. But anyway,
but that goes to show you.
People are doing that too on the one thing that pisses me off is people who are cutting shit that is like trying to make it sound like I said that if you're pro-Palestine, you deserve to die, which is fucking nuts. Clearly cut. And I've seen people doing the same to you.
Here's why they're doing that.
I mean, Ethan has said some very fucked up shit recently. Like, it doesn't have to be clip chimmed. Like, I've seen the whole context, and it was still fucked up.
Okay, here's why they're doing that to you specifically. because you're Jewish, you lived in Israel, and Ela was, of course, a mandatory conscript, also being an Israeli citizen. So people don't know what your perspective is and immediately say, okay, you want all Palestinians to die. You want Israel to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and ethnically displace in the West Bank. I don't believe that that's your perspective, and I've never.
It? It's not.
No, I know that that's not your perspective. I'm
Just
saying
to be
that
totally
like,
clear about that.
Yes, but I think that it's important for you to clarify, and then I can clarify my position as well, because a lot of people, despite the fact that I know that I have to be on a very delicate tightrope when discussing these matters, because it does often get racialized fairly quickly, and it's done as a deliberate attempt to try to misconstrue your position and debate a straw man. I think that you can, describe your position, then we can go forward.
Well, another thing to note, it is incredible how many people want this show to break up. Like they're fantasize about it.
Yeah.
And I find that odd.
No, it's what I just described earlier. It's drama.
Like,
there's no way to contextualize the news because news is fucking boring and oftentimes it's depressing, right? When you see dead babies, when you see fucking building blocks being reduced to rubble, that shit is, one, usually impossible to contextualize if you're living in like fucking Connecticut. You know what I mean? And
I mean, I don't know. Are there that many people talking about like, oh, it's going to break up tomorrow? Like, this is like a few fringe tweeters. I think people talk about it because the issues you cover are interesting. And like, yeah, I mean, Ethan has had a podcast end abruptly before. You know what I mean? Like, he's known to have a hot temper sometimes. I mean, I don't think or like really care that much. Like if they ended their friendship and ended the podcast, like that's like a personal thing. Like I don't like really care to be parasocial about that, but like people talking about your podcast in and of itself isn't like, oh, they're rooting for you to end.
And two, it's depressing and boring. What's not boring is, well, this is my favorite commentator duking it out with my favorite commentator in a way that I can actually analyze, in a way that I can actually understand, and I'm gonna go to battle.
Oh, by the way, chat is off. You fucking savages in chat. Got to pipe down today. It's time to sit down and listen.
Sit down and listen.
Okay. So here, I want to interrupt you. I think it's good to clarify your position.
Let me clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, clarify your position on Israel and Palestine in general.
Well, first of all, just to talk about this clip that I guess some people have seen. I made an analogy. You might not disagree with it. My point was that, I don't need to explain that. Do I?
I don't know what the clip is, but I care more about you getting your point across as it pertains to Israel and Palestine. Like,
here's what I'll say. And I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it. And I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide.
Including Hamas. Israel created Hamas.
Frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was a year old. And he was patting her on the back and saying his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something. I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up. And I hate to see it. It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't make sense. What's the end goal there exactly?
I want to cut in here for a second.
The cruelty is the point.
And while you recollect your thoughts and say something, the the feelings that you are demonstrating here and the empathy that you're demonstrating and showing towards Palestinians is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media. And I think that
our entire military apparatus.
The irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas, the reaction from the Israeli population, specifically anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish, and even Zionists living in Israel, was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open-air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that is very courageous for people living in Israel proper who lost their friends to come out and speak out against their own government immediately. And it is cowardly and disgusting for Americans who are thousands of miles away, who will never be impacted by this, to refuse to reckon with that and to continue demanding more blood and aligning themselves with an insanely unpopular, insanely reactionary, far-right government who has deliberately propped up Hamas as the singular force time and time again, who has humiliated, bullied, imprisoned, and occupied and stolen the lands of so many innocent Palestinians. And it is shocking to me that the consensus in Israel is more tempered,
and that's what pisses me off
than
too.
the consensus in American media.
Like, I've seen way too many fucking people acting like all Israelis are fair targets. They're all settlers. They're all genocidal. Like, there's way too much fuck.
No, there are lots of Israeli people who are against the occupation that don't condone their military's actions, just as there are in America, you know.
Dehumanization of Israelis and the refusal to see, like, even understand their perspective at all. Like, if you can't understand why, after Hamas murdered up now probably close to 2,000 people, if you don't understand why Israel would want to retaliate, then you're not in favor of peace. You're not, because I understand, and a lot of Israelis understand why Hamas.
If you're not in favor of retaliation, i.e. leveling Gaza, then you're not for peace. If you're against the leveling of Gaza, you're against peace. Brother, what?
Exists, and why Palestinians and Gazans want to fucking kill Israelis. I understand that, and I have that empathy. I feel that a lot of people, not all, even a minority, but enough that it's noticeable, don't have that level of empathy where they see Israelis as like full-blown, diverse human beings that aren't fucking genocidal freaks, you know what I mean? They just happen to be on the side that has a bigger fucking military and has international support. And all the result of that is obviously that a ton of Palestinians die.
I think
like, how's there ever going to be peace? Like, genuinely, if there's not empathy to at least understand. Like, I'm not to agree with, but to at least understand.
Look, I think Edward Said said it best, that it is not about, it's not even necessarily about designification of Israel. It's about maintaining peace so that everyone has a right to return and be able to live comfortably in their own homes. This area of historic Palestine did have Jews, Christians, and Muslims living side by side. Before the 1948 Nakba and before the British occupation, there was a time where there was peaceful coexistence. Ultimately, though, I think that the reason why a lot of people get really passionate about this, or the reason why I think the American media does a disservice to show the full breadth of the conflict or even the Israeli perspective by regularly running to the right of the Israeli government. That is, I think, by design. It is because we give a lot of money to Israel for its security and its defensive operations, as we call it. And I think a lot of that money has to be justified to the eyes of the American population. That is, those are our weapons, ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time America has propped up a far-right extremist government. Not by a long shot. It serves their foreign interests.
They're being used and being deployed. It's our training as well. And it is very beneficial for Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and many other defense contractors who saw tremendous gains on their stocks immediately after October 7. So say that people do not have empathy for Israel, I don't necessarily agree with. I think your judgment is made on what you see on Twitter. You're like, there's an unimaginable amount of violence that took place in Israel, and then how can people immediately go to defend Palestinians in this action? And it's
Not
understandable.
Palestinians.
Well, I mean, people were,
to be clear.
yeah, immediately go to defend these actions in general, and it's because emotions are high in that moment. But I do not think that Western media across the board gives a similar perspective, one that you have on the Palestinian plight. I don't think that is represented in the media.
It's worth saying the Western media refuses to humanize Gaza. Okay, like that's
Yeah, and half the journalists that go into Gaza get murdered.
the same thing.
It is by design.
And so, you know,
so
it's just people. I'd like people to have. Let me finish what I was saying, and then you can kind of clarify your spot.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the water and power and food being shut off. Like, that makes no fucking sense. What's the end goal there, other than just to let people die? Like, hospitals don't have power, respirators are turning off, surgeries are being canceled.
Red Crescent paramedics were bombed yesterday after being allowed into the area to take care of people that were stuck inside of the rubble. They died.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
9 UN officials have died so far. Multiple journalists have died so far. It's relentless, and it is chaotic. It is.
I mean, Netanyahu has already openly said that he intends to clear Gaza, like level it, for there to be no more Gaza. Wipe it off the face of the earth, I believe is the words he used. That's the plan. The preemptive starvation is just to try and get the Israeli hostages back.
Is ethnic cleansing, and every single media operative in the United States and in the Western world, and the majority of our politicians have championed it.
I was watching the Israeli news with Hila this morning, and she was translating it for me on the news. They were saying the strategy is to get in as much bombing as possible before the international community makes them stop.
Yeah.
How fucked up and cynical is that?
Well, yeah.
But they just openly said that, right, Hila?
It's like news anchors like speculating about the situation and all giving their thoughts. It's not an official like
It's an analysis.
government or IDF telling their strategy.
Well,
but they're all speculating, and they were saying how, like, in their opinion, we have a short time to respond before, you know, the humanitarian cause there is going to be so bad that everyone will tell Israel, you guys need to stop. So some of the citizens are actually upset because they want them to respond harsher.
Right.
Jesus.
It's crazy. That's crazy. You know, I want to say this about settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal, fucking fundamental monsters. They are also, I would even say, you know, settlers, they're participating in this dangerous conflict. Okay? And they're putting themselves in this dangerous place. Now, I want to make it clear just while I'm on this point, the people who were murdered outside of Gaza were not settlers. Those were normal motherfucking people living normal lives, living on kibbutz and like communes, fucking communists, living like a peaceful life with their families. They were not settlers. Settlers are involved in this war, I believe.
There used to be settlers in Gaza. The military had to forcibly remove them from Gaza so they could completely shut it off and begin sieges whenever they felt like mowing the lawn.
So, and anyway, the Israeli government enables the settlements. They encourage it with the express purpose of erasing Palestinian land and making peace near as impossible as they can.
So there's something important to mention here, important to acknowledge here. I think that that what you just described, especially in the West Bank, which is settler terrorism, at least according to international law, and it's fully understood to be an illegal occupation, demands constant military support, because you cannot, over the course of 75 years, build settlements and act like you are turning a blind eye to it, maybe sometimes halt it, maybe sometimes continue those operations of building said settlements, bulldoze homes, build roads that specifically partition off areas where Palestinians are supposed to be living on their own land in the two-state solution that has been reaffirmed time and time again. You can't have that be your peaceful coexistence project and not recognize that of course Palestinians see that and think, okay, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? There's no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet the Palestinian Authority is like collaborating with Israeli security operations, giving up 14-year-olds that were throwing rocks and shit like that, while they're losing their land, they're losing their homes. The area, according to B'Tselem, which is an Israeli organization, the area of West Bank of all of the agricultural land and all of the partitioned off lands that have been expanded into through settler terrorism, which is completely illegal, went from like 10% in 1967 to more than 75%. The areas that are partitioned off also have no contiguity, which means that, like, if you are Palestinian living in your own home in the West Bank, in order to get to your uncle's house, for example, you have to go through a multitude of IDF checkpoints. There are 2 separate license plates given to Palestinians living in the West Bank versus Israelis living in the West Bank. And I think many brave and very intelligent and very empathetic Jewish activists have talked about this in far better terms than I have. But one that comes to mind immediately is Gabor Mate, a Holocaust survivor and a very famous physician, very famous doctor, where he said it best. He said he has friends that live in America and Palestinians that live in Canada that cannot return to their homes in the West Bank, that cannot return to their homes in even Israel proper, their family homes. And yet his friends, if regardless of whether or not they've ever lived in Israel, or regardless of whether or not where they're from around the world, can go to Israel and go specifically to West Bank and be able to sit on top of Palestinian land and own that land. That is horrifying. That is impossible to come to terms with. And I think that violence is a necessity in the maintenance of such a structure, which now many NGOs and even former officials...
Apartheid, by definition, is incredibly violent. I was looking up this, by the way. This is like shots of before and after of recent the recent strikes on Gaza. It was May 10th of this year. This is October 10th. Just fucking unrecognizable. Like, literally reducing the city to rubble. It's so fucked up. Like, how can you honestly believe that every single one of these areas held Hamas fucking terrorists? I mean, honestly, you're deluding your fucking self if you believe that.
Former Israeli officials are considering is an apartheid, and it has been for some time now. And of course, that violence is going to, that Palestinians endure on a daily basis is going to create more reactionary forces within it. This is something that I have said about the invasion of Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq. And this is something that I even said about Russia invading Ukraine, is that more reactionary forces are going to be seen as the emancipatory forces when an irredentist power or an imperialist power goes and tries to seize land that it does not own. This is the second part of the brutality of the occupation that has made it seem as though Palestinians have no choice, that has created no opportunities for them, that has led to Hamas being able to seize more and more power after being democratically elected one time in 2006, pretty much.
Right. And I do want to make clear that, again, as we talk about settlers and all this shit, that settlers are not the same as regular Israeli civilians. And I think, you know, having been
they're American.
Actually, a lot of them are American.
Yeah, they're the most, they are, my friend Noah Colwyn calls this the zealotry of the convert, where he was talking to him yesterday. He's a former editor-in-chief of Jewish Currents. I think he was editor-in-chief. He still is a contributing editor. We were talking about like the most reactionary, the most violent activity often comes from the likes of Baruch Goldstein, right? An American Israeli who went in I believe 1993 into a mosque and shot and killed 29 Palestinians who were praying during prayer. A person that was hailed as a hero by the current administrator of the entirety of the Israeli police force, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Itamar Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are incredibly far-right politicians that now control the Israeli government. The last time that there was any kind of negotiation between Palestinians in good faith, between a person who was still a Zionist, like Yitzhak Rabin, they killed him. And the people that called for his assassination, like Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power in Israel to show you how much the attitudes and the governance has changed over the course of the past 3 decades in Israel.
I want to say that I agree, and a lot of people in Israel do. It's disgusting, the people that are there right now in power. And if I can add something about the settlers, that's another point of frustration for a lot of Israelis. They send the soldiers to protect them. Soldiers that have to put their life on hold because the IDF is mandatory. They're just 18-year-old, they're children. They have to go and protect the settlers. The settlers don't go to the IDF. Orthodox people don't serve in the IDF.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, this is
insane.
yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done. Or 18-year-old, they're children. They have to go and protect the settlers. The settlers don't go to the IDF. Orthodox people don't serve in the IDF.
Interesting. I didn't realize that. Wait. I thought it was mandatory for everyone. So if you immigrate to Israel, if you're like a dual citizen, you don't have to serve in the IDF. That is interesting. I don't know. Everyone keeps bringing up the Taylor Swift fan account that went to jail because she refused to join the IDF. And it was like 3 months, I think. You know, personally, I'm going to jail. You know? Just saying.
Fucking nice.
Yeah, this is
insane.
yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
No,
I was going to say that the amount of people that don't know that I've seen that IDF is mandatory service is crazy. Hila is not serving the IDF ideologically because she wants to fucking kill Gazans or whatever bullshit people always say about her. It's mandatory conscription. It's mandatory. Every Israeli has to
That's why there's
serve.
organizations such as IDF Veterans Against the Occupation that are very that are organizations that I rely on when making assessments on what's going on the ground in Israel as well. And here's the thing.
I'm not that concerned about what Elo was doing when she was 18 years old. You know, I'm much more concerned about what she's using her platform to do now. That's wild.
Yeah, this is a relatively controversial perspective. It's just that the official government attitude has oftentimes, or at all, as a matter of fact, ever reflected any kind of attitude within the Israeli population, as it has either deliberately or in secret continued the settler expansion protocols since 1967 especially. So that's basically burning the candle on both ends, okay? On the one hand, you're telling Palestinians, hey, if you collaborate with us, we are still going to have these psychotic American settlers come to your uncle's house and take it away from you, bulldoze your house, partition your neighborhoods, okay, and set up a two-tier checkpoint system that B'Tselem calls, like I said, the permit regime, and constantly harass you. They can spit on you, and if they spit on you, the IDF's official protocol in that situation is to defend the settlers. They're not there to defend the Palestinians. Like, they might in certain instances, but overwhelmingly, their job there is to specifically defend the settlers.
And again, like Elo was touching on, you're sending young men out in harm's way to protect these provocateur fucking...
And I mean, some of those young men may be radicalized by propaganda, but again, like, I don't know how much, like, blame to put on them specifically, you know? No one is immune to propaganda, especially not when you're, like, a teenager. I don't know. Complicated.
Religious zealot radicals. And again, like Elis, the irony being that they don't even need to serve the military. I mean, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
So I think that it's especially important for people to keep in mind that Israel is so far from a monolith. It's people need to understand that, and that people need to understand that we're not all guilty of the crimes of our government, because if that was the case,
yeah, I mean, you could refuse conscription. You can refuse it. You will go to jail. But like, I don't know if it's reasonable to expect every Israeli citizen to go to jail and get a record off bat, you know.
heaven would be empty at the end of the day. I mean, this was the analogy I was making. If you're American, you know, and if we're going to blame the citizens of Israel and say they're all, you know, and some people have been saying this, and I have clips that I want to watch later, saying that all Israelis are occupiers in fair game and deserve to die, essentially. If you're willing to say that, then if, like, a terrorist cell comes to a fucking neighborhood in LA and wants to do revenge for the million Iraqis that the American government murdered.
God damn it, with these fucking hypotheticals. That would never happen. That's not happening. You know exactly why it's not happening too, right?
During that war, then you're telling me you would have no problem with these terrorists coming and killing everybody you know?
I mean, you are sitting next to someone who said America deserved 9/11, by the way.
Okay,
So
well, how would you
I want
feel?
to let you know.
How would you feel if people were blaming you for the Iraq war and coming and killing your fucking children and your grandma and your parents and your friends and your family, burning your house down, burning people alive?
I don't disagree with you on you know, civilian casualties. I think that ultimately we have a moral obligation to speak out against our government and do everything we physically can to stop that kind of bloodshed. I agree. And I think that plenty of Americans at least kind of recognize that this is a war machine that they cannot stop anymore. So my goal at least is to get people to not champion it. And the same goes for Israeli action, the Israeli government's actions specifically, just like the American government's action.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, what I want.
Yeah, no, I'm as against the Israeli imperialism, like the imperialism of the Israeli state, as I am of American imperialism. I just, like, I don't know why, like, moral consistency is so hard for people.
And what I believe many of my friends who are Palestinian advocates and activists, and Israeli activists as well on the ground, what they all want is peaceful coexistence. But peaceful coexistence will never be achieved as long as governments can behave in whichever way they want, especially as it comes to blood and soil propaganda, and the consequences of that propaganda being, blood and soil actions. That's same with America, same with Israel.
I think that Israelis, and again, I hope that you'll see where they're coming from when you say they're cagey, they're paranoid, they're scared, and they feel threatened constantly.
Yeah.
And so when Israelis see a ton of leftists talking about, go Hamas, cheering on Hamas, or saying like super hyperbolic shit about like civilians are all settlers, or or saying shit like listen, it's a revolution. What do you expect? Like, what is a revolution supposed to look like? Or whatever of all of these qualifiers basically that people want to make. The Israelis see that and they say, oh, these people just fucking hate us. They just want to kill everybody. That's why we're going to vote for these scumbags.
I don't think that the people that vote for those scumbags are motivated by like some random Twitter person being like, this is a revolution.
It's a feeling that people get. It's not a random tweet.
Yeah, so
Ethan,
go ahead, Hila.
I want to say Ethan is right, and so many people in Israel just feel like it's an existential threat. It's just this, everybody wants us dead. That's how we grow up. I grew up like that.
I mean, okay, we got the same exact propaganda during the War on Terror in America. That doesn't excuse Islamophobia in America any more than it does in Israel. What? Saying free Palestine is not tantamount to we have to genocide Jews. That's not equivalent. That is the definition of a false equivalence.
All of our borders, they all want us dead.
Rockets are always coming over.
I was afraid to go on a bus as a child.
And again,
it's like that's your life. You're under threat all the time.
And it's not. And it's important to say this is not about right or wrong. It's about having.
Okay, but Israel has the Iron Dome. You know what I mean?
Empathy for the Israeli experience.
Okay.
And how and it's not about right and wrong. I have to say that. I have to emphasize that. It's got nothing to do with that. Okay? It's about understanding their perspective and knowing that when you have these super, accepting views on violence and revolution and all this shit towards Israelis, it's not one tweet that people see, Hassan. It's all the shit people see over the years all the time. And it causes them to act irrationally.
Okay. I think that you bring up a really good point about paranoia. The reason why, well, first of all, we don't have to get into like the history of why Jewish people would be understandably paranoid and worried, considering how they have historically been singled out as villains every single fucking time, from blood libels and pogroms all the way to the Holocaust. So.
And so you would understand it's hard for some people to distinguish. No, I know you do, but I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this.
100%.
You might understand how it's hard.
Yeah, no, there is an overwhelming amount of propaganda leading them to this conclusion. Absolutely. Sure. Yep. I still don't think that, like, excuses wiping Gaza off of the map.
For some people to distinguish anti-Semitism between like criticism, especially when it's like a criticism that's very lax on violence against Israelis.
So you're absolutely correct on that front. Here's what I will even dive into further, and this is something I talked about on my stream as well. The paranoia now that manifests inside of Israel, as far as I understand, I don't live in Israel, I've never been to Israel, is, at least from everything that I have read on not just Israel but also apartheid South Africa, and the Algerian anti-colonial action against the French, and numerous other formations of occupation and the emancipatory struggle there. The paranoia manifests and becomes a part of your identity because of the violence that is a necessity for the maintenance of apartheid. Because
yeah, and it's also like the nationalism that it is bred by fascism. Using an other as an oppositionary force to justify your own fucking imperialist actions is it's textbook fascism. Like, it's literally by the book.
It's of course it's almost
Look,
the same
Israel
as
was
like
under
Americans
threat
being very
before all
violent
this
people.
shit happened. I mean,
What's up?
from the moment as Israel was established, the neighbors were trying to kill them.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we agree on that.
Really?
I'm sorry, what? You mean when a state was colonized, that state fought back? Shocking. Incredible. Wow. And their neighbors also joined them in the fight? Incredible. Who could have guessed?
I will say that I think that Nakba was an unjustifiable act of violence that was the formation of the state. Now, you can say every state is formed through an act of violence. All enclosures are defended through acts of violence, certainly. But I think that there was, this extends, like what you say to West Bank, what you say about West Bank settlers was the original position of the Israeli state's formation. And this does not, in current day, justify.
When did you begin Leftovers? How far in it? So we're 40 minutes in. I started probably, I don't know, 30 minutes ago or so. It's sped up, so it's on 1.5. Yeah.
Like random Israeli children that are born inside of Israel proper to be considered enemy combatants. I agree with you there 100%, because that is not problem solving. That is looking for vengeance. However, if we are to say that like Israel from its development, like in its inception, has always been under the threat of violence from other nations, bordering nations, certainly, sure, but Israel's formation was a violent one.
But let's just be real. Hey, let's be practical. I'm talking to the Israeli psyche.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, 1973, every bordering Arab state wanted to just coalesce to destroy Israel. Okay? Like, this is ingrained in the Israeli psyche, this kinds of shit. And even back then in 1970, people were just born there. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not even saying right or wrong. I'm saying it's important to empathize with the Israeli experience if you ever want to achieve peace. Because otherwise, the only other option is one side kills the other side completely.
Yes.
That's the only end to this, otherwise.
And the side that's going to kill the other side completely is not going to be the Palestinian side.
Yeah, it's not. That's insane to even consider as a possibility. Bro, be realistic. One side has nukes. One has, improvised bombs.
That's the point. Like,
one is using white phosphorus. The other has some kites.
I don't think that is ever going to happen. I don't even believe that is legitimately what every single Palestinian wants either. Just like I don't believe that's what Israelis want across the board.
I'm not saying anybody wants that. I'm saying that's what the peace that they're working towards when they don't have the ability to empathize with the enemy. You don't see them as human beings. They're never going to fucking see you as human beings either. And you're never going to meet in the middle. And
you recognize that the same goes for like.
I'm talking about both sides, man.
Yeah, I think that I agree.
I've had both
with
sides.
you that dehumanization does occur, but I also believe that one side does still hold all of the power, and that is
Literally
the side that is
Yeah.
the state that has been backed by the entirety of the Western world.
Power over their water, which you were just so outraged about 3 seconds ago.
That has an incredible security apparatus that, for the first time ever in 50 years, was actually shattered. Which is why I think there's like a lot of fear internally inside of Israel and a lot of anger towards the security candidate Benjamin Netanyahu specifically. But overall, it is certainly Israel's conflict to end. You know what I mean?
Hila, you were trying to say something.
Can I add that my generation's grandparents are people that survived the Holocaust, and they escaped to Israel to start the country for Jewish people because we all know the Holocaust. They were all,
Right. So, why do you think that was? Why do you think the racists of the West pushed Jewish people out and into their own state? Why do you think exactly that happened? You think that was like a good thing overall? Because like Jewish people could have gone to Palestine beforehand. They did not have to colonize it to go there. Like,
butchered, and what happened this time is a really scary reminder to all of us Jewish people, and that's how I feel, at least, that it's a reminder. The Holocaust wasn't that long ago, and every year on Holocaust Day, the thing they tell you is never forget. You always have to tell the stories to everybody about what happened at the Holocaust,
Never forget, but it's fine when we do genocide.
And it's always like something taken for granted for me. You just grow up and you're like, yeah, Holocaust Day, it happened, we all get it. But what happened this time is really scary, and it really does bring up this topic. And
see, I don't think that you can even say something like that without starting a debate, and I don't think that's right.
I think the reason why people would react to it, or even myself, as a matter of fact, would react to that is because while you're absolutely correct and your feelings are totally valid, what is happening currently is a ongoing, at least 75-year campaign of ethnic displacement upon people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. And that is, and
dude, we're just talking about the Israeli psyche. I
understand.
So what is it you're saying though? Like we all know that, but we have to be real about how we interpret everybody's suffering. Everybody is like, bro, you don't know how crazy it was. Like we were listening to the news on the day it happened, live, and families are calling in whispering. The terrorists are killing their children in front of them, burning people alive in safe houses. Shit, you know what I mean? Shooting babies with AK-47s. And so I'm just saying, like, it's important to empathize with how a Jewish person, or specifically an Israeli, might feel hearing these phone calls.
There are kids that survived because they were laying under their dead parents' bodies, and they laid there for hours, the whole day, and that's how they survived. And the last time we heard stories like that was at the Holocaust.
And I'm not saying it's not about right or wrong. It's just about like having the empathy to understand your quote enemy, to understand the perspective. And I'm not asking Gazans necessarily.
Okay, but like Gazans have been living with that reality since the Nakba. Okay? That's been their daily life. Bro, like you can't just ignore that.
Even to be like, oh well, I appreciate what they're going through. I'm talking about like people who want to fucking debate it all day long. And this stuff does influence people. The demonstrations you see out there that happened like immediately afterwards. These people have an effect on attitudes around the world.
I don't think that they have any say or any effect on the Western world's united defense of Israel.
That's a fucking joke.
Anti-Semitism, and it affects how people treat Jews, and it normalizes, by the way, treating Israelis like animals.
I don't believe that we should treat Israelis like animals. And one thing that
dude, what the fuck? The Israeli defense minister literally called Palestinians animals the other day in public.
You have, I think, that many people do not, is the experiences that you mentioned as far as children hiding under their parents' bodies is, in this very fucked up way, identical to the existence of people living in Gaza every single day under brutal fire from a much more superior military force. The reality is that most of the Western world not only does not see that, but also immediately rushes to equate people saying free Palestine across the board in an unflinching way to a defense of Hamas or Hamas operations and whatnot. Are there people who do defend Hamas? Certainly. But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of activists that I know, the Haaretz editorial board, and the perspective of like Shin Bet officials that say that Israel's actions in the West Bank is becoming a security risk because it is radicalizing Palestinians into taking an incredibly anti-Israel posture. Former Mossad members, former Shin Bet officials united in saying the same exact thing.
And these terror attacks do the same. They radicalize Israelis.
Of course, I understand
that. I showed it. I'll have to look real fast.
That violence begets violence. That is a constant, no matter what. So what we have to remember is who holds the power to scale it back. Who holds the power to stop the violence?
I think a lot of people do know that and remember that.
Yeah, and so when people say that this is this violence that occurred in Israel proper is directly a consequence of the brutal apartheid regime and the conditions that it set forth for Palestinian people.
That's a fine statement that I agree with.
Yeah. So when they say that, you're saying that people equate that with like a defense of Hamas.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
There are people
that is not what I'm saying.
There are Gazan
Just
people.
To be totally clear, dude.
There are Palestinian Authority people. There are people in Gaza that are not Hamas at all, or there are Palestinian Authority people that have been going and doing the rounds in Western media. And the question always is,
none of them are the same thing. So Libby, yeah, yep. And he's just really zeroing in on the optics. Like, I understand anti-Semitism is very bad in America and in Israel. I get that. But that's not the conversation we're having right now. You know what I mean? This isn't the direct tweet, but he literally tweeted this out. I've ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. Defense Minister Yoav, go on. Classic fascism.
Do you condemn these actions? Do you condemn these actions? Of course they condemn the actions. But the reality is that after condemning the actions 1,000 times over, it feels like the goal there, if you want to understand and empathize with the Muslim side of the conversation, it feels like the goal there is to derail, to stop talking about Gaza, stop talking about Palestinian people, just condemn the actions and shut the fuck up. And even if you do, as I have time and time again, people still go, well, your name is Hassan, you're Muslim, you're a supporter of terrorism. And this happened in the immediate aftermath of 2001 and 9/11. And ironically...
Okay, but Hamas-Anabi is kind of a fire meme to come out of this whole thing, I have to say.
As far as I have seen, at least in the Israeli left, the position is significantly more tempered than the American liberals were at that point, where George W. Bush's approval rating shot up to 91% after 9/11, where America's comfortable security blanket was penetrated, and our collective consciousness changed in that very moment to say, oh my God, we can actually experience this violence in our own homes. And the same goes for Israel as well, where you've mentioned rocket fire.
I think whoever cries first is the loser of this. Let's see. Ethan already cried.
For the course of the past multiple decades, since 2000 onward, before the October 7 operation, that the casualties were, of course, asymmetrical. Rocket fire still ended up killing people in Israel proper.
Again, it's like, you can look at the numbers, but like, of course, because Israel has it's still the provocation. It's still the attempt. You know what I mean? Just because they have the technology to shoot it out of the sky doesn't mean that the people in Israel are not going to be affected by it.
No, I understand that, but there's
also, I want to say, I need to make something clear that you touched on. I don't think people who say, I support Palestine are pro-Hamas. That's fucking insane.
Okay.
It's like the opposite.
Okay, then why did you say that?
Of everything I've ever said. Okay. There is something I noticed that rubbed me wrong, which was that as the news was breaking, as people were still calling in saying, I'm in my safe house, I hear the terrorists outside killing my neighbors. People are on Twitter or whatever, or activists, whoever, because saying, let's go Palestine. Go Palestine. So how am I? It's the timing, Hassan. It's important. Like, we got to make this huge distinction. When people are saying go Palestine as they're terrorists killing people, that to me, I don't know who else they're cheering on other than Hamas.
No one said go Palestine. It's not a fucking sports team. No one said that, dude. They said free Palestine. Do you think free Palestine means install terrorist groups as the government of Israel? Because that's not what anyone meant.
Okay.
Now, if you wait, like, you know, it's the timing, dude. It does matter.
There's an asymmetry to the violence, but there's also an asymmetry to the coverage as well. What do I mean by this? Mia Khalifa is a good example. You and I were talking about this on the phone earlier. Mia Khalifa said things that I find to be distasteful and wrong. Okay?
Worse than that.
I think it was distasteful and wrong. I think it was callous. The indifference to violence that civilians are subjected to on the Israeli side as well is callous. However, the reaction to Mia Khalifa has never ever occurred on the other side when Israel is engaging in bombing campaign.
It's fucked up.
And like you said, the horrific images that you saw that draw so much emotion out of you of, like, you know, Palestinian fathers holding their daughters in this open air prison. There is no equivalence. I think a lot of people who have been advocates for Palestinians for many, many years, especially if they're Muslim, know this reality, that you have to be incredibly careful all the time with your rhetoric, and that even in an emotional moment, you can never say something that will be misconstrued. And Mia Khalifa said something that was inappropriate and unacceptable.
Hold on. She showed a picture of terrorists roaming in a pickup truck murdering civilians. She described that as a Renaissance painting.
Yeah.
And she went further and said, well, the Palestinian freedom...
I mean, there are Renaissance paintings of war. That does exist, you know? I don't know if that's, like, the best thing that she could have said, but, like, all the racism that's been levied at her afterwards is unacceptable.
Fighters, please flip their phone.
I know.
Vertically. I mean, that's worse than unacceptable.
So
it's evil.
So you're correct on that.
Okay.
So let me ask you this though.
Yeah.
When Lindsey Graham goes on and says this is a religious war and we must ethnically cleanse, we must wipe our enemies,
should get the same coverage.
No, I know, but it doesn't, Ethan. That's the point. Like Marco Rubio has called for ethnic cleansing. These are people in positions of power. These are people who are literally facilitating in the bloodshed. These are people who actually are engaging in the continuation. These are not former porn stars who were Christian Lebanese who now.
Whatever, dude. She was getting a lot of attention. People were liking it. It wasn't like, but here's the problem.
That's meaningless, is what I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, because that doesn't.
Hassan, let me make my point.
Go ahead.
I mean, she did porn in a hijab. Is that, like, not worse. I feel like that's worse.
When you say like the timing is fucked up, or like why does Mia Khalifa get all this shit? And it's like always a whataboutism. It's always like you can never just say yes. And also, can we fucking hold Lindsey Graham accountable? Which I agree, and it's crazy the shit they say, and they should get more attention for it. But it's like there's a refusal to acknowledge, like, it's always about like, well, what about us? Which I understand, but it's like you have to say yes, you have this thing, and we also have this thing, and not like in the same breath say but yes, but like it just doesn't feel. It feels fucked up.
I think the former Palestinian Authority member that went on like BBC and did the rounds in the UK said it best, where it was every single time you bring me on here.
Link? Oh my God, stop.
When Palestinians have done anything, you demand condemnation from me. Okay, we have done this so many times. I am not Hamas. My family members were killed by Israel. Six-year-olds, like 6 of my family members were killed by the Israeli occupying force. I have condemned it every single time. I've condemned Hamas every single time. But the reality is that no such condemnation is demanded from the media when Israeli officials are brought on to talk about like genuinely genocidal terms in which they're wiping out Gaza, and that is a constant, and that has never ever been anything like. There's never been any equivalence whatsoever, and I think that. People who are passionate, or people who say people who are callously indifferent to the wanton violence of retaliation that is reactionary to apartheid are thinking that they can get away with saying these sorts of things because they've seen people who are defenders of Israel say infinitely worse things as more bombing campaigns have continued. More than 1,200, almost 2,000 Israelis died. Israelis are terrified of a violent retaliation, right? Israelis now understand better than ever before the feeling that people in Gaza experience on a daily basis, the fear that they live with on a daily basis. That is going to breed more hostility, and that is going to play Palestinians directly into the hands of the most radical, the most fundamentalist forces that were directly propped up by the Israeli government, by Mossad. Hamas was seen as a counterweight, a counterbalance to secular forces and Marxist and socialist forces who also were violently, who participated in violent acts as well. However, the fundamentalist Islamist Muslim Brotherhood cutout was directly logistically supported by the Israeli government and has been propped up specifically by even Netanyahu and every other Israeli government as the only force to take seriously for Palestinians. It's impossible to ignore this when talking about the violent retaliation. I think that
I agree, dude.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that. I think equally it's important for Israelis to understand why there is, if the Israelis cannot empathize with the idea that why people want to do violent retaliation, why people support Hamas, then we're also never going to have peace.
Yes, and
everybody needs to empathize.
And I think it's more important than ever to ensure that people recognize that both in the Western world that props up the far-right Israeli regime, that turns a blind eye to the violence. And it's important for our brothers and sisters that are living in Israel proper, that are anti-Zionists, that are also fighting that very same battle every day to make sure that people
And it's important to remember that even when Israeli people, like Israeli citizens, rise up against their government, do protest or whatever, they are also met with violence. You know, there is rampant police brutality in Israel against Israelis.
Understand that the only way out of this, well, there's two different ways out of this. It's ethnic cleansing. It's like doing a final solution to the Palestinians, or it's a pathway towards developing a nation state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews can live, coexist, and have equal rights and equal representation.
Right. At the end of the day, all I'm asking is for people to be able to say that, terrorism is bad, no matter what, without an exception, without subtext. No, listen, without a fucking asterisk that's like, yeah, but, I mean, what the fuck, man?
No, I understand where you're coming from with that. I think,
and I'm not saying you do it, by the way.
Giannis Varoufakis talked about this, where he said there was a practice in the ANC in apartheid South Africa that was called necklacing. I'm not entirely sure what it was. It was brutal. The ANC originally under leadership of Nelson Mandela demonstrated peacefully multiple times. There was a police retaliation in apartheid South Africa where 69 demonstrators died. Obviously, the conditions were brutal. They had this concept called a pencil test, you know what I mean? Like where they would put a pencil in your hair to see if you were, how non-white you were. If the pencil stuck, you were considered non-white, not allowed to go into certain places. Now, all of that was violent. The maintenance of that was violent. When all was said and done, Nelson Mandela realized that violent reaction was demanded from the people on the ground. demanded from the emancipatory forces, demanded from the 90% black people that comprised the South African population. He was jailed. He went to Algeria first. He went to Ethiopia. He talked to revolutionaries. He talked to Marxists. He came back to Africa. He was immediately South Africa. He was jailed. Time and time again, the government demanded that he denounce the violence. He said, how can I talk to you on equal conditions when I am chained? How can you put my freedom as a talking point, as a way to get me to denounce violence when you have made no efforts you've made no conciliatory efforts. You've made no efforts in understanding the position of people that you have subjugated, that you have forced to exist in these apartheid conditions. At the end of the day, nobody remembers the violence of the ANC forces, because the violence of the apartheid regime was all too great, was significant, was more significant than the violence that the horrifying violence, even those that, of course, civilians were subjected to. Because if I were to...
Yeah, like literally, what do you want? Do you want Palestinians to protest peacefully? Because they tried that. They still got murdered. How can you show your humanity when someone refuses to see it?
To ask you today, what's worse, the violence towards the civilians in apartheid South Africa or the violence of the apartheid regime? You would say the violence of the apartheid regime, right?
I don't know. Did they mass murder 1,500 civilians?
I don't know the exact civilian casualties, but in Algeria, no, they did some brutal stuff. Yeah.
Apartheid? So
yes.
hold on, how many? I mean, not that it fucking matters.
No, but like, yeah, exactly. But the conversation is important to analyze from that perspective, because people that are forced into a corner that see no other way out are going to do this. And and if you don't make any concessions, if you treat the secular Palestinian Authority like they're garbage, and then...
Yeah, like, you can't just say 9/11 was bad without also talking about the Iran-Contra affair. Those things are inseparable. You need the historical context to parse a historical event.
And use them as a part of your security, your surveillance state, and have them be seen as collaborators with the Israeli government that is currently imprisoning and defending the settlers, like you said, the fundamentalist religious freaks in the West Bank. Then of course Palestinians that are going to be like, well, what the fuck? Well, this is our two-state solution. This is our peaceful coexistence. That, like, we're losing our homes. We're getting bullied in our own neighborhoods. We have dudes from Brooklyn and Long Island coming in and being like, this is my house now. Like, if you see that as your peaceful coexistence as a pathway forward, you are inevitably radicalizing people to react to that in more and more violent ways. And that is entirely in the hands of the Israeli government to scale back, regardless of how Israeli people feel about the matter, whether they are understandably paranoid and understandably scared or not. I mean, remember, the first Intifada was rocks. The second one was bombs, like suicide vests and suicide bombs in public transit. It has escalated throughout years as the Israeli occupation has gotten worse and worse. And this is a reality that even former Israeli officials recognize and reckon with and ask for change on. You know what I mean?
100%. Dude, I understand everything you're saying.
Like, people forget, like, in the 90s, there was at least some form of freedom of travel between Israel proper, West Bank, and Gaza. There were the border walls and the freedom of movement, freedom of travel was not stopped. It was not restricted. And look where we're at now. What's up?
In the 90s, I feel like there were a lot more talks of peace that seemed actually close. Like, it didn't seem that impossible back then, from what I remember.
Yeah, and then what happened? The one dude, the one dude who was like, okay, guys, look, I'm a Zionist. I think that we should, at the very least, maintain the security of the Israeli state in a reasonable way. We have to fucking reason with these guys. He was called a pussy and then assassinated. And the dudes that literally wanted him assassinated are now in positions of power.
Yeah,
and they have been voted for. They've been voted into office over and over and over and over again.
Okay, so just to be clear, these fringe right freaks are like they've been getting more support, but like the reason they're in power, they don't usually get a lot of support in the parliament. Netanyahu was forced into some really fucked up psychotic coalitions with fringe freak, genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, that's the latest government that he put together just to stay in power.
It's worth mentioning that it doesn't have wide support.
What do you mean Netanyahu was forced into the coalitions? What do you mean?
Amongst Israelis.
Yeah, but even look, there is a member in the Knesset that immediately after immediately after October 7th, came out and was like, this is directly the responsibility of the government and the occupation. This is why people are retaliating. And he was right. So I'm not saying that there aren't voices. It's just that the voices are deafened. The voices are additionally deafened when any kind of retaliatory action is immediately weaponized. It's expected and weaponized to make the Israeli population become even more reactionary and demand more blood.
Let me just ask you this then, and the analogy I gave you, okay? Just to get a direct answer, where as the terrorist attacks are happening, there's people calling, saying, my neighbors are being shot by terrorists right now, and there's people saying, "Go Palestine." Are they talking about?
They're saying free Palestine. Ain't no motherfucker said go Palestine. Stop saying that.
Palestinian freedom, or are they encouraging Hamas to kill Israelis?
I don't know what people are. I don't know what their demands are.
It's not unreasonable for me to assume that.
No, it's not unreasonable.
And I mean, listen, I think.
And if you're Palestinian, for the record, I'll take it one step further. Look, you talked about the paranoia that Israelis feel towards Palestinians or Hamas, right? And I will say this as well. I think that if you are Palestinian, and it is understandable that they see this as an emancipatory action. It doesn't have to be right, and it's not right, but it does not matter, because for them, this is the first time that they have seen like they've seen the security apparatus fall apart. That they've seen the barriers that were designed, that were constructed around Gaza, get bulldozed.
Dude, I got no problem with them breaking through the borders, like and doing some kind of shit. Maybe I do have a problem, but let's say
what kind of shit though?
They attacked a military outpost. They attacked.
They did.
Settlers. I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but like this is more acceptable. But like going and roaming through a kibbutz and murdering families is like, I just don't think there's any room for exceptions there.
No,
there's a big difference. You know what I mean? I understand and I know you do. I'm just explaining for myself.
Yes, here. Civilian targets are never seen as appropriate. That is 100%.
And it was just
that is literally that's the rule. That's the rule. Is that like civilian targets are not appropriate.
And again, Israel kills civilians, right? Yeah. I'm not saying that. I know they do. It's like it's not even debated. At least in serious people who are trying to have a serious conversation about it. And so it seems a little obtuse, though, to look at an activist during a terrorist slaughter saying, "Let's go Palestine."
Nobody fucking said that, Ethan. Let's go Palestine. Show me one person that said that.
And not say like, yeah, they're probably cheering on Hamas to kill Palestinians.
I think that whoever people are cheering on is ultimately inconsequential, because the actions of the state and the actions of our state, the actions of all Western states, is significantly more important.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, and I find it to be unproductive, and I also think it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but I think it's fucking ridiculous that the indifference that people have to human casualties is gross, and it's never more perfectly demonstrated by people being like, oh, the BLM Chicago account that's like not even affiliated with the organization, even though I don't even like the official BLM organization anyway, is posting a photo, right? And then immediately people are like, look, this is how BLM is. Like, see, you guys have to immediately apologize. Everyone who has like been associated with BLM has to apologize for this random fucking Instagram account. That is politics. People are using the deaths of Israelis and the deaths of Palestinians to do domestic politics, and I think that's fucking ridiculous. And I also think, and maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't, that a part of the do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence, do you condemn the violence rhetoric is I think cynically applied to every single person that wants to talk about ending this conflict, even if it's talking about ending the conflict from the perspective of like Israeli security, where the Harvard Student Organization that got together and said the violence that Israel experienced today is squarely the consequence of the brutal occupation. They said that in the United States of America, the Harvard Students Organization. There's plenty of Jewish Americans that are involved in writing that.
Yeah, that statement was awesome.
What happened? Every single psychopathic VC hedge fund dipshit said these people need to be punished. Give us their names, and they got their names. They did Canary Mission style psychopathic doxing on students for saying what? For saying exactly the same.
Yeah, they're like driving trucks around campus with the names of the students who signed the letter.
Thing that the Haaretz editorial board wrote. Word for word, bar for bar. It's labeled like the most prominent anti-Semites of Harvard. Israeli paper of record.
I'll say this.
And the Harvard Students Association had an identical perspective. And what happened in America? They got doxxed. There are on the campus right now.
Again,
literally their photos are being posted.
I read the letter. It was not that bad. People were going crazy and way overreacting about it. If people are mad about that, it's probably because of the timing.
But there's no timing placed on another a group of people's emancipation. There's no like.
Bro, their timing matters. No, let's not be obtuse about this. It's just this one point I'm trying to make. You can't cheer on Hamas, dude.
I do. Well, Ethan, I said. You know what I said.
Nobody is cheering on Hamas. I don't know where he's manufacturing this fucking straw man out of.
And on the day of the occupation.
I know you don't, but like we're being a little silly. Like if somebody says go fucking
the only difference
Palestine
between what I said
while people are being murdered, like that's pro Hamas. That's what it is. You're helping. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I understand all the little subtext.
But what's the distinction? But what's the distinction between what the Harvard students said, what I said, what many Israelis also said as well, versus like what you perceive other people were saying when you don't know the fuller picture of like their perspective?
First of all, I don't have a problem with what they said.
Okay, you don't.
And I'm curious about how soon after this massacre it was released, because I assuming, and we can look into
what's the barrier of acceptability though? Or is it that you know me personally?
How long do you have to wait? How long do you have to wait into the the leveling of Gaza to say something. Exactly. I need a minute. Is it minutes? Is it hours, days, weeks, months, years?
And you know what my opinion is, which is why
What did you say?
you can understand.
You didn't say anything like, you did not say like free Palestine or some shit after murders were happening.
I said that resistance to apartheid is always imperfect and there are casualties everywhere, which means there are casualties on the Israeli side and there are going to be casualties on the Palestinian side.
Statement, Hassan.
Yes, that is ultimately the same as saying free Palestine. It is, because
it's not,
my goal
dude.
is
it's
to free
not.
Palestine.
I know what you mean, but it's not. It's not the same, bro.
Here's the thing.
Dude,
you're saying
it's an identical statement. What
you're saying is, and again, people, don't be silly about this. I'm talking about the timing. As civilians are being murdered, as the story's developing, people saying this, okay? That's an important distinction. Like, your take about, like, listen, Gazans are under apartheid, they're being genocided and all this, which is all true.
And that is what's causing this violent retaliation.
And it's what's causing this retaliation, which is all true. I'm sorry, but it's not the fucking same as saying, let's go Palestine as bodies are hitting the floor. It's not the same.
No, I understand.
And frankly, I think people are in the
distinction.
Thank you. And I think
no one said, let's go Palestine. Oh my God, he's pissing me off so much.
People are not being careful.
And I think people are justified in looking at that and thinking like, oh, okay, this person's happy that Israeli citizens are dying. Like what? Like, I'm sorry, but that's a defensible position to take.
No, it's not.
No, Ethan.
You're reading so much into the words free Palestine. A free Palestine would not include militia groups that murder people. Is that an insane idea to you? Is that so fucking hard to wrap your mind around?
You're expanding on free Palestine in that moment to I'm glad that Israelis are being murdered. The jump there is, no, let me explain. The jump there is literally you knowing what I represent and who I am versus you not knowing. You want to know why? Because you think when I said that, people didn't misconstrue my statements. My name is Hassan. I am the America Deserved 9/11 guy. If you think that the very same forces, the very same people that despise what I had to say about blowback and 9/11 did not have the exact same opinion that you have over
I don't know what
others.
other people thought about what you said, okay? I know that I thought it was a much more respectful, empathic take. And when did you do that as bodies were hitting the floor, son? When did you tweet out your statement about it?
It was for the next 2 days, Palestinian forces were still deep embedded inside of Israeli proper positions in southern towns. So there were still people dying.
So how about this as a separation?
What?
When people are calling in the news and talking about their neighbors and children being murdered in front of them is not the time.
Okay. Except,
I mean, it should be kind of obvious. I'm sorry.
I understand.
You just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's gross.
I get what you're saying, except, you as someone who recognizes the violence of the occupation, know that this, by the very same metrics, saying I stand with Israel implies that you stand with Israel's genocidal conduct, right?
Well,
and therefore,
it does kind of seem like that. I mean, that is what it says.
Okay.
I disagree with people saying that.
So
if Israel's bombing Gaza, people are saying, I stand...
Not just bombing Gaza. Israel's apartheid regime and occupation is endless. It might be sidelined, it might be silent, it might be the constant, but that is still violent.
If Israel is bombing Gaza, okay.
Not Israel is bombing Gaza.
Dude, let me...
Okay.
I heard you.
Go on. Sorry. I have to pee so bad.
If you leave, I win.
It's over. I'm holding it.
Time to get a bottle.
Israel, IDF is bombing Gaza, and and you're seeing the media that I saw, or even not seeing the media I saw, because that civilians are getting injured or killed, and you say I support Israel in that moment, then I do think you are supporting the IDF and the Israeli regime's fucking apartheid violence.
Okay. Do you think that there is the same energy and same condemnation, even remotely the same condemnation and energy for those who say I stand with Israel, all the way from Justin Bieber using a photo of destroyed Gaza
let me pull that
to be like praying for Israel?
Where's that?
What are you praying for, bro? Israel to stop? Like, what's going on? What are you praying for?
That was one of the craziest things I've seen.
Yeah.
He posted a picture of Gaza being basically a whole street block being...
To be fair, he's not the only one. Lots of people are doing this, posting images of Gaza and saying like, "Oh, pray for Israel. Oh, pray for these Israeli children."
Leveled by Israeli bombs.
So crazy.
Yeah.
I'm praying for Israel.
Yeah, he was praying for Israel to stop. Jamie Lee Curtis
That was
posting
crazy.
photos. Jamie Lee Curtis posting a photo of children in Gaza looking up at the sky as Israel is bombing them and going, "I stand with Israel." Israeli flag. Like and so many other examples. Charlie Kirk showing photos of the Israeli occupying force entering West Bank homes and posting that video and going, "Look at what the Hamas terrorists are doing." Or so many other examples of so many examples of
stupid propaganda.
Palestinian children, babies in cages that the Israeli occupying force put them in, that people are posting and going, "Look what the Hamas is doing. Look at this cruelty.
Yeah,
how cruel, how unusual."
Literally what the IDF does all the time.
I've seen it all. It's all crazy. It's all psychotic propaganda.
I don't even blame
Super
them.
cynical, fucked up things.
No, it's not. It's not even cynical.
Well, no, the people who create the propaganda are cynical.
It's not even cynical though. I don't even fucking blame them because yes, there is an asymmetry to this violence, and you have been willingly or you have completely been shut out from one side of that of the recipients of.
And I don't think enough people know this. There are no bomb shelters in Gaza. You're lucky if you have a basement. Okay? There are no shelters. You can shelter in a school, but it's not a bomb shelter as you would know it. It's completely fucking symmetrical. There was an interview that Hassan was listening to earlier, who was, I think it was like a nurse in Gaza. And she was just talking about how she has to just, open her mouth so that she doesn't go deaf when the strikes hit nearby. Like, the material reality is not comparable.
Said violence, and therefore you simply do not know. You don't know what the reality is, and by God, there's a lot more examples pre-October 7. There's a lot more examples of like Israeli brutality and Israeli cruelty upon Palestinians. So you're inevitably going to accidentally post shit like that.
The thing is, like, with all this nuance and background and history, you still, if we're being serious about peace, you can't look at an Israeli, who is traumatized by what happened in context of everything you've said, which I all agree with, and say, yes, but, it's horrible, or like, yes, but, it's like, I'm just saying on a human level, in the real world, you can't do that. You can't, like, you have to just give them their grief. You have to give them you have to grant them, I mean, they made them victims on that day. Those people anyway.
Yeah.
And so, like,
do you feel like
when you're having a conversation with Israelis, and Israelis are looking to the outside world, I'm saying I agree with everything you're saying, but if you're trying to communicate your condolences for grief or something like that, you don't say, yes, but.
I think people should be more careful.
I understand why
I think people should be more careful, and I think people should be more open-minded. I agree.
I understand why you do it, Hassan.
What?
I'm just talking about in the real world.
Yeah.
When you're talking to an Israeli who it comes from the Israeli perspective. Here's a fucking hard truth that I don't know if people will accept it or not. Listen, if you're born in Gaza, you're going to hate Israel 100%. If you're born in Israel, you're probably going to hate Hamas and maybe Palestinians. I don't know. I don't think most Israelis do, but Hamas for sure. Okay. And so it doesn't even, like, the human experience is constant. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're born on. You're going to believe, you're going to fucking identify with whatever world experience you're going under.
I don't disagree with you. We've already established this. So now I ask you this. I genuinely, the major point of contention that you and I have in this process is, I think it is frivolous.
Like, does every single statement you make about this conflict have to start with, I empathize with the Israeli victims? Is that literally every single sentence has to start with that?
And I think it is unproductive to find numerous people that may or may not have even openly condemned Hamas time and time again and be like, you're bad, you're wrong for saying this. Like, sure, they're wrong, but that doesn't change the reality on the ground.
I don't think it's fair to characterize it as like a few rogue tweets. I mean,
because ultimately,
this was a lot of people.
No, I get it, but people tweeting whatever the fuck, right, does not stop bombs from falling. People tweeting
Israeli
does not stop
perspective, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but the Israeli perspective, if tomorrow the Israeli perspective shifted and was like, I mean, 85% of the fucking Israeli population currently thinks that Benjamin Netanyahu is the reason why 2,000 Israelis died. 85% of the Israeli population right now, according to the Jerusalem Post, in the latest.
And let's all fucking remember that when talking about Israelis.
Yes. So some of them, though, obviously think they should be more brutal. Some of them think that Benjamin Netanyahu's occupation, or a much smaller percentage, think that the occupation is responsible for this violence. Now, having said that, do they have a say? Can they unseat Benjamin Netanyahu? Is he going to jail? No, of course not.
He's being tried, actually.
Well, exactly, which is why he built a coalition with fucking Ben Gvir and all the other far right freaks.
He was actually being tried for fraud or some crazy shit.
Yeah, even more far right freaks. And many people are calling for his resignation. He's not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Even if he resigns. Think about it this way.
Hold on, 86%.
Yeah, no, he's trying to do the opposite of this, actually, where he's trying to install an emergency government to stop elections forever.
Said that the attack from Gaza is a failure of leadership.
Yeah. 86. Yeah, that's what I said.
And by the way, this is just
that's like everybody.
This is Jewish citizens, so this isn't even including obviously the Arab Israelis.
And people who watch the show know when we do polls and it's 86%, that's basically everybody.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Like, who the fuck is dick riding Netanyahu in that point? Because like from either angle, even if you think like Palestinians should be ethnically cleansed, or you think Palestinians should the occupation should end for the security purposes of Israeli citizens, it doesn't matter. You're still going to arrive at that conclusion that it is Benjamin Netanyahu's fault because the power player in the situation is what matters. The power player in the situation is entirely responsible. The situation, for example, in Afghanistan, with the Taliban's numbers not withering away, but instead growing in popularity during the American occupation, is a perfect example of what happened, and is a perfect example of what's constant with occupying forces and with their violent means of subjugating, humiliating, and murdering the population. You fucking kill, fuck, who was it? Even that, I forget who this was, but I remember someone saying, like, look, in 2014 or in 2004, time and time again, whenever bombing campaigns occur and people die and children die, you know, their relatives are still alive. The ones that are still alive are going to go, well, I know who fucking bombed me. I know who fucking killed my family. I know who fucking dropped bombs on my house. I'm not going to forget that. That is at the heart of the matter. And a real reconciliation with that means completely going back on 75 years of brutal occupation and policies that were deemed necessary.
Yeah, I think it was Gremlo was showing what? I think, was it Vice? It was some like a documentary where a journalist went to her father's childhood home in historical Palestine, and you know, nothing looks the same. It's like just fucking devastated. The area where there like used to be markets and just like a thriving metropolis is just empty and patrolled by IDF soldiers. Just like, you can't just expect people in a concentration camp to just like be fine with being pushed onto a smaller and smaller land over time, like, and just deprived of every human resource that's needed for survival.
At the time for Israeli security, that absolutely was just a cynical way to justify taking more and more land from Palestinians who had no say, who have never had a say in the conversation, and still to this day have no say. I mean, seriously, the resilience of Palestinian people all around the world, the 5 million displaced, 2 million living in Gaza, and another 2.5 million living in the West Bank is unimaginable. They've never had allies. They've always had imperfect allies and allegiances with people that are just simply only interested in destabilizing Israel. Like, I don't think Iran
just fucking wants to use them as a puppet.
I don't think Iran gives a shit about like Palestinians being free. I think it's very cynical, and they have nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. There is no equivalence here between the well-oiled military machine of the Israeli army that has gotten $264 billion in American taxpayer dollars to continue its operations. It's just not. There's an asymmetry to the violence, and there's also an asymmetry to the conversation where Palestinians like living in fucking Gaza are being called by the BBC, and while bombs are being dropped on their fucking heads, the BBC anchor is like callously being like, do you condemn the Hamas violence?
And by the way, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, do you condemn Hamas violence? And then in the next breath being like, oh, was that an airstrike nearby? Do you need to go to a bomb shelter? And they have to tell him, no, there are no bomb shelters. I'm fine, keep going.
It's like fucking insane, and they never.
And I don't want people to conflate what I'm saying with BBC asking someone in Gaza taking bombs if they support Hamas.
So here's the thing: I've never, ever in my entire life, ever seen a couple things. I've never seen the American government, the State Department, ever say this was a provoked act of violence from Palestinians. I've never seen that. They always say it's unprovoked because it is supposed to be that violence is like, they act like that violence was in a vacuum. And I know you agree with me on this. I don't think you disagree with me on this at all. They never say this was a provoked act of violence. Okay, that is by design. And I've never seen somebody bring up an Israeli official, okay, to television when Gaza is being bombed and being reduced to rubble, or even when Gaza is not being bombed and the brutal occupation still remains, and been forced to condemn the violent actions of the Israeli government. I've never seen that. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. And I don't think that will ever happen because at the end of the day...
It especially would never happen when Israel is actively being bombed. I mean, come on.
America wants a military base in the Middle East. America wants a destabilizing force that they see in the Middle East. America wants to keep selling weapons. America still wants conflict. The Western world still wants conflict, and they use Israel to that end. And they will continue doing this in 35 different states in the United States of America, where all of these like free speech, supposedly First Amendment defending states. It is illegal to ask to boycott and ask to make divestments and to ask to sanction the state of Israel. It is illegal. You cannot hold a position as a school teacher without signing a fucking thing that says, I will never participate in the peaceful demand that you want to boycott, divest, or put sanctions on the state of Israel. What
countries is that in?
In the United States of America, 35 states.
Oh, 35 states.
37 as of now, I believe, but 35 as of 2021.
That's
free speech, though.
Yeah,
and the AIPAC wrote that legislation. They helped push it. They wrote the legislation. There is no comparison.
And by the way, conservative support for Israel is about as cynical as it gets.
Absolutely.
Their whole worldview is that the Jews are guarding Israel until Jesus comes back.
Yes.
And when he does, he's going to kill all the Jews.
Yes, it is a suicide cult. It is a suicide cult. The assumption that like from the river to the sea, the chosen sons and daughters of God will maintain Israel, and therefore Jesus Christ will come down and defeat Shaitan and Megiddo is a psychotic suicidal cult. Yet that is the reason why not American Jews, but evangelical Christians, evangelical Protestants are the #1 defenders of the Israeli occupation.
Insane. Insane. Religion is a blight on humanity. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
They are the ones who push for
crazy.
it. They're the ones who fucking fund the psychopathic settlers that you pointed out.
Yep.
That they are the ones who open up 501c3s
So it's
that
all
they can
Christians'
get tax
fault. Thank you for
deductible
finally saying
donations.
this.
Yeah, no, I think yes, of course, Christians play a gigantic role in this. I mean, it was the fucking British that propped up Zionist brigades. Yes,
I mean,
this still
in a
goes back
way,
to England.
in a way though, it is like, you know,
It all comes back to the Brits,
It's like,
doesn't it?
you know, if you're coming out of World War II at the Holocaust and you're being offered land by Britain and you're,
Uh-oh.
Hold on, your camera's out.
I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee while you're gone. Oh no, now I'm censored.
I'm fucking winning this argument.
I'm not taking a pause to pee.
Well, they can hear me, right? Yeah. So I was. So anyway, I'll continue my point as you guys work it out. I was saying that, you know, coming out of the Holocaust, you can hardly blame people who are offered land in their historic religious, most important religious spot by the British, are hardly going to say no to that.
Okay, historic Israel, like a biblical Israel, is not the same as current day Israel. It's not the same thing at all. At all.
Like, you know, it's just, again, the human experience. What group of people would...
The area that is now Israel contains holy sites to all 3 Abrahamic religions. Why do you just get all of it? What the fuck?
just said, nah, that's not cool.
Right. And then important to note that the same British simultaneously also promised the Arabs in Palestine a state there.
Yeah.
They're literally offering conflicting offers to 2 different groups of people.
So
good work,
like,
guys.
again, when people, I do think when people try to reduce this conflict as something that's not simple, it's something that's so easy to understand, I don't think is entirely fair. I really don't. Like the war crimes, the murder, all the shit that's happening
No, I think it's pretty simple.
is obvious and easy and easy to point to Israel. But if you're talking about like the establishment of Israel, the long feuds over the land going back 75 years, where, again, as Dan was saying, the British went to the Jews after the Holocaust and said, you guys want to live in Jerusalem? And they're like, fuck yeah.
Which is a racist project. That's a racist ethno-state created by racists. Hello?
And then
To be
went
fair,
to the
they were
Palestinians.
lobbying for it for a long time too. They wanted that.
Okay.
But yeah, but they
got the green light.
Right, they got the green light. But yeah,
And by all the United Nations or whatever, the League of Nations, where the fuck I don't know. It was UN.
it was and in fact
Yeah, it was
it's
League
been
of
a long time.
Nations.
Originally it was the League of Nations, but no, it was the UN had just been established after World War II, which is what set up the state. And when I was doing kind of a deep dive on all of this history in the past week, I was shocked to see. I guess I maybe knew this at one point, but the USSR was in support of it too. One of the very few times that
you want to know who
the United
else?
States and the USSR were on board with each other.
You want to know who else is a big time supporter too? China. China
Right.
is a major ally and a major trade partner to Israel. Yes, absolutely.
that's what RFK Jr. was talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the COVID doesn't affect the Jews.
Well,
and
no, but yeah,
Chinese.
no, it's not. So remember that when people in
God
the
damn it. Fuck, not the RFK memes. Stop.
chat will say like, oh, you fucking major defender of China. No, I think that China is also not exactly a fucking equal party here or one that is advocating for reasonable solutions. I think that there's a reason why they are not saying anything. They're not coming out with like big declarations as they normally would in an effort to be like, look at America being fucking imperialist again or whatever.
Just to finish my point when you were in the bathroom is that I think it's unfairly reductive to say it's not complicated. You know, going back to the establishment of Israel, the duplicity, the English, going back to the skirmishes and there's been atrocities on both sides from the beginning. Okay.
No, it's very, very, very simple. Skirmishes on both sides. Sure. But Palestine, historically, was safe for everybody. You know, like, it was not improved by the creation of Israel.
Obviously, Israel has continued to take.
And it is simple. It's simple as fuck. The solution is not simple. The road to emancipation is not simple. But the conflict in itself, understanding who's at fault, is simple as fuck.
More and more as they've enjoyed the benefit of funding and support from the international community. But to write it off as like the Israelis are just genocidal is unfairly reductive.
I don't think that Israelis are genocidal, even though there are certainly Israelis that are genocidal. There are Americans that are genocidal.
Palestinians are genocidal.
Like
The state is genocidal.
see,
Just saying, there's people who are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, sure, but
there are. Everybody has genocidal mania.
I think that like
Am I not? Is that bother you?
1988. No,
Does that bother you that I said?
Of course,
okay.
of course there are. But the reason why I think it's like laughable is because like which direction is the genocide happening?
Bro,
You know what I mean? Like it's usually I think that you have moral clarity overall, which is why this is a much more charitable conversation. But I think plenty of people do not have that moral clarity, and when they are using the condemn Hamas line, it's not necessarily to get your perspective. It's to deflect away from you talking about Palestinian emancipation and all of the wrongs that they.
Even though everything you're saying is right,
yeah.
To diminish this idea that there are Palestinians, terrorists mostly. I'm not saying all Palestinians. I don't think most Palestinians even support Hamas. That saying that Palestinians who want genocide of Jews isn't relevant because, again, it affects the Israeli paranoia. It affects the Jewish paranoia, the paranoia psyche, the Israeli psyche. So, like, even though it's absurd, you say that's silly because the Israelis are doing the genocide, still fucking feeds into the pathology of what it means to be an Israeli.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but ultimately.
Man, this is like making my headache a lot worse. It really is. Like, I'm trying to like draw up a parallel in my mind right now. Like, are you not also now endorsing the paranoia that American hogs have about, like, say, Mexican cartels? Is that justified to you? Is that like something we have to consider in our immigration policy? Is how paranoid hogs are? Is that a good thing that should be involved in our policies? Oh God, I lost you. I'm just molding a little bit.
Getting swept away in demanding condemnations over and over again is entirely unproductive and also not reflective of the reality of the American population's attitudes towards the defense of Israel and
I don't think that's a fair
occupation.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of what I'm asking.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, you're saying.
But like, there is
the expectation of constant condemnation of the Palestinians against Hamas is not what I'm advocating for.
If you want,
just to be totally clear, because I know people think that about me.
If you want to talk about, like, if right now you want to talk about Palestinian emancipation, whether you are Jewish or whether you are Arab, whether you are Muslim, it does not matter. If you talk about Palestinian emancipation at any point during this endless occupation and senseless brutality, you are immediately met with condemn Hamas. Why do you love Hamas? Why do you want to
not support that? That's a different thing.
I know, but
okay, I just want to make that clear.
You and I having this back and forth.
I just want to make it clear because people think that's what I think, and I want to make it clear that what I'm saying is different entirely to expecting.
It doesn't feel that different, man. It doesn't feel that different at all. You're literally saying I support Hamas because I said free Palestine too soon. Shut up.
Everyone to constantly condemn Hamas. That's not what I think people need to do.
What you have a different perspective on the matter that is not widely shared in the Western world, and that is no better demonstrated by the actions that people are taking against the fucking Harvard Students Association versus like what the Israeli paper record's perspective is, which is identical to said Harvard Students Association.
And the sad part about what you said is that you say Westerners don't agree with that, and you're right, but a lot of Israelis do, and that's fucked up. That people, you know what I mean? Because that's not what people see.
Okay.
Even though
now that we've established that, do you understand that what I mean when I say there's a double standard with the callous indifference that people demonstrate to the death toll over and over again? I mean, we're talking about dudes that literally Benjamin Netanyahu, when in 2008, people living under brutal occupation in the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza, where 2 million people live, and 47% of that population is under the age of 14 and under, okay? Where their water, electricity, like you also pointed out, is controlled by Israel. They did a peaceful march, a demonstration for a right to return. Thousands of children, babies, and adults alike were ruthlessly shot at by Israeli snipers in that right to return as they walked and demonstrated and walked towards that fence. Okay, walk towards that border fence that traps them inside of Gaza. Thousands. While that was happening, if you had seen, or maybe you weren't paying attention, maybe you didn't see this, the media coverage of the matter was some of the most disgusting I have ever seen. While that was happening, the Trump administration was pushing to further annex Jerusalem and offer it in its entirety and recognize it as Israeli, which is, of course, a major point of contention and has never been allowed by the international authority. Completely unjustifiable, inhumane, immoral. Okay? So on the one hand, the Trump administration alongside the Israeli government were celebrating this action. On the other hand, on the other side of Israel proper, you had
So when you say like, oh, you should be civil. Oh, think of the optics. Oh, well, this attack by Hamas just justifies the leveling of Gaza. You're ignoring the history that they have done peaceful demonstrations. They have done like peaceful, civil disobedience. And it got them nowhere. It got them nothing.
Babies being fucking slaughtered, medics, press, journalists, and
there's a double standard.
Yes,
absolutely.
Now hold on. This is really important. This is really important to understand. Okay, if you demonstrate peacefully and get slaughtered, and then Benjamin Netanyahu goes on television and says callously, "These are telegenically dead children. Palestinians have telegenically dead children."
The oppressor always expected to be peaceful and nonviolent, while the oppressors enact violence and subjugation without consequence. Exactly. It's like, it's beyond a double standard. It's like, it's just complete dehumanization.
If former Israeli ambassadors are going on TV and saying Hamas is using these babies as meat shields, that somehow Israel is like RoboCop, or this like force that simply cannot stop itself from butchering, slaughtering fucking Gazans, and it's always in the hands of Hamas, and that is the constant position in both American media, and it is reflected in polling over and over again, where more than 50% of Americans side with Israel on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and only 9% of Americans actually side with Palestinians on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, constantly going back and forth about like what the DSA-affiliated organization doing like a Free Palestine demonstration or whatever in the aftermath of October 7, and saying that feels like you're in defense of Hamas, sweaty, is unproductive, and it also doesn't even reflect anything. It doesn't reflect the reality. We know that in the Western world, Palestinians have no...
It's emotional. You can't blame people for seeing that and getting upset.
But if you recognize that, then you recognize...
Okay, you can have your emotional response and everything, but I think you should be doing that in private. You know? I think that is not something you need to literally broadcast. Like, your emotional response is completely understandable. It's valid. I don't want people to die either. That's sad. It's very sad what happened. Okay? But you cannot use that grief and sadness to then inform your position publicly as a platform. Like, I think that's irresponsible, actually.
When you see a sea of I stand with Israel, I stand with Israel, Israel must ethnically cleanse Gaza.
I do.
And the varying degrees of people saying that.
I always have.
Then how are Muslims in America that have lived in a massive surveillance state post 9/11? How are Muslims in the Western world who are constantly treated like fucking dogs, who literally are used as a political pawn, even though their homes have been destabilized by America's unjustifiable post 9/11 actions in the form of the war on terror? How are they supposed to think, oh well, I guess everybody wants us fucking dead. I guess everybody wants the Palestinians to die. Everyone thinks that this is the normal position. Everyone thinks this is the constant position. Like, of course, they are going to look at that and think the exact same things that you're saying Israelis are feeling, the exact paranoia that Israelis are feeling. And quite frankly, if we look at the asymmetry of violence, if we look at the displacements, if we look at the subjugation, the brutal colonial occupation of not only Palestinians, but many other Muslim countries that have also been ruthlessly occupied and slaughtered by Western coalition forces, it is perfectly understandable.
Yeah, America has killed at least 4.5 million people in the Middle East because of our war on terror, which didn't really yield anything. We murdered Osama bin Laden. I think that was like the entire point of, 30 years in the Middle East. Fucking common American L, dude. And of course, that we have seen directly lead to reactionary forces. Like, we know what happens.
And well within the right of Muslims to look at that and be understandably paranoid, and not necessarily paranoid thinking that, you are going to have Hamas forces do a second Holocaust.
Yeah, that's not paranoia. That is justified fear.
In Israel, when the exact opposite is happening to Palestinians right now. Do you disagree?
No.
Okay. All right. That's why I think it's unproductive that a lot of, not you, but like especially so many liberals in America are like, oh man, the optics of this look really bad. And also, Palestinians really fucked up their chances of emancipation. It's like, you have to be oblivious to the reality, and I know you're not. but others have to be oblivious to the reality of the Palestinian existence to make such callous takes, to be like, oh, well, optics sweaty. No, the optics in that situation just imply
it does
that
matter.
Yeah, fuck the optics, Ethan. No, it doesn't matter. Literally, fuck your optics. Take your eyes out of your asshole, and then maybe you can actually see the reality of the optics. Okay? Literally just imagine for 1 second, do a little thought experiment for me. I want you to imagine living in a fucking concentration camp. You can't get healthcare. You cannot go see anybody on the outside. You can't even travel freely within Gaza. Are you doing peaceful resistance? Be real. Be for real for 1 second. How long are you gonna watch your family members die with doing nothing?
Optics do matter.
I know optics matter, but optics don't matter because optics matter in general, but optics do not matter when we talk about the plight of Palestinians because there's not a single person that is out there defending them.
Oh shit, hi.
When you weren't ready for it.
Hi.
You gotta be ready for the
Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, Adrian. We're just going over the leftovers. We're about halfway through it. Heavy warning, I guess. I don't know. Trigger warning. A war. How do you preface this? I don't know. Welcome in, everyone. Everyone should go follow Adrian. Let me do the thing real quick. Hold on. Oh my god, wait, am I not even following? That's fucked up. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm following now. Okay, so welcome in. I was just melding a little bit. We Indigenous people know that and how it's a big time because we've been through the same. Yeah. Right. Like, how much dehumanization are Palestinians expected to go through before retaliating? Like, it's just... It's never too soon to say free Palestine. It's never too soon to say, I support liberation. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Thank you for the follows.
In the Western world, whether it be elected officials or whether it be people in the media, and those who choose to do that, those who choose to stand up and say, no, Palestinians deserve emancipation. I'm not saying you're not one of these people, but those who do stand up and say that, okay, they get immediately cast as a terrorism defender. And I saw the spiritual consequences of that in a post 9/11 America. We are still living in the rubbles of post 9/11 America and its attitude towards Muslims and its attitude towards Islam in general. And oh man, it does seem like this is somehow even worse than that, because I guess it didn't impact Americans directly, so they can be even more bloodthirsty without any fear that there could be violent retaliation.
Yeah.
Right. I think we
Yeah,
both.
it really is disgusting how many Americans I've seen saying like, "Oh yeah, just level it, turn it into a parking lot" type shit. Like, holy fuck, you are a bloodthirsty fascist. Like, wow, so many people really revealing their whole ass.
Have said our piece on this, and maybe we can move on to another topic now because there is other stuff I want to talk
Ben
about.
Shapiro got mad at me.
I didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Are we going to get to the Taylor Swift film soon?
Hold on, there's stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay.
This great March of Return is fucking crazy though. Just reading about this. Fucking 100. What does it say?
We're talking about 2018 March, the freedom, the right to return.
I'm just reading about it. 40 kids, 190 Palestinians were killed.
You know what the IDF,
protests.
you know what the
Thousands were
IDF official
injured.
account posted and then deleted? Shouts out to B'Tselem one more time. Wonderful organization. Okay, wonderful Israeli organization, by the way. They captured it before IDF deleted it, because this shows the difference.
What did they tweet?
They said every single bullet was accounted for. Here, read out the casualty reports.
It says 190 Palestinians were killed, 40 kids, thousands were injured.
There's videos of IDF snipers filming, like putting their phone like this, propped up against the optics, sniping a child, killing them, hitting them in the head, celebrating.
Jesus Christ. I've also seen videos of IDF soldiers doing the same shit that was happening in Ukraine with like coating the bullets in pig lard. It's so gnarly. Like, it just like incredibly barbaric, but also like childish in a way. Like, aren't you also ruining your gun by putting lard in there? I don't know. I don't know. Brought the bread. Let's go. What's up, Adrian? Even some white racist Canadians are using this for hate speech on other groups of POC too. Fuck, yeah. Yeah. Definitely like a lightning rod of an issue, which is like so disappointing. Like, we should just be focusing on like saving the Palestinian people right now, you know?
That his legs flew up in the air as he was shot, and others around them celebrating.
That's fucking, I mean, yeah, that's demonic.
So when you see that, when you experience that, and then the American dogs in American media refuse to reckon with that violence, and instead turn around and have former Israeli officials say these are, these are Hamas-backed operatives, like the fucking 2-year-old or 4-year-old, the pregnant mother that was shot. These are Hamas operatives that deserve to be fucking killed for peacefully demonstrating. What do you do? What can you do? No one hears you, and you're constantly backed into a corner. You are going to retaliate. That is, of course, going to happen.
And Israel needs to understand that. The Israelis,
I think some Israelis do.
They need to understand that. And that's,
okay.
It's
so
like, it's that mutual empathy. Like, Israelis need to understand why Hamas is attacking them. If they can't understand that, then nobody can be helped. I mean, it's just, it's insane to not see their.
And they do. Like, Israel had warning that this was going to happen. They let it happen so that they could have an excuse to level Gaza. And the international community is just going to let them, I fucking guess. It makes me so enraged, dude. I oscillate between like wanting to cry and just yell.
Perspective.
The major thing here is that
Literal
I think
babies.
There's a reason why Israel did not have local media go to the kibbutzes that you were talking about that were slaughtered. They originally went immediately. They said, we're having foreign press come here, right? There was a reason for that. Because they know that internally, the opinion of the Israeli population currently doesn't matter. The Western opinion.
I think the Israeli opinion on the massacre is pretty unified, dude.
Well, what they say about that is that they don't. Everybody's already.
Hold on one sec, Hila. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
They're saying everybody is already in such grief and broken that they don't need to show this terrible footage. But
I mean,
they're saying it's important for the world to see what happened, so that's why.
Yeah, they're doing propaganda. It's like not surprising, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not. But I'm just saying that, like, I think that
it did happen.
I think that
Scream, cry, and throw up is in the mood. Yeah.
there is more.
They're not like putting the bodies there and like putting them in fucked up ways.
Of course not.
I'm just saying,
That's not what I'm saying at all.
It's not that cynical to send in the press.
I think that
it's not cynical at all. In that case,
I think that the coverage from certain Israeli outlets on the matter is more critical on the Netanyahu administration, and showing that, I think, and like the interviews that I've seen as well of the parents fucking demanding, basically kicking out Israeli Knesset members that are visiting the hospitals, yelling at them, telling them to fuck off, telling them that this is their fault. I think that, like, there's two different reasons for obviously that level of anger. Some of which say you did this to us by being more brutal, and that this violence, of course, is.
No, I think it's incredibly cynical to show like the neighborhoods that were attacked by Hamas, and specifically not show the 3/4 of attacks that were on the IDF military bases.
Is going to be a constant, and it's going to be a violent retaliation. And then there's also the people that are saying you are not violent enough, right? But ultimately, everyone is critical of the Israeli government at this point from different angles, and I think that's the reason why they care more about the Western media's opinion than anything else, because they don't want to repeat the mistakes that happened last time in both 2018 and also the Sarian Abu Akleh murder. Again, in the hands of an Israeli sniper that the Israeli government said was actually Palestinians, and Western media immediately disproved that. And then what did the IDF do? What did the IDF do?
I don't know.
When a wonderful voice for good, a Christian woman, a Christian Palestinian, and an American citizen, Sarian Abu Akleh, was murdered as she was on her way to one of these refugee camps. She had a press vest on. She had a press helmet on. She was shot in the neck so that she could be assassinated. Okay? This was a major issue. They wanted to do. Sorry, this is really fucked up.
Posse.
They went to her funeral.
I can't believe you didn't know about this at all. I know. I don't know how.
And beat the shit out of people and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her.
Man, I've never seen him like this.
Palestinians can't have a moment of peace in this fucking world. They can't even mourn the dead. Sorry. the IDF went in and beat the shit out of the Palestinians that were mourning her at her funeral, that were holding her casket, and ripped the Palestinian flag off of her casket. How is that allowed? How can that continue? How do you not see that? That's in the West Bank. This is a Christian woman. This is not a Muslim. This is not Hamas. This is a journalist that was beloved in the Muslim world. And she was assassinated for speaking out and trying to shine a light on the atrocities. It's hard to
Yeah, this shit was so heinous. And it was a sniper. This was not like she got caught up in an indiscriminate bombing. This was an assassination.
Look, it's very hard to hold my composure on this. This is something I've talked about for years and years. But when that kind of ruthlessness, I sound like fucking Jordan Peterson when he talks about men. Jesus Christ. When that kind of brutality is so normal, so normalized, when that's the everyday existence of Palestinians.
Oh yeah, thank you, Chase.
In the supposed collaborative project with the Israeli government, how can you expect them to do anything but violently retaliate? There's no end in sight for this. And now you have cynical pieces of shit on social media. If you want to talk about social media and people saying stuff on social media, you have cynical liberal commentators that supposedly adorn the politics of radical emancipation, saying, "Oh, how wonderful that Joe Biden is trying to create an exit corridor, a humanitarian corridor for those who are being bombed in Gaza right now to escape through Egypt." That's still ethnic displacement. That is not humanitarian.
Yeah, Elliot, same. I wish he could just like have this like very vulnerable moment and like not have to apologize. And like I understand why he thinks he does have to, but like I appreciate him for this, you know? Like it's a very like human moment from Hassan.
Period. It is completely unjustifiable. Completely. There's no equivalent. There's no moral equivalence. There is no equivalence whatsoever. And there is no symmetry in the way that this is covered in the Western media. And that is by design. They refuse to show Palestinians as humans. And they have very successfully been able to dehumanize them. There are voices out there. There are voices in Israel. There are voices out there who see it, who see the brutality, who see the endless humiliation that Palestinian people have endured. And I stand with them. And I don't care. I will always stand with them. Even if there is a moment of violent retaliation. Okay? They have nothing. They have no allies. They have nothing in the world. And people celebrate their destruction. It's happening right in front of our eyes. There's nothing. There's no equivalent. It is so horrifying that this can happen in the supposed only democracy in the Middle East. The supposed beacon of prosperity in a sea of barbaric Arabs, right? Who do mass rapes and love to behead people. All of these, some of which are true, by the way. I know. All of these are racist canards specifically to heighten the tensions and to justify what Israel is doing in broad daylight in moments that the world even chooses to care about paying attention to what's going on in Gaza. That's why I wanted to make the distinction that what goes on in the West Bank, this is constant. This is every day for Palestinians, every day.
Yeah, and that's also why there's so much like asymmetry in the way that it's covered, because journalists often aren't even allowed to go into the West Bank or Gaza, and if they are, they get assassinated. And they're also like, you know, under threat of death to, you know, maybe not tell the entire story. I'm concerned at phrasing exit a safe place or another open-air prison, even smaller or outside of Palestine. Wait. I'm not sure I know what you're referring to. You mean... exit. Well, you're talking about like when Netanyahu told them to get out? Like literally go where?
It's crazy. Like I know it's, you know, you can say like, oh, land back movements are supposed to be violent or whatever, but there's nothing more violent than this.
The plan for
this
exit.
is the violence. It's just that it's legalized. It is state backed. So we are not trained to see it as a violent.
Something said earlier. Yeah, sorry, I'm not remembering right now. I mean, maybe like a safe passage for seeking refuge? I don't know.
Act. That's the difference. It's only violent or it's only terrorism when it's a non-state actor or a foreign adversary that engages in it. And that's why, if you look at the United Nations, if you look at British or European authorities that have spoken out correctly condemned Russian atrocities in Ukraine, you will hear silence when it comes to Israel and what Israel has done and what Israel continues to do to Palestinians. Disgusting. Sorry.
I think I can say I don't know. Seeing this,
It's fine. I'm good.
Seeing this and hearing you talk about it, I do probably feel like I haven't been as empathetic with the Palestinian experience as you know what I mean? Like, I can fully acknowledge that I haven't been 100% empathetic with that. And that, you know, my perspective is different. Or I mean,
Based Ireland came out in support of Palestine. Yeah, I saw that. Very cool.
Not
Very cool.
not right, but
and they've been a long historic supporter of Palestine.
I'm just saying, like, seeing this and seeing you react makes me feel like, you know, some of the dealings I've had with people on Twitter and stuff is like, even though I disagree, is probably not empathetic.
Lacking a lot of sympathy. Yeah, I would say so. You told a sex worker that Hamas would kill him on sight, and that's why he shouldn't support Palestine. Yeah, I would say that lacks empathy, to say the fucking least.
Enough towards this perspective. This is really sad.
This is just a very
wild, right?
You know, it's just one example of many. It's every life is important. Like, you know, the Israeli lives are important too. I recognize that. It's just that there's no one out there that will speak out, and those who do are immediately branded as supporters of terrorism. I'm not saying you're doing that, Ethan, but the reality is, when you have the audacity as like a journalist in British media or a journalist in American media to sit across the desk from someone whose family has been murdered and to say, do you condemn the violence of Hamas, when you have never asked an Israeli official if they condemn the ongoing occupation, when you turn a blind eye to it? I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck what like some random person said about land back movements being violent on Twitter, because one is the entire state, one is the entire media apparatus, the other is some fucking person on Twitter.
Yep.
And
There is no comparison, dude.
I don't know what the full scope of their perspective is, but I can tell you.
Like, attacking Frogan, like a much, much smaller content creator. For what? For what? Telling her to shove shit up her ass because you're mad? That's juvenile, dude. Like, that's like downright irresponsible and Islamophobic.
I know the full scope of the perspective of mainstream media and the fucking dogs in America and the fucking violent dogs in all of the European nations, with the exception of Ireland, that have regularly supplied weapons.
Land back don't mean kicking people out. Yeah, right? Yeah. And land back for Palestine should include Israeli people. Like, there's no reason to kick out innocent Israeli citizens. Like, that's not what that means, dude. Like, God.
Turned a blind eye to the atrocities, and still to this day, cynically and in the most disgusting way, declare that any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment, no matter who speaks it, could be Jews, could be Arabs, could be Palestinians, could be Muslims, is anti-Semitism. It's so unimaginable. You have people in England, a woman or a man who had a Palestinian flag was seized by the authorities and was arrested. Now they're talking about possibly declaring the Palestinian flag to be a terrorist flag.
Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of police brutality already in New York, in Paris, just for supporting Palestine.
That conflation between Hamas and the Palestinians is the policy. That is the policy that
goes after JT from Thirst Thought. Thirst Thought. That's funny as fuck. Yeah, no, you will not be coming for JT. I will have none of that.
Is cynically built up, propped up, and defended over and over again.
So you'll have to project what they do onto the oppressed. Yeah.
So that when babies are dying in Gaza, when children are being slaughtered in Gaza, when settlers spit on West Bank Palestinians and kill them and don't get punished, and as a matter of fact, the families of said victims get punished, when they're ruthlessly thrown out of their homes, you can still always turn around and justify it by either turning a blind eye to the atrocities or only covering the atrocities when there's any sort of retaliation from Hamas or from the Palestinian side in general. And then, sorry. And then we just say, why won't you condemn the violence? Why won't you condemn the violence? You are supporting Hamas.
Let's. I gotta pee.
Okay, I win the argument then.
W.
I'm gonna button out that whole
Easy.
fucking.
Easy W. Ain't that how it always goes back to super toxic relationship? They project all of their shit onto you, assuming you're going to steal everything, not nailed down, because they're thieves. Yeah? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, like abusive relationships, there's often a lot of projection and stuff. Almost as if Irish people can relate to being settler colonized. Weird how that is. Yeah, curious.
The whole last part?
Yeah, the whole last part.
Okay.
I feel like I definitely understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, I 1000% understand where you're coming from. And I do think I can acknowledge, like I touched on before, that I'm capable of being more empathetic with their experience.
And I think you are more empathetic by an incredibly wide margin in comparison to the average American. Even though they're, of course, this does not reflect American Jewish people in general. American Jews are.
I mean, the bar is in hell, but sure.
Are at the forefront of demanding the end to the occupation, to Jewish Voice for Peace. If not now, there's another organization. There are wonderful friends of mine that are regularly writing about this in very thoughtful ways, and have never ceased their coverage. It's so shitty. It's so sad. I don't know what else to say about it. Look, there was another point I wanted to make, but now I'm forgetting.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's enjoy this video, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Okay.
Here, we never got to watch this. This is the mashup of us having a fake conversation with each other. Yeah.
5% of their targets were civilians, okay?
Did you not just see that they killed 700 people?
But it doesn't matter because they're not.
Parallels between modern policing and the IDF's policies towards Palestinians. Ultimately, Israel has the power and authority, right? They bear the responsibility for de-escalation and making an effort towards starting the process. Ending apartheid has to happen. Yeah. You have to end the blockade. You really... There's no fucking other solution. Like...
Not a fucking real military. They're disorganized. And of course, there were people who did some fucked up ass shit. And civilians died as a consequence of that too.
It's war. Innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out. Iraqi terrorist groups to your neighborhood. And see if you care. People murder everyone you love.
Of course they did that. And that is completely fucked up.
There's like a cut while you're talking.
They do a really... Well, I think they do a decent job of like at least interlacing your audio.
God.
So it actually does seem like I'm responding.
I don't know. It seems so far-fetched, but people are believing it. Pretty interesting.
This is wild.
Yeah, it's wild.
When immediately after,
But like, how fucking cynical is this, man, to create this?
people were saying, I support Palestine. And what they don't mean
The
Palestine,
people,
they mean
the
Hamas.
targets that they fucking killed, they're military. That's according to the Israeli
Or
numbers.
even more than Israelis, perhaps, deserve to be burned alive by terrorists.
Like, bro, do you know what life is like?
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is terrible. Whoever did this is so bad for this. Why is it so good?
Have you read a book? Have you like watched anything that isn't like pure Zionist copium
In fact, why
propaganda?
don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, you know, just serve yourself on a platter?
Why is
for them?
Israel so violent? Why do they not actually scale it back a little bit?
Freaks.
Stop.
Bloodthirsty
I'm not
savages,
sitting here and being like,
fucking
oh,
freaks,
that's
yeah.
totally justifiable. That's
They come to your
that
neighborhood
happens.
and they just
This
start
is
burning
crazy,
people
isn't
alive,
it?
killing people,
This is
kidnapping kids,
absolutely insane.
desecrating
Somebody did
bodies.
this.
I
And
am
the
much
first
more
hit is,
interested in
you know,
how that happened.
It's pretty fucking, I mean, props, I guess.
Like if they had done it as a
Yeah.
joke, it'd be one thing. But to
They did it so well. I thought it was a meme too, but they were trying to do this like seriously? I don't know. What the fuck?
try and trick
Oh,
people.
I remember what I was gonna say. Okay, this is not about anything here, but it's neither here nor there. But like you didn't know about the 2018 numbers, right? The march the march to return.
No.
So you didn't know about that. You didn't know about Shireen Abu Akleh, and you are, despite not knowing any of that, and these are just some of the hundreds of examples. There's a reason why you don't know, even though you are empathetic and to the Palestinian plight. Okay, there's a reason why you don't know though, and I think that deserves examination.
Yeah, that's very much on purpose. You know? Very much on purpose.
Why have you never heard of this? You want to know why? Because it will never get the same level of coverage that you know the Israeli retaliation and the justification for it gets.
To be fair, I haven't really been paying attention to the news until like very recently, but
Well, there's a lot of Americans.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Just trying to defend my own ignorance.
No, I know. It's just, it's. I hope that people that are faced.
That's so crazy to me. Like I have always been very tapped into the news. I can't imagine just not caring about what's happening in the world around you. Like, what's that like? Wow.
With this reality, have a more empathetic approach, rather than turn around and say they deserved it and you deserve it too because you're a supporter of terrorism. You're not doing that, of course. There are those who know about it and yet still push this line, though. But I am a firm believer that if the media was a little bit less interested in manufacturing consent and creating a justification in the minds of Americans for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, that more people would most likely say this is unacceptable, completely and utterly unacceptable.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I want to do all of this, so it might take a while if you're okay with that.
It's fine.
Propaganda is everywhere. Yeah, for sure. Nothing is without bias, you know? I think it's important to try to examine what the bias is, you know, and try to seek out biases that align with yours in so far as like you want the bias to be pro-humanitarian. You want a bias that's empathetic. Those are strengths, actually.
But I think I think that we're having a good thing happening here, so
yeah, we're solving it.
I want to keep it going. I mean, yeah, so I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
That's why it's so long. They spent 4 hours solving, you know, peace in the Middle East.
Hassan, turn off his mic, please.
Yeah. That's
a way of avoiding emotional labor. That's true. I think people have media literacy now more than ever. True. It is like kind of exhausting, and you see how it wears on people who go like full tinfoil hat and they don't believe anything about reality at all. Like no source is credible enough for them. I think that can be dangerous.
I apologize for being emotional. I
definitely don't need to apologize.
This has been a long past 3-4 days.
Absolutely.
There's
like critical thinking skills. Yeah, absolutely. And like especially like modern media literacy is much different than you might have been taught about like primary and secondary sources, you know.
There are certain stories that everyone holds on to, you know. There's always a moment that is a radicalizing moment for many others. Like I said, Gabor Mate talked about his Palestinian friends who could not return to their homes when any Jewish person can just go and live in that house, whereas those in the West Bank that have left are by state policy not allowed to return. I think that was his radicalizing moment. I don't know. It's really sad. And we didn't even talk about the Canary mission. I want Ethan's perspective on that, especially because there are so many organizations that operate within American boundaries inside of the United States of America that do not have the fucking smoke for Nazis and fascists and anti-Semites that only have that smoke for random Palestinian nurses, teachers, and students. These are organizations that work to dox and threaten those who have been in support of Palestinians, and we just turn a blind eye to that completely. Most people don't know about it though, and I think that's the reason why they turn a
I mean, I'll admit I didn't know about this until recently.
blind eye to it. I think it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely ridiculous.
English class, I was told to have more than one reference for a piece of information, but I feel like it takes more than that. Yeah. Especially with like AI video now, like there's so many more layers of complexity to that. But like the way the 24 hours news cycle works and how mass media is like funded and also like takes controls of narratives. It requires additional analysis where most news stories come from one author, and you only need to track down the first author to get like the full story because no one else has done additional reporting on it. They've just reworded it and oftentimes misrepresented the actual facts. So yeah, it's a weird time for information.
Same with the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement, which was incredibly important in demanding the end of the apartheid in South.
Ignorance is bliss, I guess. People don't watch the news. Most people, hateful people I've ever met, as well. So there's that. Yeah, that's true. Or like, they're just like fed the worst type of information. Like they're Fox News viewers. You know, I wouldn't even call that news though. To be fair. So making productive change, yeah. The violence in 2014-15. I remember it a little bit. I remember something about Hillary Clinton. She was like involved as like Secretary of State or in something. I'll have to like revisit that because I don't remember what exactly that was. We had Palestinian students protesting on campus. He gave out a bunch of info. Yeah, cool. With media companies, yeah.
South Africa. I think that the American government has learned its lesson from that former example and has moved very swiftly and very efficiently to make it virtually impossible to coexist or have a job and keep a job while simultaneously holding the position that you can defend Palestinians and demand a boycott, divestment, and sanctions from the state of Israel.
Do you know why it is that like I have to imagine that those laws that are on the books in 35 states about making it illegal to support BDS have been challenged by some groups on First Amendment grounds? Like how has that not gone to the Supreme Court yet, or has it? Has there been a ruling on that? It just seems so blatantly not.
It's been challenged in one. I think Abby Martin was one of the people that challenged it in one, but ultimately it still exists in, like I said, in a lot of states.
35 is most, yeah. It just,
It's like because we're such close allies with Israel, it's like tantamount to fucking mutiny or something, like insurrection, I guess. I don't know, because it's so fucking intertwined with our military. The IDF, U.S. military, they're like this. They're besties.
I don't know. I guess I don't know what the status of any fights over that is, but it just seems so on its face unconstitutional. I'm shocked that so many states have been able to pass that.
Jerusalem Post posted this today over this stupid fucking debate, but they said the Jerusalem Post can now confirm on verified photos of the bodies that reports of babies being burnt and decapitated in Hamas's assault on Kfar Aza, the kibbutz, are correct. And
that was such a God.
There was a lot.
Wait, what? That's not true. Based on verified photos of the bodies, what? No, it's not. That's not true at all. I thought this was debunked. Bro.
I'll confirm on verified photos of the bodies that reports of babies being burnt and decapitated in Hamas's assault on Kfar Aza, the kibbutz, are correct. And
that was such a God.
There was a lot of fucking people being like, for some reason, they're like, Hamas would never do that. They would only slaughter 1,500 people. They would only shoot a baby with an AK-47, as if that's not more brutal.
Well, that's like so above and beyond. Like you didn't have to do that. What does slaughtering babies accomplish exactly?
I said this yesterday. I talked about this quite a bit. I think that the coverage of this has been ridiculous. Like the fact that, first of all, the fact that it was not verified until now is insane to me. And the fact that it got all the way to the president, who said I saw the photos when he had not seen it and just repeated it, is wild. Like, and ultimately, it doesn't matter what.
It was debunked, and even the IDF said they have no evidence of it. Yeah, that's what I thought. What the fuck? Better wording, yeah. They'll come up with hateful rhetoric by themselves or among their friends, and mainstream news is gonna do it for them. Yeah.
Method of execution occurred when children were slaughtered, when babies were slaughtered. It literally doesn't matter.
Well, that's why I always thought it was so silly when I would see leftists being like, they didn't rape anyone or decapitate any babies. It's like, I guess they're cool then. I guess they're cool. Shot them. Yeah, they're cool. But they did actually.
Seem kind of moot.
No,
but Hamas.
This is why this conversation is frivolous, and I mentioned it time and time again yesterday.
Oh my God,
that like,
Ethan.
okay, the babies were not decapitated.
Trying to push lies, literally. Like, why? Come on, man. Hey, Fight Godzilla.
Or they were, but they're still killed.
Yeah.
So it is silly. It's silly to have a back and forth on this. However, the only reason as to why the assessment should be made later down the line on how quickly information that is not verified yet can spread all the way to the highest levels of government and what that serves, what purpose that serves. That part needs a close examination, especially considering prior instances where. Not that it matters. Again,
I mean, it was true.
It is true.
Yeah.
And it was ruthless. And it was brutal.
It is fucking ruthless.
And this is something that needs to be. This is something that of course, needs to be considered.
That is.
The reason why people were the reason why a lot of people, at least I follow, who have been covering this on the ground inside of Israel, and some inside of Gaza as well, was.
Wait. The source of that information was Netanyahu. Netanyahu himself tweeted images of dead babies and said that it was by Hamas. Hey, guess what? I don't fucking believe him. Why would you? Why would you believe him if you're just talking about how psychopathic he is? Hello? Oh my God.
Because of the
Talking Palestine, yeah.
Kuwait baby incubator situation that occurred in the past, where Amnesty International and the American authorities in the lead up to Operation Desert Storm said that the Iraqi soldiers were taking babies out of their incubators and like tossing them and like killing them, which is like incredibly brutal, right? In that circumstance, that was
BB is a problem. Seriously. Fucking Ben from PA over here.
completely not real. That had not happened at all. And Amnesty International went in and looked at it, and there was even there was even an eyewitness testimony that was offered in Congress that was just a complete falsehood, a complete fabrication. And that played a role in justifying it to Americans that like we have to invade. And I think that's the reason why, because the American government has done this before. I think that's the reason why people thought that this was the exact same situation. However, it wasn't
He wouldn't just lie like that, would he? On the internet? No.
exact same situation, because the baby incubator story was false, whereas babies were still killed in this circumstance. So
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But the truth is, though, that this is not going to help anything. This is going to fuel a lot of bad feelings. This being true.
And here's the thing, right? Like even if those babies weren't beheaded, let's say, right, or they weren't decapitated, whether by gunfire or directly with knives or whatever, which is, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Yeah, so all I'm seeing is that Netanyahu said that on Twitter, and the IDF still refuses to confirm it. Where'd you get the pictures, BB? Hey, Benny boy, where'd you get those photos? Surely it wasn't from, massacres that the IDF did or anything, right? That would be crazy.
It's so fucking ridiculous. Okay, they still died. It's not like the Israeli government was going to do anything different. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, or it's not like the people that are receiving this information were going to feel differently. Like the goal there is to absolutely demand verification, because you have to do that, because in the fog of war there is so much misinformation that gets presented, and the media should do their fucking jobs 100%. And I do have criticisms on that front, but it's ridiculous to have a constant back and forth on this when nothing will change and nothing's going to bring those children back.
All right, here's what I want to do. I want to move on in the interest of fairness, because part of what I want to do today is call out some really fucking nasty shit I've seen. But because I want to be consistent and do it all around, and these people are just as deserving.
Oh boy. All right, buckle up.
If not more, to be called out. I have a compilation of all the really fucked up shit that Western politicians, mostly politicians, some here like this guy. I mean, this is a rally, there's a pro-Israel protest in New York. I mean, just listen to what this guy has to say.
To my dick.
What do you think? The response
Oh yeah, this is really disgusting. The trigger warning, Nazism.
Netanyahu and the military to Gaza. Kill all Palestinians, all of them. Now,
So, that's crazy. Obviously, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's barbaric
to just say that on camera.
Yeah.
I mean, why would he? Why would he feel?
There is a level of comfort in saying that, more so than saying
kill all Israelis, kill all Jews. Yeah, of course.
There's definitely way more acceptable
He's like, no
thing to say.
hesitation there, right into the camera.
Yeah.
No mask.
From Benny's private dead baby picture stash. Stop.
His face is there. He's probably got a
why
job.
would he say that? Is that might be a Kahanis flag, I think, too, the one that he's putting up.
one left from the river to the sea.
I can't see.
Will be deceased.
Wait, I don't know what that means. Kahanis?
Israel need to do like this.
Oh, and then this whole
now,
shit. Yeah, I've heard this a million times. But anyway, so that was one. I just want to blast through these.
The flag that I think he's waving is a Kahanis flag, which is of course the psychopathic terrorist cult led by the insane Meir Kahan, the rabbi, which Itamar Ben-Gvir
Okay, so it's like extreme Zionism.
is a part of his cult and is a defender of.
Here is Lindsey Graham, the fucking demon.
By the way, that's a terrorist organization by American standards. Literally, America has declared that to be a terror organization, as a terrorist organization by Israeli standards as well, and that is the reason why Itamar Ben-Gvir was not allowed to serve in the IDF. So remember that, no matter how conservative or no matter how ultra-Zionist you might be, even Israeli conservatives are like.
Wait, Ben-Gvir wasn't allowed to serve in the IDF? Yikes. Yikes.
That's too far. That's too fucked up. Now that guy runs the police force, and Benjamin Netanyahu gave him a Praetorian Guard, or said it offered him concessions on building out a Praetorian Guard specifically for him.
Netanyahu's going to be remembered like the man. He wanted this legacy of being Israel's protector so bad. He served for 13 years. People are going to spit on his fucking grave, dude. Anyway, here's Lindsey Graham on Fox News, international news, the most popular news show in America, I think.
We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place. We're in a religious war.
Not like this, dude. He's gonna be saying this about Mexico in like 6 months. I swear to God, like, that's where we're at now. Like, Trump is already talking about invading Mexico to stop the cartels. Make it stop. I hate it here. Holy fuck.
Psychotic.
So, but the first guy that we showed, and what he's saying is also exactly what's going on in Gaza. So that.
Before moving on.
Crying!
And rip the Palestinian flag.
Oh my God, he's crying! What a fucking bitch!
You know,
Palestinians can have a moment of peace and rip the Palestinian flag.
That's so mean. So mean. Using his own React content against him. Honestly, 5 head. 5 head. How's it feel, Hassan? That was a good moment of levity.
That is why I always
Once all of Mexico's drugs are real.
say there's no equivalence here. Like there is no.
Just as much.
There is no power or no like serious, no genuine voice that is channeling this kind of wanton indifference and this kind of like callous celebration of like genociding all Jewish people, which is completely unjustifiable, of course. Like there is no equivalent on the there's no equivalent on the Palestinians.
You're right. You're right.
Oh my God. I just have to go pee real fast. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna leave it playing. I don't usually do that, but you know what? It's a song.
And it's not represented in media or reflected in any way at all.
I understand what you're saying. And the crazy thing here is that these people are posting it on their social media. This is Nikki Haley posted this on YouTube. Lindsey Graham posted that clip. That motherfucker clipped that because he posted it himself. Right? He posted that on Twitter.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
It's not just Republicans, by the way. Democrats have said similar things as well. I mean, what's his name from the Problem Solvers Caucus? Gottheimer, Josh Gottheimer. They were having a closed door meeting, and he could be heard screaming that like, you know, all Muslims. What was it? That's a Democrat. Oh, here, I'll show you. I'll read.
Meanwhile, here, let me play this Nikki Haley video. Message to Netanyahu.
And what we have to understand is this is the reason that we have to unite around making sure our enemies do not hurt our.
I do have to say, also looking at this, it strikes me as a little bit silly that they're showing. Oh, God damn it, so fucking slow. That they're showing like essentially a hole in the ground as evidence for, the damage, the damage that Hamas has done versus like the shots of Gaza where like literally entire city blocks are demolished. It does strike me as a little fucking goofy.
Sure, our enemies do not hurt our friends. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't need friends, just like we needed them on 9/11. That's why Ukraine needs us when Russia's doing this. That's why Israel needs us when.
There's like some playground politics.
That is the most disgusting. That is the most disgusting comparison. Like the fact that every fucking Ukrainian official has come out and been like, wow, what Palestinians are doing is exactly what the Russians are doing to Ukraine is so fucking. Oh my God, I don't even want to get into it. Okay,
let me finish this video. Yeah.
Dogs.
Hamas and Iran are doing this, and I'll say this to Prime Minister Netanyahu: finish them. Finish them. Hamas did this. You know.
I mean, that's fucking crazy. And I mean, the result of this shit, of these terrorist attacks, is basically, the Western world, being like, here's your blank check to kill as many fucking Palestinians as you want.
It's so 9/11 again. It's scary.
This only works when only one side of the conflict gets coverage in the eyes of the American population. They would do this on Fox regardless. It only works because of the insanely Islamophobic sentiment that is just so commonplace since the post 9/11 universe that we exist in. And not only that, but also that's why the conflation of Palestinians and Hamas is one that is by design, because the victims are still the Palestinians, not Hamas. And there's no way to effectively neuter or destroy Hamas with an endless bombing campaign in Gaza. The only way to destroy the influence that Hamas has is by starving it out. And I don't mean literally by starving the entire Gaza Strip. Starving Hamas and ridding it of its influence requires you to treat Palestinians with dignity and offer them equality and follow through on the.
It scales worse than 9/11. Oh yeah, the Islamophobia. Yeah, it's been insane. It's been so bad. I mean, maybe it's just Twitter and, like what I'm seeing there, but like, even, like famous televangelists and Ben Shapiro and all this, like, it's very bad.
Former promises that the international community has made and turned a blind eye to Israel not following their commitments on.
Fully agree with what you said. Like, again, it's important for everyone to acknowledge that Hamas is the result of, you know, Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
It's not just the result of Israel's treatment of Palestinians. It is the result of active funding and propping up of Hamas.
And it's just, you're right. If you, and I think it's obvious, but I guess people don't want to confront it, but the obvious solution is to don't give them a reason to turn to terrorists. You know, pretty obvious. But there it is. Here's Marco Rubio. There can be no ceasefire, negotiated solutions, or peaceful coexistence with depraved barbarians who murder teenage girls, children, the elderly, and then dump them in the streets of Gaza so bloodthirsty crowds can desecrate their bodies. It must be eradicated, and Israel must respond disproportionately, in all caps.
What? What? So you're admitting it's disproportionate and you think that's good? Great. Fucking Marco Rubio, shut up.
To this and any future text from them. I mean, what he's doing here is, like, the Hamas murderers are 1,000% barbarians who murdered children, teenage girls, which specifically he has a problem with. He goes, who murdered teenage girls? What about teenage boys? We don't care about them? Just like, it's a weird focus. What, right? Anytime, a little odd. Anytime you call out teenage girls.
Yeah, I mean, that's a classic American trope. You know, they're gonna come take your teenage girls, the young military-aged men.
And in any context, I'm going to raise an eyebrow.
His hard drive.
He just likes them, you know.
Yeah. By the way,
But to finish my point, he was saying he's conflating Hamas, who are bloodthirsty murderers, to justify killing Palestinians disproportionately. And again, like, I don't know if they, like, the videos that I saw that made me emotional before of the Palestinian dad, you know, with his daughter holding her like this, like she was like gray and fucking dead, like an 8-month-old baby, like a beautiful newborn, innocent, beautiful child. Like, I don't know if and he's this man. I don't know if Marco Rubio has ever seen anything like that, or if it would change him. But I can't imagine that seeing that would not have an impact on these fucking ghouls to see what they're actually wishing for.
It might not be impactful for Marco Rubio, but it certainly would be impactful for many people who are completely oblivious to what's going on, which is precisely the reason why that never gets any coverage. This isn't to say that, like, Israeli civilian casualties are acceptable or good. It's just that there is coverage on that endlessly, understandably, and never any coverage on the humanity of Gazans. I've talked about another aspect of this too. We in the Western world live in the comfort of the imperial core, and we live in a comfortable security blanket. So for us, if we live in like Connecticut or Iowa or whatever, of course we empathize significantly more with Israelis that were attacked by this horde of scary Muslims. Like, of course we empathize with that on a spiritual level because we can't understand the entire building blocks being removed. It is far too alien for us to comprehend the fear and the reality of that kind of devastation. We look at that and we go, oh, this is just like Baghdad, you know, which is an enemy that deserved it in the minds.
Oh, it's just like Call of Duty, bat chest.
Of Americans. So that is also another reason why I think Americans are immediately and unconditionally in support of, you know, the Israeli occupation.
Here's Ben Shapiro. I mean, no
What about the MILFs? Asking the real questions.
surprise here, obviously, but still.
Oh, he's been baying for blood nonstop.
I mean, here's a video. The UN Special Reporter for Human Rights in Palestine. We are horrified by what's happening, and we are calling for a truce. And here's a video of, you know, Gaza being bombed by missiles. And then Ben, in his infinite empathy and human nature, told them that they can fuck right off. And, like, this is such, all these people, but looking at Ben, I mean, it's such a lack of human empathy. It's like, it's just fucking evil, man.
Bloodthirsty, like, warmongering. I can't imagine having just no feelings, you know?
But there it is. That's Benny Boy. And one more, again, no surprises here, but Charlie Kirk.
These people betray principles of Judaism and centuries of Jewish history of always siding with those who have been oppressed, always being at the forefront of social justice and fighting for emancipation for all people. It's really, really, really disgusting to see that. 100%.
I didn't want to read this one. So basically showing all these ghouls feeling very comfortable with no pushback, expressing their desire for genocide in Western media. Here is an Israeli, hold on, who said this? Okay, so here it is in Hebrew. This was from an unnamed defense official.
So, like, why wasn't Ethan focusing on these from the beginning? Why was he focusing on Frogan saying revolution could be violent sometimes?
Israel's Channel 13, that the Palestinian territory, home to more 2 million residents, would be reduced to rubble. Quote, Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. The ground maneuver will surprise Hamas, the official said in a stark warning to the terrorist group behind the weekend assault that killed more than 1,200 Israelis.
I mean, the Israeli defense minister literally said, we're shutting off the electricity, we're shutting off the food supply.
I don't understand
And we're
that.
shutting off the water into Gaza because we're fighting human animals, or a better translation, I think, was beasts. Like, but ultimately, though, that's collective punishment. It is a violation of the Geneva Suggestions. I don't want to call it conventions. This has happened for far too long. You can't attack the press. You can't attack, medics. They killed. There was the Red Crescent guy who was crying in his ambulance because he could not. He had seen far too much death and destruction. And a couple hours later, he got bombed. They allowed him to enter a site of the rubble, a site of the bombings, and they bombed him and killed him. Like a couple hours later.
Okay, so
directly just a violation.
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some.
Yeah, I dare say a revolution is always violent. Yeah. I mean, I can't think of one historically that has been completely non-violent, you know?
Of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular political YouTuber
I can't see anything.
called Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then, you tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall."
Is it on? Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just the.
I'm not gonna be able to see it. I just had to click on it so I can read it. But go ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this.
Is it on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be easier for you. He basically says the same thing here. So here he is doing a podcast.
I've been on. I think is this deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from
Yeah.
Oh my God, not the JT thing now. God damn it.
So here's his take on this, and let's listen.
Chile, they elected a socialist leader and they almost nationalized the copper mines. CIA intervened. Yep. Yep. CIA always intervenes. That's the big problem.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
the person that's talking is Hakim. He is.
Okay, I'm gonna slow down this part because they speak too fast and I missed that.
Then let's listen.
He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
the person that's talking is Hakim. He.
Okay, you didn't hear JT just say the occupiers are not civilians.
He is a doctor in Iraq, and of course, just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless position on the matter, considering how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his
This
home
I'm pretty
and
sure is
family.
all Second Thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know. But
Yeah.
Here.
He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so Second Thought's the one who says, "I don't care," and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
I don't.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's still Hakim.
that's Hakim. Second Thought is an American.
So Second Thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, he agrees with him. So let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers
I don't-
are not civilians. That is what it comes
Yeah.
down to. Like imagine like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non-controversial.
That's him, right?
I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home,
Yeah.
they murder your grandma.
See, that's an important part too. Like, it is not the ancestral home of Jewish people. There are holy sites to Judaism within Israel, but there are also holy sites to Christianity and Islam.
They bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people
Doesn't know who he is. Yeah, he doesn't know who he hates.
civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. And
So-
So
pause it?
according to Second Thought,
Mm-hmm.
he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response to decapitating babies, which I can now say.
There are two different schools of thought here. So, the first is
And the take in the
19
comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is because West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say, what he said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said is evil?
I think it is.
So based. Haven't listened to all the episodes yet. Yeah, they seem very based. I've just caught a couple. Have to listen to more of them.
1, unproductive, and 2, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not a viable solution.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're babies.
So I just want to say,
I have a question for you.
that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can we?
Jesus.
Can I?
Calm down, dude. An evil piece of shit, really? From one take, one sentence.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish the
video. We'll finish this, but I do have a question for you, because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what? Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home. And, everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze, your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number 2, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the excursion. At least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's.
They did not decapitate babies. That is an unfounded statement. Please stop spreading fake fucking news, dude. What is this? Fucking Joe Rogan?
It's kind of a psychotic take too, where it's like why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one?
Like Manifest Destiny shit. Yeah, it's the same exact shit. It's a religious justification for colonialization. It's the same shit.
Being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. Let's not try to do that.
Okay. So,
but anyway, and that combined with just the laughter.
Listen.
Hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
Let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terrorists.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave.
Context fucking matters, right? Yeah.
Is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's now that we established that.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the
Yeah, we're just I agree totally. Like, you shouldn't I don't know, like, punish children for the sins of their fathers or whatever, but like their parents are making continued choices to exist in land that was handed to them by the UN, even though the UN did not have jurisdiction to do that. It's an illegal settlement.
displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is not it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least one that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a two-state solution. I'm a one-stater, which would
Was there a question?
What?
I thought you said I have a question for you.
Real lucky indigenous people don't want revenge, they just want justice. Yeah. True. Yeah, I think people said the same thing during BLM about black people. Yep. Yep. And like, I think that's why Ethan chooses to invoke like ISIS. Like, oh well, like if you as a colonizer are guilty for the crimes of your government, then you should just submit yourself to be burned alive by ISIS because we invaded the Middle East. Like, sure, I guess. Sure. That's like not what anyone is saying. Like, no one wants Israeli people to die. That's against the core of leftism. Like, no leftist wants that. And if they do, they're not a leftist.
At the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did though. And that's
these
who
guys.
he's talking.
No, these guys, or at least I assume second thought has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation.
And he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated.
All
I can say that
it's
now.
not 19,
let me read his further.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again.
That's true. Where is the lie? 0 lies detected.
And just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while bodies are still bleeding.
Well, I guess the second part did come true. He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
But solidarity and victory to the which part are you referring to?
Wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but like, and
He wasn't even saying when Israel responds. He was saying when Israel is finally the one being attacked.
This is my problem. So as the bodies are fucking still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like.
To the Palestinian people. Victory to the Palestinian people. You've said yourself that's not equal to Hamas, right? So what's the problem?
Hitting babies, burning families alive. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
I think his position is that people that have...
Okay, I never got preventable disease. Yeah. That's real as fuck. I'm so happy for you, Elliot. That's so fucked up. Like, your parents should have your best interest in mind. Like, and it's just like propaganda started primarily from a man who just wanted to sell his own vaccine, like a different version of vaccine.
Have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but you can if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly helpful or productive as far as this conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7, and we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying,
but again,
that's what I'm saying. Like
timing matters.
A YouTuber with
hold on, this guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison.
It's nothing. What does JT have? Like 2 million subscribers
To the multi-billion-dollar media operation.
I just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
and you can ask
2.5 hours calling out Israel. So now,
yeah, the dude has 1.64 million subscribers. I don't think it's that influential, my guy. What are you talking about?
This guy, second thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro-Hamas. That's what
call him out.
Hold on.
Okay.
Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Oops. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro.
The people of Palestine, i.e., he's not saying victory to Hamas.
Hamas. That's it.
I'm also autistic, but I hear, oh man, grew up hearing my birth giver say shit like the vaccines cause autism, as though that'd be the worst. I'm so sorry. Man, yeah, no, I'd rather have an autistic child than a dead child. A child that has to, like, live with, like, polio or some shit. Like, yeah, like, that's fucking just so heartless. Chosen family, though, you know? It's so much better.
That's it. There's no other way to interpret that. And it's evil. He continues. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupiers civilians? No. They're criminals and accomplices in genocide. Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated. At least, but again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz. Okay. Kids also. Children.
The 40 children has not been substantiated even by the IDF. He keeps repeating this over and over because, like, yeah, 40 children decapitated. That's a hot fucking buzzword. But, like, it's not true. It's not true. Just, like, blatantly repeating misinformation because it's, like, helpful to your point.
Families. Peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What? That's
what you
think that none of the people killed were.
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
it does matter.
They shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
My position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil. I just want to say that.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree with you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my. But
bro, I'm just calling it out.
Okay.
I mean, they're complicit in the same way that I, as an American, am complicit in the war on terror, the war on drugs, you know? Like, I haven't specifically taken actions to stop those things, you know? Like, I don't have a problem with someone, like, blaming me specifically for that. Like, I don't, that doesn't hurt me individually. Like, both sides on the very one-sided issues. It's a lot about who you are. Yeah, 100%. Stop fucking talking about it, right?
This guy's a fucking. He's a scumbag.
If you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him if you want on this particular issue.
I'll think about it. But
so I don't know why like you're.
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing this show, want to call out the people that disgusted me, because again, I hear this all the time. People go, "Oh, really? Well, show me an example."
I know, but
well, here's one.
No, of course there are examples of this. It's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and
it's so irrelevant, dude. Yeah, like how long did you have to go searching on Twitter? Oh, who's the furthest left YouTuber? Come on.
I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential
No
man.
one blamed the babies. Yeah, yeah.
And when you're expressing these kinds of
let's.
The non-existent babies that did not get fucking beheaded. Yeah, let's blame those guys. Like, come on. I just
walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go, "Oh, I should go to a..."
So should I not care about it?
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it. A YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues is going to inevitably lead to more violence that Israelis will be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
He has no capacity to do so.
And the result of that,
I think a better argument would be that it's anti-Semitic. You could say that, well, not what he's saying, but that it could lead to people listening to what he's saying and then think that like all Jews are responsible.
Okay,
and
so
think
it's
that like
consequential. The stuff that he's saying matters.
That would
But
be,
my point is, if I can finish my point, is that this guy who proposes to be this Palestinian advocate, he is encouraging the murder of civilians, babies, etc., in an effort to free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No. No, he says, hold on. No, he says this is what liberation struggle looks like. What's the liberation struggle about murder?
It is. Look at every struggle for liberation in history. They have had to resort to violence because nonviolent protest is often ignored and or completely just stopped by fascists. Like
murdering families. But I wanted to say this. This guy who purports to care so much about Palestine, his advocating for killing civilians, the result of that is going to be basically what's happening in Gaza now, which is that Israel, which is, again, genocidal, violent, psychopathic people in power are, it's like the result of this is Netanyahu gets more power and consolidates when people already fucking hated him. The international community that was giving a lot of general support for Palestine and Gaza and all that. There was a lot of look.
No, the fuck they weren't. Shut the fuck up, Ethan. Where? Who? Were you talking about Palestine? Because I don't remember that at all. Maybe one time.
I know you're going to debate me. There was
been filtering every statement of support for Palestine through the lens of whatever propaganda he's been consuming. Yeah. He like has to like mediate any support of Palestinian people as like I don't know, like it's almost like he's like willing to give that as like a token in his discussion, like, oh, I'll give you this one pit of like, yeah, sure, the Palestinian people deserve to be free, but they should have never done anything about it.
A lot of sentiment, especially in Europe, for being like, yo, we need to
Ethan,
we need to look at this
the entire planet. The entire planet has regularly condemned the illegal occupation time and time again. You know who has said fuck off to that? The United States of America and Israel and sometimes Ukraine. So it does not matter what the condemnation even looks like. It doesn't change anything. Palestinians.
Let me finish my
Okay,
point.
go ahead. Finish your point.
The point is that
Do you even have a point?
the result of this, these people are pro-Palestine. The result of this is literally the opposite of any possible intended consequence, which is A, Netanyahu gets more power internationally and domestically when people...
Why would he get more power? If Netanyahu failed to keep Israeli people safe, how is that like a bolstering point for his campaign? How does that work? Is it because he's going to seize power because he's a fucking fascist and he would have done that anyway? What are we talking about?
already fucking hated him and his government. The Western countries are basically backing up Israel's genocide and encouraging it and sanctioning it.
Point is, I forget.
The Gazans are now being bombed. Their food, power, water is being shut off, although that happens regardless at times.
Always.
But so like
if the argument here is that if Second Thought had not tweeted this, or if other YouTubers and other people on Twitter had not tweeted their celebrations, that do we think that the world's perspective would be different on Israel's bombing campaign currently? If you think that, like,
No
legitimately, if not a single person had tweeted this, do you think that the situation on the ground would be different?
Does it matter to you that this might be anti-Semitic?
How? What?
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying you're treating this as if it doesn't matter at all, and that's
Yes, I don't think it matters at all.
And you're not Israeli.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all in the grand scheme of things whatsoever.
So you're saying
because the question I
hold
posed
on. Your point.
Answer my question,
Go ahead.
please. Let's say JT and Hakeem or any number of different Twitter users had not been so callous in their indifference for civilian casualties in this situation. Not a single person had tweeted anything. Do you think that there would be more support for Palestinians?
Obviously not, but listen to
So
what
why
I'm
are we
saying,
having this
bro.
conversation then?
He's influencing people. He's not. Is this tweet going to change what's happening on the ground? No.
No, of course
But these opinions being broadcast by respected people in politics.
I don't think anyone's going to JT as a liberal and then getting radicalized into leftism, like, with that single tweet. I just don't think that's happening. I think probably people largely already agreed with him, which is why his chat just said based.
Is going to contribute to fucking more violence.
You consider the bombing Palestine might be Islamophobic? Yeah, I don't think he has, actually. I don't think he has actually considered that.
He is
In what regard?
Because people
like, do
who
you think
sympathize
Palestinians
with him are gonna be like, yeah. I mean, he's basically
Do you think Palestinians are going to see JT's
no, the
tweets?
acceptance of people, and that's fucking anti-Semitism, bro.
The acceptance of what people?
The acceptance of people internationally who look at this guy saying, "Let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers."
That's not what he said.
I don't agree with that take. That he's making.
I'm being hyperbolic. But it's not that far from what he said. I mean, he's called every Israeli
That is fucking night and day, dude.
an accomplice in genocide and an occupier.
It's like freaking out. It's like freaking out when the Iranian leadership like fucking burns an American flag or whatever.
I saw a tweet that was like, both sides of the conflict is the Palestine version of All Lives Matter. Like, you're doing All Lives Matter right now.
And be like, they hate us, they're gonna come for us, they're gonna kill all of us. Like there is no conversation to be had here that is like serious because
bro, I just disagree. I mean, you were telling me today how much influence I have. Why does it not matter that people use this
the
kind
influence
of fucking
you
language?
have is upon
This
your
man has
fan
influence.
base. The influence you have
And
upon
that
your
doesn't matter?
The influence you have upon your fan base was specifically in regards to okay. Let me dial it back real quick and explain something. This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the material realities on the ground, that our material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe that you can move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot, but I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't, make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However, I do believe that if you go in the other direction and promote more of the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and demand more from their governments,
which is what he's doing,
to do this.
right?
So, if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as the average Israeli defense of the Israeli occupying force. Only then.
I just find it odd
And
that you
even
have
then,
to do the
and
whole
even
what about
then,
thing about this.
But Ethan, even then,
It's not what about. It's not what about, dude. We're talking about a very real place with very real historical events that we know about. It's not like some like mysterious thing like, oh, you're obfuscating. Like, no, he's still talking about the same fucking thing. Keep up.
there is no comparison because guess what?
A quick Google search on the dead baby thing. I know. Like, he just keeps repeating that.
He is saying as a singular YouTuber is represented by our elected leaders, is represented in the reality on the ground, in the way that Israel is continuing its occupation and its bombing campaign in Gaza, which is why I think it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over.
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
But it's important to me.
I understand why.
I mean, you are being very emotional about that, which I think your emotions about this are impeding your ability to be logical. And I think you should recognize that.
I disagree with that premise.
I think you should have him on to
clearly
ask
you
him.
disagree with
I think you should
his
have him
premise.
on to ask him. Because I personally disagree with this assessment.
Yeah.
And I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Yeah. Okay.
But
we agree. But I think he's evil.
But
He's
I
a
also
scumbag.
will point once again that what he's saying here is the Israeli policy in the other direction. It has been the reality in the other direction.
Which is not.
Oh wait, I forgot to speed it back up. We have to go back on hyperspeed.
Not good.
I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying because you don't agree with that, it is.
This is the main problem I'm having with all this stuff.
I know that's the main problem you have with all this stuff, and that's why I'm trying to say it's not even remotely a point of contention, and it's not even remotely equivalent and is not even remotely
I don't think people should be
to have this conversation.
This guy's way too comfortable just going out there publicly and being applauded.
What do you think is the solution here? What should be done with him?
Being applauded. Do you think that JT is not now getting death threats because of your coverage? Because I'm sure that he is.
For saying that.
What criticism doesn't stand on its own? Why do I need to like be punitive?
No, you said you're upset. I mean, I think you're well within your right to be
criticizing.
critical.
I'm criticizing. I'm not asking for.
I think you're well within your right to be critical of it.
Yeah.
Like I said though, I will reaffirm my position that
the baby thing is its only comeback. Yeah, and it's completely false. Like, I've been screaming about it this whole episode. I'll probably do like a supercut of all the times I screamed about it.
If he was saying this about Palestinians instead of Israelis, that would not only be not condemned at all by a singular person, that would be the specific policy position of the entirety of the Western world.
Israelis and the Western world are monsters, then we shouldn't care when the opposite people are monsters. Because
not necessarily.
Well,
I think because
seems like what you're arguing.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Because I don't agree with what he's saying regardless.
But why does it matter then? However, if we're just taking this comment, and I just want to point it out for the evil it is. Like, why does it? I just don't understand the need for
any issue to be taken up with Westerners and the optics of like what they are saying should be talked about with respect to the impact that those words will have. Which is why I said, if you think that this is genuinely going to be impactful, then that.
Yeah, like, what did Ethan think the impact of Frogan's tweet about leftists and how they treat revolution when it happens? What's the impact of that? What's the real world impact of that? Had Ethan never brought it up? If he never talked about that, it would have just been another Frogan tweet that a few thousand people saw, and that was it. But no, he had to amplify it to 3 million people and send her so much Islamophobia that she doesn't even want to stream until TwitchCon.
That's another conversation to have.
I think it matters. I mean, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter. But anyway, clearly you don't agree, and that's just my opinion on the guy.
I do not agree with his assessment, yes.
And so, let's see, moving on to, I mean, we've talked about...
But I think you would agree with his assessment if he was talking about settlers in the West Bank, though, right?
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, you know...
Kill babies in the West Bank, of course you wouldn't say that.
But, like, theoretically, I don't think settlers are civilians.
They're not. They are not recognized as civilians by international law. They are technically considered terrorists.
That's an important distinction that he's not making.
The distinction that he's making is that he's talking like it's 1952. You know what I mean? That's the difference. And it's not 1952. You can't make this assessment.
Thank you. You know, we were talking about, let's see. Man, this video is sick, dude. Again, I know you're going to say this is just like a small rally that happened, but there is a certain level of comfort. I mean, this doesn't seem like a small rally, frankly. There's a lot of people out here, and they're just out there, and here's the speech that one of the organizers has to say about the Hamas. Oh, you haven't seen this?
I can't see. Well, first of all, I can't see anything because I don't have my fucking goddamn glasses. I forgot.
I'll full screen it.
But also, secondly, I mean, yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're going to do.
Well, it's crazy. It's crazy. But listen to what this guy has to say.
Broke through the fence. They put the F-35
What is he saying?
You'll hear it. It's a little fuzzy right now. Here.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that, because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine. No, they don't! They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see of what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago on the land, from the sea, and from the air, the people of the Gaza our people from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid. Our farmers, the farmers of Gaza, you know they say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment. Well, unfortunately for them, the tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to their farms.
Don't be this guy, okay? This is besides the point, but don't be this guy filming all the protesters. Don't do that. That's weird. I don't like that. Fucking Fed behavior.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even... Yeah, okay. Like...
On that logic, Ethan, you're evil, yeah.
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Okay, I mean, I have no...
Dude wasn't actually leading the protest, yeah. They disowned this dude, yeah. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Very white man of him to just speak his mind, not caring if it's true, to keep on doing that for a career. Very classic. Yeah, no, I'm getting Joe Rogan vibes from this podcast all of a sudden, and I don't like it.
I mean, he was just like, I don't like this shit. It bothers me.
I understand why. I understand
He
why.
goes, the electrified hang gliding heroes flew in and killed a bunch of hipsters partying. They were having so much fun at the party till these fucking heroes showed up and mass murdered everyone. Oh, and we liberated the kibbutz, by the way. Everyone's cheering. We liberated the
Okay, yeah, like this is a fringe guy. Like, I don't know why did you bring this up?
kibbutz, aka beheading babies.
I will once again present to you the same exact question. If this rally was not held and if he had not said those things that I do not agree with, do you think that there would be a difference in the analysis and the way that Palestinian people are treated? Do you think that there would be a difference in the bombing campaign that's going on? Or do you think that this is, once again, the violent sentiment of those who are siding with the oppressed that is ultimately utterly and entirely inconsequential?
I'll tell you this.
Because
I know
all
that's
this
fucking
does,
evil.
all this does,
I know that.
all this does,
and I have no problem to say it.
All this does is to serve a singular purpose, and that purpose I do not believe you are on board with, but that purpose is cynical. When people go, look at these guys, they're all violent. That is, by design, what mainstream media in America is doing when they constantly, exclusively cover the Palestinian side.
That's not what I've done
specifically
here
about like
today.
these guys. I know you're not doing
I've just spent 2.5 hours talking about.
Even I know.
So I just want to listen. I just want to say this guy's evil. He is. He's an evil dude.
I don't think it's evil. I still don't think that's evil. Like, I think maybe very misinformed, misguided, potentially, radicalized. I don't know. I don't know that guy. But, like, who cares? You know? It's a guy speaking on the street. Like, and so what? When people talk over each other, it's so unproductive. Yeah. They do that a lot. It's like the worst part.
There's just, you know what I mean? Like, fuck this guy.
Talk over each other. This, what media training tells you to do? Wait, really? Wait, that actually makes sense because it does. It happens all the time on the news and shit, and I hate it. I hate it.
And fuck all these people. That's just not it, man. And once again, this is right after. This is right after it all happened.
Yes.
And we're talking about the hang gliding heroes. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's sick. And I think it needs to be called out. I don't think it's good to normalize this kind of shit.
We should keep calling it out. We should only call this out, which is what many are doing. Whenever there's any mention of, I know you're not.
About us.
I know you're not.
Yeah.
But this is why I'm like, there's not
I'm calling
a single
both out.
There's not a single outlet that ever legitimately
I don't belong to those networks.
the ongoing and never-ending plight of Palestinians.
I'm just trying to call out
about Palestinian activists
sides.
like this. They show these
Both sides, 5 head centers.
pieces of footage and go, look how violent these guys are. Look how violent the left is overall. These guys are all leftists. Look at them. They're leftists. They love terror. They love terrorism. And we are talking about this in a country where like there is no, like the guy you brought up, JT, okay, who I disagree with on that front. He has had the Department of Homeland Security visit his home for his for a YouTube video that he wrote. No, not for that. It was a YouTube video that you would agree with if you watched it. It was about the Department of Homeland Security in and of itself. I believe it was something about the CIA. Like there is no real legitimate, genuine, and continued support for Palestinians, and there's no legitimate, real, and continued leftist
Hi, Jules. Free Palestine.
momentum happening.
Excuse me.
Especially one that is like associated with any kind of tangible move on the ground. So that is why it is, frivolous to have this endless back and forth that already is happening all over mainstream media. There's no, especially in America, they don't bring up like Mohammed al-Kurd, whose home was violently seized. They don't have him on to talk about these issues. They just go, look at these crazy.
I don't think. Listen, I don't think a 30. I don't mean this. I don't think this monologuing is essential to calling this guy evil. That's all.
What?
All right. Are there more wrongs committed by Americans who are speaking on Palestine that we can go through? I'm down to go through more of it if you have more.
This is a massive rally in Sydney, Australia.
Wait, you don't think that monologuing is important to calling the guy evil, but you called the guy evil because of his monologuing? I don't think he even knows what he's saying at this point. Crunchy audio, so I didn't hear the protester vid. Yeah, he was basically saying the concert goers at the what did they call it? The peace rally who got murdered in Israel, that was like poggers basically. And just like celebrating Palestine invading on the land, sea, and air. That was like it was a rave, yeah.
And again, we bring up the issue of like, it's inconsequential. Well, according to this massive rally outside the Sydney Opera House, they're not making a distinction between Israelis and Jews, actually. I'll play it for you. Guess the Jews. Etc., etc.
This is the out of everything that you've shown me, this is demonstrably the worst.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously anti-Semitic. I don't think anyone's standing behind this, dude, except Nazis. Hello?
Like, because this has genuine impact on the ground in whatever nation that we're talking about. That is unequivocally and uncritically anti-Semitic, completely indefensible. No additions to that
Can I ask you a
whatsoever.
question then?
What?
Let's say that one of this...
And that does lead to, I think, furthering anti-Semitic, and it not only is it unproductive, but that does, I think, lead to a real and tangible impact on the ground.
Well, let me ask you this.
What's up?
A fan of Second Thought who's listened to him dehumanizing Israelis that way, do you think that listening to him might inspire one of those people to be like, hey, I'm going to go join this,
What, Hamas?
No. No, I don't. I don't think any JT viewer is going to go to a protest where they're chanting that. I simply don't think that's going to happen. I can't imagine a world where that would happen.
Well, no, I mean, it's according to it's a pro-Palestine.
You think a fan of Second Thought is going to see? Okay, let's walk through it. You think a fan of Second Thought is going to see that and be like, I'm going to go to Gaza, I'm going to join Hamas?
That's not what I said. I said he's going to go down to the Opera Sydney at this location and be like, hey, yeah, fuck, let's gas the Jews. Everyone's saying it. Nobody seems to care.
I guess it could happen, certainly.
Okay.
But once again,
I think it's more likely that a supporter of PewDiePie or Joe Rogan or even Ethan would do that, actually, to be fair.
I mean, this is fucking gross, by the way, 100%. It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. What I was going to say is, I'm still thinking about a Second Thought YouTube fan being like, I'm going to go rise up in the global.
So much H3 on my feed today and yesterday, yeah. Yeah, it's been trending all day for me.
Jihad and rise up against Israel and purge it.
I understand that.
May Allah guide my weapons.
I understand you think it's silly.
I don't think Palestinians watch JT with their 4 hours of electricity a day. Seriously, what are we talking about?
But again, I'm responding to your point about how none of this matters, and I disagree with that premise. I do.
Yeah, that guy.
This is how I'm picturing.
He's like, it's time to do a jihad against Israel and all the Jews.
You're not, yeah, but that wasn't my point. He's just going to join the rally.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious. You're right. I think that conflations, no matter who's doing it, of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are very dangerous. And I think that saying anti-Semitism is like fuck the Jews when you're talking specifically
Yeah, like Jewish people are not the same as Zionism. You can support Jewish people, love Jewish people, and still condemn Zionism. It's very simple, actually.
At a anti-Israel rally or pro-Palestine rally is really fucked up, completely unacceptable. And I don't know what else to say about it other than of course I condemn that. That is, I mean, there's always people that try to sneak in little anti-Semitic shit in my chat all the goddamn time. Whenever I'm talking about these stuff, they're like, "Ooh, why do you think the American media turns a blind eye to this? Maybe because they own it." And I'm like, "Okay, motherfucker, Jews don't own the media. Wasps do. Okay, so shut the fuck up." Like, there's always going to be.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, Jewish people don't have to own the media. Come on, my guy. No, it's the interests of American military and foreign interests always aligning with fucking arms manufacturers. Like, it's just money. It's just capitalism, dude.
People that try to take advantage of these sorts of things, and ultimately the reality on the ground is unchanging, and the opinion of our governments are unchanging on the way that we turn a blind eye to one side of the atrocities and also completely justify the reaction that the state engages in. But yes, I do think that is anti-Semitic, and that will lead to anti-Semitic sentiment spreading. It is completely unacceptable, and it should never be normalized, and it should be fought against.
That's all I'm trying to do.
That is not what that is not what being a defender of Palestine is about.
Right.
That is not what being a defender of the emancipation of all people is about. It's completely ridiculous.
And so this is one more. This happened in Brighton, in England. I'll just play it real fast. Another rally.
Dude, there's gonna be. It's like that dude who like. There's some random fucking guy who like Googled swastika and like pointed it at
I'm not
the fucking...
showing that one because that one's silly. It's just
no, I know, but my point is this, right? There are always in every fucking in every kind of protest, there are going to be charlatans, clowns. What matters is not necessarily like the BLM protesters that are saying fucking kill all white people when you find them in a fucking BLM protest. What matters is like the actual action that the state is taking. So that's why I never, for even a singular moment, am ever going to.
Yeah, you can always find super radical fucking Nazis. Like, of course you found Nazis. Shocking. Wow. Those Nazis are not leftists. And JT was not doing Nazi shit. Like, the way he included JT with, like, actual Nazis. Like, bro, what are we doing?
Hear the calls of, like, the ethnic cleansing from, like, random...
This person said that argument is so unnecessary, yeah.
Kahanis on the ground, celebrating Israel's actions against Gaza, and be like, wow, this is truly important, because I know that their opinion on the matter is inconsequential.
It's not like this is true.
But it's also policy.
I'm not making like a mountain out of it. I'm just saying that it's fucking gross. And I mean, do you deny that there's at least there are a lot of people that believe this shit? There are.
Of course, anti-Semitism is certain.
But yeah, there are Nazis. Groundbreaking discovery on H3 right now. Radicals are everywhere in every area of beliefs. Yep. The media saw one guy with a swastika at a protest and associated it with an entire Palestine movement. Yeah. Infuriating.
Certainly a major issue.
And I think it's important to make a good effort to separate the issues.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I do that all the time. But like I said, the reason why I look at this and
built the Great Wall from a molehill. Really, though, I don't like. He's really digging in on like semantic differences, and it's just so besides the point.
And consider it to be utterly unproductive is because having random charlatans and people who have violent opinions.
Yeah, I mean these are well attended.
Like the way he's against the words "free Palestine." Like you're so triggered because of propaganda, dude. Like that's it.
Rallies.
Yeah, but I know.
Yeah, and organizers.
But this does not. But this does not reflect upon again the situation on the ground. It does not reflect on people who are defending.
You know what? I'll say this. I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So
yeah, we don't need to argue about it. I agree.
I have to pee again. God damn it.
Right. I'm getting too defensive. I agree with you.
And I don't know why I'm like, why I have to, I don't know why I'm going through each individual protest to be like, this is bad. Well, this is bad.
Right. Well, we just did it with the.
What?
With the the genocidal monsters who are calling for the death of
Yeah, we glanced through it, and my point there wasn't necessarily to be like this is the opinion of these guys and they are moving policy. I know that their opinion doesn't matter because the policy is already set. The policy reflects what they're saying. I even told you they're comfortable saying those things because there's no punishment that I even expect them to withstand for those statements because I don't care about their statements. I don't care about the public opinion in that regard. I care more about the actions of governments and what the media is doing. And I think everything that you've shown me thus far is
oh, you want to do a material analysis? Nerd.
Subject to a role reversal that literally is the reality. A role reversal that is actually demonstrably what the media is pumping out.
That's what I agree with, and I've shown both sides, and I just don't understand the insistence that it just doesn't matter because the other side is doing it. It's like I don't know, man. Here, I mean this.
For me, yesterday was a victory. As a Palestinian, yesterday was a victory. For freedom fighters in Gaza to break out of a 15-year blockade so successfully under the inhumane genocide of Israel was so beautiful and inspiring to see. It shows us as Palestinians and it shows the world as us from Palestinians that we will always fight and we will always resist and we need to celebrate these acts of resistance because this is a success.
Yeah, and again, this
like so she's saying this is active resistance. This is like it's happening while this is like on October 7th or October 8th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a displaced Palestinian woman.
Yeah. So she said the mass murder of civilians is.
This woman can't go back to her home because of apartheid. I'm gonna give her a break.
Inspiring and beautiful. She said that.
Okay.
And then she also said.
Didn't you originally maintain the position that like displaced Palestinians are gonna have they're going to say things that in the heat of the moment are impassioned and oftentimes not empathetic to the civilian casualties on the other side? I mean, it's just
the point is that people see this stuff and it matters. Especially, who it really matters to is like, the demons that fucking want to actually kill the Palestinians because this is like the perfect, ammunition.
Well, don't you feel like you're also serving their purpose then when you endlessly talk about the
First of all, not endlessly talking.
Not endlessly, but like
videos.
showing this and like parading all of this. I think that.
Well, first of all, it's a political show. We're talking about all this stuff.
I agree.
And I'm just showing what I've seen that bothers me.
I understand.
Does it help the conservative apparatus? I don't think me watching this now. These videos are all super viral. I didn't dig this out and put it out into the world.
I know. You know why they're super viral? Because of the things that you mentioned. Yes. No, the reason why they're super viral is because you're right. It does help present all Palestinians.
I think it's super
and all
viral because
of
it's
those
shocking.
who are demanding emancipation for Palestinians in a negative light by appealing to the understandable human emotions of saying like these are dead babies. You reflect that in your
Beautiful,
show.
inspiring.
You're celebrating dead babies. You think that that's a revolutionary act. It's gross and it's disgusting.
Okay.
Right? So that's the major reason as to why these videos get played all the fucking time, and the role reversal of said videos is reflected as current existing policy in both the United States and also in Israel. I think so much so that they don't even show in America Israelis who are literally pushing back against the administration and say that the violence is caused directly by the Israeli administration's positions. Like that's how fucking bloodthirsty we are here in the Western world. It is like the condom.
Now, for months and months, there have been protests of Jewish people, like in America, even in Israel, against the blockade and the open air prison.
Nations only work in one direction, and I have done it over and over and over again, and I will continue to do so if presented with this kind of thing. But the reason why I think this is an unserious or frivolous conversation to be had is because of rallies being conducted, ultimately not yielding any sort of serious results in general, and certainly not on behalf of Palestinians. If you look at the 75 years of brutal occupation.
Right.
Like, and I don't think Palestinians on the ground give a shit either, for the record. Like, they don't, like, this is not going to, if this footage did not exist.
It is going
if this
viral
rally,
because it is shocking, though.
Yes, if this rally did not exist, like, would one singular baby not be obliterated in the Gaza Strip? No. So I don't have I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Or if more, if more rallies
matters,
existed on the other side of people, because there's tons of counter protesters.
I disagree.
Like the first footage that you showed were literally counter protesters of a rally.
What? So this single woman, this one woman in America, speaking at a protest, led to more Palestinians getting murdered, and that's her fault. You're just doing victim blaming.
Where people were talking about solidarity with Palestine. Remember the Kahanas guy who was like, obliterate all the Jews that we move past, because I think it's frivolous and inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, because the American government is going to do what it's going to do, and Israel is going to do what it's going to do, regardless of whatever people fucking say on the ground. And that the overarching consensus view on the Palestinian front, due to things like this being highlighted, and not necessarily the voice of activists who do not say things like this, is already entirely and deliberately on behalf of like all Palestinians being terrorists. It's just, this is why I say it's unproductive, because there is no one who is being promoted in mainstream media as like a good voice for Palestinian people, and those who do actually say,
The IDF saw her clip and doubled the white phosphorus missiles. Oh my god.
I condemn the violence, but here is the reality of why this violence occurred.
They weren't all Palestinians that I showed, but listen.
No, I know. But
I understand.
You understand what I'm saying,
yeah,
right? Like this is a deliberate way in which you look at.
But I also think that
a person or different rallies and you cast a negative light on the entire Palestinian liberation movement.
That's
not saying you're doing that.
That's why it matters. Like
I know,
this
but
stuff all matters.
Optics. It's an optics conversation.
I'm saying he's doing that. I'm saying he is invalidating the entire Free Palestine movement by the acts of extremists. I would say that 100%.
Conversation, and in the grand scheme of things, having an optics conversation about like, oh, I can't believe they said this. Look at how violent they are, while simultaneously, well,
not they. This, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're saying.
Okay, how violent these specific individuals are, but like, at a certain point, this doesn't serve any other purpose than what Ben Shapiro would do, to be like, look at how violent they are, and that is the mechanism of manufacturing consent working in unison. Yes, there are people that say condemnable shit. This does not change my mind on Palestinian emancipation, and it should not change your mind.
No.
If you're watching at home, I know it doesn't change your mind.
But it probably does have an influence on people being more hateful, more dehumanizing to Israelis, and in some extreme cases, anti-Semitic.
Ethan, when you see a video, you're in support of Black Lives Matter.
She says we need to celebrate these acts of resistance.
You're in support of Black Lives Matter, right? You're in support of Black Lives Matter as a movement in general. You are. I know you are.
Okay.
I mean, come on. When you see videos, when right-wingers in America present videos of Black Lives Matter supporters and activists and even leaders saying, that cop died and it was good that cop died, and they show that and go, look at the situation. These guys are all violent. They all want to fucking kill cops. They all want to kill white people. They show wanton and callous indifference to the death of whites in general. When they show footage like that, does that change your perspective? Do you also think
Not mine, but maybe
Not yours.
some's.
Okay, it changes some people's perspectives. Do you think that those videos or the weaponization of those videos is what serves a purpose in changing people's minds, in propagandizing them against Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, it's part of why it matters.
No, do you think it's the singular act itself, or is it the propagandizing of and the weaponization of those videos that serve a purpose in creating anti-BLM sentiment?
I don't think it's, BLM. You're talking about different situations. I don't even know.
What do you mean?
I don't know if it's comparable. I mean, we're talking
Palestinian
about
emancipation.
I mean, they're like, hold on.
And
BLM. We're talking about like riots. We're talking about like breaking into buildings. In Israel, we're talking about murdering 1,500 people, decapitating babies, burning families alive. That she called beautiful. We need to celebrate. So the severity of it is not the same.
Okay. Black Lives Matter is an emancipatory movement.
Again with the fucking decapitated babies, dude. He loves that fucking talking point. It's kind of gross how much he brings it up. Like, it's just disgusting.
To stop the disproportionate killing and targeting and stop the disproportionate killing and targeting of Black people in the hands of the police, right? Under a white supremacist criminal justice system, these issues have gone unnoticed for far too long. Palestinian liberation is identical as far as the struggle goes, which is extended beyond the treatment of Black people under a white supremacist police force, but literally is a legalized apartheid structure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So these are both emancipatory causes. Do you think that when people bring up random footage of like Black Lives Matter activists, or even the Hamas thing, the BLM, the BLM Chicago account that's like unaffiliated with anything, posting a photo of the Hamas parachuters, right, and saying this is Palestinian emancipation. Do you think that when people do that, they're doing that because they genuinely think like, oh, we need to clean up our message here? Us BLM supporters, we need to clean up our message here.
I think it's more about like influencing not just the people who are there, but also the people who constantly see this kind of language and think that that's the language of like of the resistance, or that's the way that we should be talking about this.
Okay. So the more positive situation in that regard, if you were faced with that, if you were faced with someone showing you this kind of footage, and you as a supporter of Black Lives Matter, you would say, yeah, this is silly, this is ridiculous, right? Like, yeah, it's bad, but also this is not what is reflective of the actual modus operandi of the movement in and of itself, and their cause is just.
I don't know if we're getting lost in the woods a little bit, because I agree with you in that it's not an accurate representation of like the people as a whole. It just bothered me, and I wanted to call it out.
Okay. But you understand why like it can be, not saying you're doing this, but it can be used to effectively propagandize and neuter any kind of emancipatory movement.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He's literally saying everyone who is saying Free Palestine is pro-Hamas, they love murder, they want all Israelis dead, they're anti-Semitic. That's literally what Ethan has been saying the entire time. He is invalidating the entirety of Free Palestine.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not doing this because you do, I know you are empathetic to Palestinians and their plight. However, many people in the media that are significantly more powerful and more influential than you and I combined times 10 are doing exactly what you just showed me, showing footage of this around the clock, and effectively radicalizing people against the Palestinians and the Palestinian position, when an endless bombing campaign has currently taken the lives of more than 500 children, more than 500 children in Gaza. This is why I find this conversation to be utterly and entirely unproductive, especially because we are an independent media outlet.
And that is a gross underestimation. We will not maybe ever have real numbers of the Palestinian deaths because it is being leveled. It is being reduced to rubble. We will not find these corpses for many months.
In comparison to the sea of mainstream media conversations that are being had on exactly this issue, I understand where you're coming from when you are afraid, as a Jew in America, about the possible anti-Semitic, the rise in anti-Semitism. Of course, your co-host, myself, and many other people I love are we are seen as Muslim regardless of what our position is, and Islamophobia is also ever present. So I am sympathetic to your fears on multiple different.
And one thing that Hamas supposedly did and didn't do any more research. Yep. How pathetic. He'd look if Hassan had debunked him. I know. I really wish he had just done a quick search. And just not let him repeat fucking 40 beheaded babies. Like, it's patently false.
Avenues. However, this is why I think it's a conversation that's being had all over the media. I don't know why we spend any additional time on it here, because it does have a intentional or unintentional way of casting a negative light on the emancipatory struggle of Palestinians, especially in the West.
Right, but I mean, it still is happening though. So, like, should we not show it because it makes them look bad?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude.
I think it's fine to I think it's fine to show it and say this. I think it's unacceptable, and I think optically speaking, this is not something that should happen. But also do
basically what you're saying.
But also do it in the framework of like recognizing the overwhelming amount of media in the opposite direction that is the regular everyday.
And just to be clear, we did spend the first 2.5 hours doing just that.
No, I know, I know, but we talked more so about the real issues on the ground in the first 2.5 hours. Now we're talking about the optics. Now we're talking about the optics and how certain things are received in the West. And if we're gonna have a conversation about like media narratives or how certain things are received in the West and optics, then that's an entirely different conversation that is devoid of.
All right, listen, I see what you're saying.
What's going on the ground?
I think, yet again, we're basically in agreement. There's one more thing. I know this is fucking insane. This is the longest episode ever. It's already 3.5 hours. So thank you for staying.
Half the crew's left.
Are you serious?
I'm exaggerating.
I didn't even
Some people had to
over
go.
it, you guys. There's one more thing that, you know, as is a dual citizen Israeli, as someone who knows.
The crew hasn't said a damn thing this whole time. They have been so quiet, dude. I just realized, like, they basically didn't say anything. Like, did Dan even interject? Like, he always interjects. I think he, like, said something about one of the links, and that was, like, it.
A lot of Israelis, and by the way, knows all the horrible things that the IDF does. After I saw you say this, I was quite shocked because I hadn't heard that. And in my research, looking for it,
I have to pee.
Go ahead, I'll wait for you. No, I'll wait for you because I want you to see it. Go ahead, I'll wait. I'll talk to Dan.
Hey, what's up? Can we talk about the Taylor Swift movie yet? Because we're 3.5 hours in. I feel like we're running out of time. We're not going to get to it.
Oh, it's a movie.
It's a lot more than just a movie. You're
Dude,
underselling
are you kidding me? Did you not read the write-up I sent you last night?
It's an experience of a lifetime.
Eras.
I sent you a 13-page document that I spent all night on this morning, and you didn't even look at it, did you?
Is it in IMAX 4D?
I'm not answering that for you.
He
You do
didn't
your own.
read it.
You
Now
figure
you're
it
really
out.
screwed. I'm so upset.
Why aren't we talking about the important things? Kidding.
Do you think that it is in IMAX 4D though?
Of course.
You can feel her
I
spit.
damn hope so.
The 4D experience. Oh God. Can while we're waiting for Son to come back, can I just play this banger from?
Yeah.
Totally unrelated to anything. Doesn't have anything to do with Israel, but very important nonetheless.
And I'm glad it's such because this is the worst microphone.
Quiet. Oh, let me turn it.
I hope you can hear me back there.
Oh, you couldn't hear it? See,
and I'm glad it's such because this is the worst microphone I think I've ever had. I hope you can hear me back there.
Sounds terrible.
Justin, don't pay the bill for this mic. I'm blowing out my voice talking to this stupid mic. This is the worst mic I've ever had. Okay, now we'll get back to the speech. I'm trying to get their attention. Turn up the mic. Turn up the mic.
It sounds fine.
Is it okay?
Eli, what's up? Something?
And then I don't pay a bill and they say Trump
do I want
doesn't pay
coffee?
his
Fuck yeah.
contractors.
This is evil. No, it isn't. We agree on this. No, you don't, Ethan. Yeah. I don't know. He just, like, doesn't want to argue anymore.
Thanks,
Fuck
Early.
yeah.
I love when Eli asks me if I want a coffee because it's like, let's go. It's a coffee time. Let's do coffee.
Coffee.
I want to say, actually, because we have a moment here, this has been really emotional, and it's
Damn. I forgot Elo was there, too.
just really nice to see both sides being able to talk and have a civil conversation
Both sides, 5 head.
and educate each other. I've learned stuff from what
I
Hassan
learned
talked
stuff,
about
no
today.
question about it. Actually, yeah, I definitely feel like I was moved in ways that I didn't expect.
I think Ethan and Neela have learned much more than Hassan did. You know what I mean? He really just did, like, a kindergarten version of Free Palestine.
That's nice.
Oh, the civil conversation.
And I hope that people see, and I hope the audience agrees and doesn't.
I know I won't sleep. God, yeah. I can sleep if I've had, like, a whole pot of coffee. I'm broken.
Ascend into dumb fucking.
No, well, obviously we had the chat off, but we do have our members Discord, and I've been monitoring that for the discussion that's been going on, and yeah, I think there's a lot of appreciation for the conversations that have been had today. In fact, there's so much appreciation that we just ticked over to 2.
Really?
We're H2.94, baby.
Wow.
We're almost back to H3. We're almost back to H3.
Well, 60,000 is a lot at this rate.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
So Ela was just saying, first of all, that
No decaf, Sab.
she appreciates that we're able to have this conversation, and I was saying that I've definitely been moved in ways that I didn't expect.
Just make caffeine coffee and water it down.
In having this conversation. And further, I said that I hope that people, it's a hard conversation to have, and I don't think a lot of people are sitting down and doing it in this way, and I respect you, immensely. And
I wish you had acted like it. I wish you had actually listened to him a little more.
I really appreciate that we can do this. And I hope that people in the comments don't descend into dumb fucking name calling, and that actually can just, like, be civil like we've been, if you're, you know what I mean?
Civil.
Okay, here's the last thing, Hassan.
All right.
If you're ready.
No, I'm ready.
I mean, Ethan has basically no active listening skills at all.
Okay.
Holy shit.
This is what respect looks like, yeah. Yikes.
2 p.m.
Sorry, bro.
It's all good.
It's definitely going longer than I thought. But so I saw this, and my first thought was like, that's horrible. But I couldn't really find a lot of evidence to back it up. And like, well, let me play the clip.
I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes, Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not. That part, of course, comes with.
Anyway, that's it. That's the heart and soul. I mean, I don't necessarily have to.
There is
I don't have to watch the rest because
there's a gag order on that was recently released on an Israeli soldier that had raped a Palestinian woman, and this kind of there it is. The IDF removed the gag order in 2016.
Was arrested.
Yeah,
and he was publicly shamed. How is this systemic rape as part of the institution of Israel?
The same concept exists in the American police force, where any kind of sexual act under the coercive institutions of like being incarcerated is understandably and also technically and morally considered sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
There are reports of Palestinian women in captivity talking about that experience.
I saw an article about this. Let me find it.
So let's see. I found one of the sources. I saw you like this tweet by the squirrel guy. So I just looked into
every squirrel.
Yeah. So I just looked into all the sources he posted because I was genuinely curious to know if that was true. And I mean, well, so besides that article I just pulled up, which is like the one really prominent example I could find of an Israeli guard raping a Palestinian. And again, he was arrested and publicly named. But the other one, one of the ones that he quoted was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Care.com. It's literally just like a little blurb. Palestinian females freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. Quote, Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees. She told IslamOnline.net, which is another website. So according to, I guess, this website, which I then went to, which just doesn't...
Oh, well, that's not going to be too helpful to you, is it?
Well, I translated it.
You translated it.
Yeah, but like, it just...
You think these get reported? Right. Yeah. As if we don't know about how sexual assault is swept under the rug in the Imperial Core. From the Human Rights Watch, a significant number of women and girls in the occupied Palestinian territories are victims of violence perpetrated by family members and intimate partners. While there's an increasing recognition of the problem, some of the Palestinian Authority officials have indicated their support for a more forceful response. Wait, this is about like domestic Palestinian. Maybe this wasn't it. Hold on. No.
I don't understand. This doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or I mean, it might be credible.
You have an issue with CARE or Islam.net or the...
Well, what is this?
The lack of...
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What
CARE is
there's
the...
no source. There's like nothing here. Like, shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
I think it's
there's so many horrible things happening.
I think it's one of the many things that happens under institutionalization, and it happens in America as well, regardless of the same amount of care and consideration being given to those who are incarcerated in America. It's a similar concept. The CARE is the Council on American Islamic Relations, by the way.
Okay.
My dad's part of CARE, the Michigan chapter.
We love CARE.
There you go.
My only problem is that there's like literally no source to this.
I agree that doesn't seem the best. That information is not presented in a very clear way.
Because you're the dude that posted this, that you liked his tweet, used this as a source, and I don't know what this is. It just doesn't seem very. I mean, you
didn't know what CARE was.
I didn't know what CARE was, but like,
right.
I just came to this. I just typed in the headline that I saw,
right.
And I got to this page, and I tried to do more research about Israeli guards raping Palestinians. I found like another. Let's see. There's a tiny. Oh no, not this. Frankly, there wasn't much else other than like sporadic, isolated, unconfirmed, kind of nebulous accusations. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying like this one article is the only.
No, I know this is well documented. I'm looking for a good source.
Real significant one that I could find, and the dude was arrested.
They do have I think one of the reasons as to why it is not as widely reported on is gag orders. You can remove them from time to time, like it happened here, but
there's no evidence for that I'm aware of.
It's not incredibly it's not as incredibly well documented as some of the other things that Amnesty International has access to on the ground.
Okay. It's just, I don't know. It rubbed me wrong a little bit because it's just a big claim to make, and I don't know. Like I'm not saying it's not true because the IDF is horrible and they do horrible things, but like it's a special kind of evil the way that you describe it. That once again, I think.
What do you think? Patriarchy just magically doesn't exist in Israel?
Dehumanizes the Israelis.
Today, a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women.
And his source is a guy in Gaza said this, which again, I just want like one reputable source.
Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israel's apartheid apparatus. So that part is not
well documented, isn't true.
Yes. No. I think you're absolutely right. I think I should have used my words more carefully when saying that. It's a comment in passing, and that does have serious impact. I agree with you.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that the partnering of the incidents that you just showed, on top of the gag order, on top of the treatment of institutionalized people in general, and the sexual violence that they are subjected to, that is considered legal in both America and everywhere else, due to a lack of getting adequate coverage of their issues.
Your point is that and the incarcerated are abused.
On top of that, and on top of that, one thing that is not technically sexual violence, but coercion of a different magnitude is for example, gay Palestinians being blackmailed specifically to become sources of information.
I haven't read about that.
And things of that nature that still would be factored under that. You're right, though. I should have chosen my words more carefully.
Right, and listen.
And there is, I will present you more information on that as well.
Well, what does that mean?
Like I'll come back with more
okay.
information for you.
And again, like everything you're super credible. It was just this one thing. It just rubbed me a little bit wrong. And like, listen, that's it. But I appreciate that you.
No, you're.
Thanks.
I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That was basically that was of all the things you said. That was the one thing that I was like, I don't know about that. So I'm glad that we talked about that. The other things I don't know if you want to talk about was my spat with your.
Colonizers, historically speaking, right? Yeah. Imagine dehumanizing people, right? Like the Israeli military not getting convicted or even charged for rape. I wonder why Palestinians just don't go to the police. What was she wearing? Israeli government reports no abuses of power by the IDF. We did an internal report. Yeah. Yep.
Your friends, which at this point I'm like just fully apologetic towards them, after talking about it and really, I don't know, I got more of an emotional insight.
No, it's understandable
from you today that impacted me, and even though, I felt provoked, I understand why, if in my opinion, they're not using the most delicate language because they're fucking angry and pissed. You know what I mean? And so like, I need to be more charitable, I think, and less reactive because their pain is
yeah, you're almost being like really reactionary.
Valid. And I need to acknowledge that and, be more forgiving of less delicate language.
Well, I'll get back to you with more information on the documentation on rapes under incarceration.
Okay.
Because there are more studies.
Okay.
That, I mean, there's more.
Well, great. I mean, that'll be nice. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah. Specifically, this.
Can I make one point on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Rape under incarceration in a carceral structure in general is very difficult to study and document. The fact that doing so inside of an apartheid structure makes it even more difficult to document. And even then, there are still obviously witness testimonies that you can rely on.
I hope you mean that, dude. Yeah, I hope so too. Ethan says a lot of shit he doesn't follow through on.
In situations like this.
YouTube videos of Israeli military saying they did this. Not that hard to find. Yeah.
I mean, okay. Well, I'll.
Like the care thing was the only thing I.
No, there's definitely more. Ethan, that's.
Well, then
it's an inevitability that it happens.
Oh yeah, like that IDF soldier that was talking about how he would like rape women. There was like a 16-year-old girl.
Basically, it's not. Like, you're not correct,
bro. I'm just saying, like, I just want to know more. I just want a reliable source, and I just don't know what this is.
It's almost all on testimonials from Palestinian women, and that's. It's not exactly considered to be.
I'm not even finding the accusations though.
Okay.
Like I'm not even calling women liars or something. I want to make that clear. Like I'm not saying like they're lying. I can't even find the accusations to read. I mean, this is the only one, and it doesn't even say who's talking or who they're quoting or anything. I mean, it's just nothing. But like I'm open to the conversation, of course, and if that's what's happening, I think it does need to be talked about. That's all.
You like men as well, not just women.
No, I understand that men can also be raped and sexually assaulted. Of course. I mean, that's something I did read, which I consider just kind of sporadic and nebulous because it was just not hard to pin down a systemic thing that I just could point to. Was just like, dudes were being like, penetrated with foreign objects. I mean, obviously that is also rape.
Yes.
Horrible.
Okay, good.
Sure.
All right. Yeah.
So yeah, in short, in closing, this dude, Mohammed, I mean, again, I apologize to, and Frogan, I apologize to. Is that how you say it?
Morgan, Frogan. Frogan is a foot soldier and
Yeah,
has been
I hate that,
has
you
been
know?
a longtime fan of yours. You know, there are going to be other foot soldiers who are also of a Muslim background that may have said things that would upset you.
You're right.
And that's something to consider when, you know, reacting to them.
You're right. I think
that's what I was trying to say when on the phone.
Less reactive, more charitable, and understanding. You know, they're
Imagine having empathy.
reasonable
Call her back, you bitch. Seriously.
and warranted anger at the Israel.
Oh my God.
That's it.
48 of the years following, yeah.
That's everything.
All right, perfect. We did it. We solved the conflict.
I thought, like, first of all, I mean,
Easy.
we talked about a lot of shit, and I do feel like I was genuinely influenced by some stuff that you had shared.
Are you moving towards wrapping up the show?
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the Swifties?
It feels like it's maybe too late now.
Dan wants to talk about the Swiftie movie.
Well, I promise it's not about me. It's about our audience. They were promised an Era's movie review.
Go ahead.
It sucked. It sucked fucking dick. Fuck Taylor Swift.
Button.
Careful, man. You can get...
Yeah, watch out, bro.
By the way,
what a twist.
I apologize if it felt like I was like forcing you to comment on these terrible whatever takes. That wasn't my intention. It was just to show stuff that upset me. You know what I mean?
No, I understand.
But I agree. Everything you said, I agree with. I mean, ultimately, we're in agreement. Ultimately. And in fact, I think you moved me even more towards your side. Or whatever side. I don't think they're sides. It's not the best way to put it. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Cool.
All right, everybody.
Zach's not here to play the music. Would you like me to just kind of
Just
sing
like
it?
crickets.
Ever.
We did it.
Easy. Okay. Yeah, the Saf massacre is like one of like the most well-known instances where there was like a lot of rape of Palestinian women. I think that's probably what you're referring to. But yeah, no, there's lots of like testimonials, like not so many studies that I'm seeing off that, but maybe wait, is this the one I saw? What will happen to women and girls in Gaza? Wait, can I read it? What the fuck? Alright, what, Zenread? Is this? Oh, I have to subscribe? How about no? What if I didn't? Fuck. I know that there has to be like some like meta-analysis or something. I might have to look longer for this. By A Torture. What a name. What a name. Wow. Okay, let's see. Domestic law, detainees and interrogation, torture and ill treatment. That's probably where it is, right? Pension printer, life. Okay. Just real quick. We're just gonna do a little nerd hours. We're just looking. Oh, Jesus. Oh, so this is about torture. Yeah, I'll have to like look for better information. Okay. All right. We did it. We did it through the fucking 5 hours, 4 hours. Holy. All right, we're gonna do a little palate cleanse, I guess. The dark history of nightmares. Well, no. Sleep demons, ghosts, and alien probes. Ayo? Ayo?
Welcome to another episode.
Yeah, that's as good as I have for a palate cleanse right now. Sorry. History is saying if rape is actually happening, it should be talked about. Of course it's happening. Israel is literally subjecting Palestinian people to atrocities, and rape is obviously not excluded. Yeah, why would it be? You know, like, of course, patriarchal societies are gonna do rape. Like, are we shocked? He's saying maybe the genocide wasn't so good. Maybe some of them weren't regretful about it, but bragged. Yeah. Yep, so gross. Didn't have to pay for news. I know, the fucking paywall, it pisses me off. And also scientific journals or any publication, oh, it pisses me off. Put the animals back on. Oh.
Of dark history. Come close, my children. Let me tell you a few tales that involve strange encounters. I mean, the strangest, some might say. And these stories take place in a river, in a forest, or on your very streets. The creatures that haunt these stories are straight from our nightmares. Ooh, sometimes literally. Today, we're talking about some of the spookiest conspiracy theories out there. I'm talking aliens, demons, and ghosts. Ooh! Look, Paul's an alien. Isn't that cute? I love it. What are you, Joan? Psychotic?
I love the animals. They're so cute.
Hi, friends. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Hi. If you're new, here we believe that history does not have to be boring. I mean, yeah, it might be tragic, and some of it's kind of happy, but either way, it's our dark history. So today, listen, we're talking about conspiracy theories. Niche ones, well-known ones, and some that maybe you've never heard of and in this much detail before.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we're probably not getting away from the anti-Semitism discussion.
That's the goal, okay? Now, I just want to clarify that when I say conspiracy theories, I mean the kind that you'd probably hear on the Discovery Channel after 90 Day Fiancé. You know? Weird, creepy, a little unexplained, and fun, right? Not the crazy one that your uncle is gonna ruin Thanksgiving over. It happens every year. And listen, all this naturally started.
Well, Bailey, those are the same theories. They're the same theories. Your crazy uncle is he's learning the conspiracy theories from the History Channel. It's literally the same thing.
Because of a 2 a.m. internet deep dive. Okay, listen. All about a Japanese Kleenex commercial. I know. I was looking it up. Don't ask. This commercial is from the 80s, and it shows a woman, just a normal ass woman.
It's such a weird commercial.
Being a woman. And then there's a child next to her, and we can't figure out
Okay, she's probably not going to play it, so I'm going to look this up.
Child dressed as a plant or it has a horn. What plant has a horn? So anyways, it's a baby thing and a woman, I think.
It's a baby
and they're
thing. It's so bizarre. The soundtrack too is the weirdest part.
It's a fine day, people open windows, they leave their houses just for a short while. They walk by the grass and they look at the grass, they look at the sky. It's going to be a fine night tonight, it's going to be a fine day tomorrow.
クリネックス
Okay, but like, tell me that wouldn't make a sick mashup with like, if you use that like as an intro for like a trap song. I want any musicians in chat?
Kleenex tissues, which makes
Does it make me want to buy Kleenex, right? I don't understand.
sense because that's what the commercial's for. Okay, and then this whole thing, them like laughing and like giggling at each other just goes on for 30 seconds too long.
So long.
And you're like, what the fuck am I watching right now? But it's underscored with this a cappella version of a very uncomfortable song. It's weird, especially at 2 a.m. You know, when you wake up at 2 and you're like, no, why? Demons. That's always my first thought. So the voice is
I used to think that until I got cats, and now I just think, oh, my cats are fighting again. They're fighting in the middle of the night. Why? Why is this my life?
haunting, and the whole commercial has no plot, and there's like no reason.
The ogre demons from Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, no, it's the same thing actually. I went on to a deep dive on the commercial one night. It is I forget what those things are called. They're like a mythical creature in Japan.
Why this kid should be dressed up as this thing, this plant with a horn. I don't know, but stay with me. Apparently, when this first aired, many people felt the same way that I did, okay? They were creeped the hell out by it. So TV stations were flooded with...
Oh, yeah. It's, the child is dressed as an Oni, a Japanese ogre or troll-like monster.
There were requests to take it off the air, and then the Kleenex, like the brand itself, they started receiving complaints directly. I know, I don't even know what people were complaining though, like that flying tissue moment in the commercial really spooked me out. Then the rumor started, okay? There were
troll needs tissues, yeah.
Whispers that the whole crew who had worked on the commercial were dying. Yeah. And that like the actors who were in this commercial also, they had been like committed to a psychiatric hospital. So like something was going on. And some even said that the song itself was a German curse that was translated into English.
Oh no. Oh no. Is that why it's so weird? Going to be a fine night tonight.
Sorry, that's goofy. There were claims from people who had heard the commercial like come on late at night. And they were like, oh my God, the song just became distorted. And like it was being sung by some creepy old woman who was like inside the room with them. It was coming from inside of the house. Okay. I guess none of that was true.
All right. I hate that. That like gives me chills.
But I mean, the part where like people complained was true. People were like super disturbed by this innocent little commercial. And like to this day, you can find it by searching for cursed Japanese Kleenex commercial. Not that you should.
I found it with just Kleenex commercial.
I mean, if you want to, go for it, live your life. But I will not be taking any responsibility for any ring-style curses that will follow you as a result. Paul, you watched it, right, man? You good?
Oh, no.
All right. But listen, I guess no one actually died from mysterious circumstances. But, you know, it's still, I don't know why, but it's still kind of like fun to talk about. Right? It is creepy, though, the music. Come on. And what's up with that kid? Like, what is he supposed to be? Why does it have a horn? Let me know your thoughts down below. So this next story...
That's actually not the weirdest part to me. I think the song is so much weirder than the kid. And, like, the whole framing, it's all very confusing. Japanese commercials are just extremely cursed in general. That's true. That's true.
Low-key kept me up.
They're like doing art in their commercials.
For many, many nights, okay? It's about a ghost who haunts, captures, and even sometimes kills children and men late at night. Oh, shit. Many have claimed to see her on their streets looking for her next victim. Mm-hmm. So be on the lookout, okay? Because she's out there, and she's known by the name of La Llorona. La Llorona is a tale popular in Mexico, Central America, and South America.
It's also widely misunderstood and appropriated. So yeah.
And it centers around a Mexican ghost named La Llorona. And look, there are like so many different types.
Wait, what is Pepsi Man?
Of stories about like different encounters people have had with her. And because there's so many different variations as to like what she's based on, I'm going to tell you just the most common version, if that's okay with you. Oh, it is? Okay, great. So La Llorona is a story about a woman, and I guess her real name was Maria. I know, I thought it'd be like Lorena or something, right? No? Okay. Maria was actually born as the most beautiful woman in all of Mexico. And when she was younger, male suitors would like come to her begging for her to marry them. But she just denied them all. Nope, get in line. Bye. That is, until a dashing young man came into town. He was really good looking too, okay? And he was said to be the only match for her. So Maria, obsessed. She is stigmatized, okay? And she just had to have him. So the two of them get in love, get married, and then not long after that, they have 2 beautiful sons. So it went from 0 to 100 really quick. But it's love. Isn't that what love is? Anyway, so now Maria, she's living her life. She's happy. She's married with 2 children. And then one day, she catches her husband stepping out on her. Yeah. He rode into town on a horse with another woman. He was cheating on her. The disrespect. I know. Hello.
Screaming kids. All right. Put that down. Oh, God. Oh my God, this is incredible. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, the capitalism brain rot. It's so good. Wow. I love how he's a superhero, but can't go out a window. What in the CGI is this? Seriously, what the fuck? What did I just watch? What have I just witnessed? Oh my God. Want to hear something cursed? Google the Koreans, wait, where Koreans think colds come from in folklore. Well, I'm curious.
Oh, I had your 2 kids. I'm hot for you. And he just cheats? He did. And worse, he apparently had decided to get with this new woman who he just met because he believed that Maria was no longer beautiful. Devastated.
I'm sorry. Sorry, what? I was not expecting that. It's a series? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't deal with this. Okay. That's because when the ghost puts his penises up there, the nose starts to feel stuffed up. After he's finished, he takes them out, and when that's when people start to breathe again. Yo, what the fuck? Sorry, I got ghost dicks up there.
Maria lost it. She lost her fucking mind, okay? I mean, what was she supposed to do now? She was the most beautiful woman in all of Mexico. And the mother of his children. Dude, guys suck. So, the night that like all this happened, Maria, she's trying to go to sleep, right? She's tossing and turning, and she can't do it. So, again, she really just fucking snapped. Absolute state of devastation. Gone. She decides that she wants her husband, this jackass, to feel pain like she was feeling. So Maria went to the bedroom where her 2 young sons were sleeping, and she woke them up. She's like, you better get the fuck up. I'm sorry. I just imagine her like, you better get the fuck up right now. She wakes up her young sons. Get the fuck up. She told them that they were going down.
You can tell Bailey doesn't have kids. Wake the fuck up.
Down to the river, like by their home, for a bath.
She just got blessed, but with 2 of them just in the house.
They're like, okay, Mom, it's 2 a.m., but all right. So Maria, she brought her sons to the river, where she then submerged her boys into the water and drowned them, right? Like one of those crazy Lifetime movies. And then pretty much right after she did this, she like comes to her senses, and she was completely overcome with regret. And then she like absolutely, I would say she lost it, but she already lost it. So she found it and then lost it again and had an emotional breakdown. I mean, she wants to save her kids, but she can't because she killed them. You know, it's too late. So Maria, is just sobbing and sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. And this is where she gets the name La Llorona, because it translates to the weeping woman. I know, they couldn't just call her Maria. Maria comes to the conclusion that the only way she can continue forward is if she kills herself. Okay, look, real life. She hit her rock solid bottom. So she decides to do just that, and she drowns herself. But, okay, listen, wrong move. Because Maria had been forbidden to enter the afterlife because of what she's done, killing her kids. So she's stuck in purgatory forever. And like, purgatory is a space in between heaven and hell, like where you have to like wait to be sentenced. Well, Maria's fate was like worse.
Yeah, it's a very popular story.
Worse than hell. The legend goes that she's stuck on Earth, still hunting, searching for children to call her own and join her in purgatory. Little fun fact here.
What about the husband? Okay, what about the husband who cheated on his wife? Does he stay in purgatory? What about him? You know?
She's known to show up 3 days after it rains. I was like, all right, gotta really plan this out. Okay, there's this tale that Maria, you know, La Llorona, she would take ghost form. And she would, sorry, that's ghost form. And she would wander around schools and foster homes just weeping, you know, looking for her kids. And if she saw someone who looked like one of her children, she would cut that feature, snatch it out of their face. Just in many cultures, children fear her because there have been some instances where La Llorona just is terrorizing them. And I mean, it's not just kids. Sometimes she appears to be a temptress spirit. I know. It's like, ooh, okay. Like she seduces men. So if she sees one of them alone late at night, she'll seduce them. And she'll act like a helpless, sad woman. She's walking around just like, sir, I can't open this peanut butter jar. I need your big, strong muscles. And they fall for it every time. She's like, my pickle jar won't open. I need someone with big, strong muscles to help me out. That's how I imagine she does it. Anyway, so as soon as a man hears this cry, you know, they offer her help. And at that moment, when they see her face, it's said to have like morphed into a skull or a crazy looking horse head. Nay, nay. Horse head? Nay, nay. You get it? Okay. So even spookier, sometimes if you...
Yeah, it's so creepy. Imagine you're just making out with a chick and she just turns into a horse skull.
Don't get the horse or the skull. Sometimes her face is said to just completely disappear. Usually the men get away, but they're left traumatized for years to come. I don't blame them. Just reminding everybody else of fear.
I feel like this isn't a conspiracy theory. What's the conspiracy? You know what I mean? This is just a ghost story. Or like folklore.
La Llorona. They're like, listen, she's not coming for the kids. She's coming for us. If she mentions a pickle jar, run, okay? There are other stories about her tempting officers that are roaming like the streets at night. She would walk around in a white coat with a white shawl, covering her head and face. I know, very angelic. She's like, oh. And La Llorona begins engaging with him. Engaging until their relationship turns physical. Yeah. And I guess they start going.
Like, is it all just old wives' tales, or did some unhinged rumors start circulating around the town? Yeah. The town weirdo, yeah. Honestly, I think it's just rumors. You know? I think even the Bible was just rumors. Okay? I think the Virgin Mary had an affair, and she didn't want to tell her husband, so she's like, yeah, it was God, actually. I got pregnant from God. And yeah, here we are.
Going at it, having sex in the streets. I would like to see that happen. You're having sex with a ghost in the street? What is this even getting? What are we doing here? Dark history. In the middle of getting it on, okay, this one experience that a police officer had, he's like, take off your shawl. You know, I want to see your beautiful face. Sorry. He's like, I want to see your beautiful face, babe. So she's like, oh my God, okay. She smiles. She takes off the shawl, exposing a big old grinning skeleton head. No mask, real head. Could you imagine? He probably still finished, though, I would bet. I bet you he right
real.
Then. He's like, oh.
Gossip and gospel sound similar. Wait, you're onto something.
Okay. La Llorona then leans over and gushes of icy breath come out of her mouth. And it's like super icy cold breath is coming out. It's almost like she just ate like a whole pack of those Listerine strips, the green ones specifically. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know you.
Those are crazy.
Accidentally grabbed 2 and you put those in and you're like,
it's more believable than the Christian things, right? Like, come on.
Just me. Okay. Anyway, the icy cold breath that's coming out, it turns the man frozen solid.
Monka.
That's what he gets.
Monka.
Just putting his dick.
When she blow and it's just ice?
And someone he just didn't even ask him. Like, he didn't even see their face. But okay. Anyways, he's frozen solid. So then he defrosts and he comes back to life. Obviously, absolutely traumatized. To this day, many people still believe.
Yeah, mythology is very, very interesting. Like, people come up with the craziest shit.
And La Llorona, and kids are still very terrified of her. People still think they see her roaming, weeping in the streets. But I think the lesson here is don't have sex with ghosts that you just met. Maybe ask them to see their face first. Get some standards, gentlemen. Come on. Our Paul's coming for you. The next conspiracy theory I'm going to talk about, it's not really even a conspiracy theory.
Also, don't cheat on your wife, because she might murder your children and haunt you forever. So think about that.
Because it's kind of a hot topic.
Have sex with ghosts, get frozen eternal youth. Honestly, true. 5-head. Someone tell the billionaire guy that's obsessed with living forever.
Topic currently, right? And it has been for decades. And look, finally, the American government has confirmed what Tom DeLonge has been saying for years. Aliens are real. I know. I think we all kind of knew, right? No? You didn't? Oh, okay. Well, honestly, it kind of feels like the world is on fire and everything is ending and everything is bad. So it's hard to really care. It's added to the list. Am I right? Anyways, it of course made me wonder, oh yeah, when did this whole alien craze thing start? I start noodling, Why do we think of them as those big-eyed green monsters in an electric spaceship? Well, what you're about to learn will prove our alien friends are quite mysterious and also quite terrifying.
Yeah, why are they so secretive?
Can I just tell you my alien theory really quick before anyone else steals it? Okay, great. So here's my idea of what an alien is. Okay, so they're us in the future. They have bigger eyes because they need the bigger eyes for all the screens that we're using, right? Our eyes get big. And then they have those long, skinny fingers better to point all these fucking screens with, right? We don't need bones. Everything's a little floppy and skinny because we're not walking or anything. And then we have a big brain because of how much knowledge we're gaining from the technology and constantly learning.
Sure.
Come for me. You can't, because I think I'm on to something.
Honestly, a 5 head. I see no flaws. Like the idea that aliens have known about us forever and we see just so insignificant that they're like, nah, not worth our time. Yeah, I think that's probably true. They see us just like as like ants or like monkeys. It's very primitive, and we kind of are. I think that's fair. You know, I think if aliens were advanced enough to get here, they would have to be like peaceful, like something that we just like haven't managed to do yet. Not really, not on a large scale. So that adds up. That adds up.
Something, right, Paul?
A reality TV show, yeah.
Great. Our story today takes place in New Hampshire, 1961, where newlyweds Barney and Betty were starting to like live their new lives together. So one night they were driving back home from a fun vacation.
Yeah, this is like the first UFO story like of modern history.
At Niagara Falls. I've never been, actually. Is it fun? Anyways, they said it was fun. And the route that they were taking was nothing, it really wasn't anything new to them. But something was different on this trip, okay? During the ride, Betty, she looked out of the passenger window and she looked to the sky. And she's like, oh my God, cute. She sees a falling star. What do you do when you see a falling star?
It'd be like an unformedly blob or like an octopus thingy? Yeah. Or just like, maybe just like a light being or, you know, like something so small or so big that we couldn't even perceive it. Like, it could be so many things.
Oh my God, wishes. And that's what Betty does, wishes. But Betty, looking at the star, she was mistaken. She was like, wait a minute, that star is being real weird. Okay, it was not a shooting star. This shooting star, it just stopped midair. Do you still get the wish? I know, I don't know. But it just stops and it's hanging in the night sky. And Betty's like, what the fuck? What is that? During this time, President Kennedy was telling the public that like he was gonna put a man on the moon. So everyone was like, fuck yeah, he's doing it. Oh. So Betty was thinking at the time that it had to be something. She's like, maybe it's related to that, the man on the moon thing. But she was kind of excited to see it. So she tells her husband, Barney, who was driving, she's like, Barney, I love you. You love me. We're a happy
Shut up.
family.
Oh, damn it,
and then she's like, you should pull over. So then they pull over because they want to get a better look at whatever, you know, was in. What was it? I don't know. Once they do so, Barney's like, I'm going to get my binoculars. And that's when you know it's kind of serious. So Barney was like, I think it's an airplane. And they're just continuing to watch.
Wait, it is like the Flintstones. Wait, what the fuck?
But then suddenly the object just started moving erratically. Like what? Different directions. What is it doing? You couldn't predict where was it going to go. And then all of a sudden it just stopped. And then it kind of just hovered.
The idea is that some animals can see them, but we can't. Yeah, that's totally possible. Totally possible. I like thinking about that. Like what are the other possible spectrums of light that we can't see? So cool.
In the sky above them. I would be shitting my pants, I swear. I don't like that. look, the both of them, they thought it was a little weird. So they just decided to go back into their car and just continue on their drive home. Only the hovering object thing, it didn't disappear. It's not like it stayed behind. It actually felt like it kind of was following them. And even
could be in our rooms right now. They could be penetrating you right now.
Worse, when they were driving, the thingy was getting closer and closer and like closing in on them. And then that's when Betty and Barney started to panic.
Shit.
Because I think all of us would be. Barney, he stops the car. He pulls out a pair of binoculars again. I know. I don't know why he just didn't put it around his neck, but he put them away. And he went to inspect what the hell.
I have been breathing easier lately. Stop.
Was stalking him and his wife. I mean, really? So, through the binoculars, Barney saw an object that he thought was about 100 feet away, and it was hovering like right above them. It was shaped kind of like a flat, circular disc, and inside he saw something that was even stranger. He saw around 11 of these greenish gray, human-like creatures driving the strange aircraft. Blue Man Group, is that you? No, because they were green-gray. But kind of same vibe, I would imagine. So look, I can't breathe because I'm getting all worked up over this story. Aliens freak me out. But listen, after watching them for a while, Barney started to get like a sinking.
This story is so interesting to me because like they were an interracial couple in 1961 America. So like making this up and like drawing attention to yourself, like it's not something you would have just like done for money or like a book deal. It's not like it is now, you know, like I just don't get like the motivation for it, you know? I want to believe it.
Feeling. He suddenly believed that like these weird creatures were trying to capture him. So he starts running back to Betty. He's like, get in the car. So the two of them, they get in the car and Barney just, you know, great. Pedal to the metal. Tearing down the freaking road. They are going home. I mean, they were both like really freaked out as they like sped down the highway. They both heard some kind of buzzing tones. It was like, I don't know what kind of buzzing, but like they said buzzing that seemed to be coming from the trunk of their car. But there was like nothing in there that should be buzzing. They're like, we just gotta get home. So they're driving faster, okay? They were both so scared that they were driving in absolute silence. And you know, when you sit in silence, something ain't right, okay? Something ain't right. Either you're in trouble or you're both scared. Then things get a little blurry for the two of them. According to Barney and Betty, the last thing that they remember hearing was that buzzing sound and then seeing an orange orb above them. It could have been like a Burger King sign. Maybe they were maybe they just like didn't know. Anyways, but it was orange. So they remember there was also a roadblock. They also remember discussing like finding somewhere to pull the car into. So eventually they made it back to their home in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And they both like walk into the door and they look at the clock. And they're like, oh yeah, it's probably like 3 a.m. because that's the time that they were really expecting to come home from their drive. But they look at the clock, okay? And then they realize that it's actually 5 a.m. And they're like, that can't be right. That means like 2 hours have just passed and like we have no idea where that time went. We have no memory of it. So then they realized when they got home, Barney's shoes were all scuffed up and Betty's dress was torn, like on the titty. And both of their watches had stopped working. They're like, what the fuck? They stepped outside and they look up at the sky and they're just like scared out of their mind, okay? They don't want to see that scary ass little aircraft thing again. So after some time passes, the two of them, they felt safe enough to like go to bed. I imagine it would like be really hard to go to bed that night because you just Can't remember shit, but what else are you supposed to do? I don't know. The next morning, over a cup of coffee, Barney and Betty, they kind of like debriefed what happened to them. They both had these super strong feelings that whatever they had seen last night, maybe they felt like it was still around. So they kept going outside and checking and like looking around, but they didn't see anything. And it was kind of like, what are we even looking for exactly? Just a flying disc? I don't know, green people? Paul? Because if that's what an alien looks like, I would be a little confused. Honestly, I would be like, wasn't expecting that, but okay. Anyway, so then Barney had an idea. He told Betty that they should both get a piece of paper, arts and crafts time. They should separate and like draw what they had seen following them the night before. You draw and I'm gonna draw. BBs, separate. BB, you drawing BB? BB.
5 head.
I'm drawing BB. Okay, that's just a cute like couple's name, BB.
Car sex and they just forgot about it? Could be.
So they're kind of just like testing their memory. So when they were done, they got together and they combined the pictures. And that's when they realized that their drawings were pretty much the same thing. I know. Both of them had drawn a long, flat aircraft, the one that they believed had been following them. I don't want to discredit them, but I mean, you could just draw like a circle. Is it just a circle? You know? Okay. So, Barney, he did not want to tell anybody what happened, okay? I mean, he didn't want the stigma or embarrassment to follow them in their small town. Everyone knew everyone's business, and back then, saying you saw an alien made you sound crazy. And you don't want to be labeled crazy. Small towns don't like that. Most of all, he didn't want to speak up, not just because people didn't believe in the aliens, but Barney and Betty were an interracial couple. Now, this was 1961. And as a black man, Barney may have like been trying to avoid any additional negative attention. Plus, both
like, shut up, Betty. This is not the time. We cannot bring this forward. But Betty and gossip, yep.
Barney and Betty had already been married once. And that probably doesn't sound like a big deal to you and I. But back then, getting remarried? Not I. They had reportedly shown prejudice against Barney when they got together. Betty, though, you know, she was itching to tell people about this alien experience, okay? She didn't want to keep their experience a secret, you know? And it's like, what do us women do best? Telling secrets.
Talk shit. Yeah.
We love to tell people secrets that we're not supposed to tell anybody. Don't lie. When you got a secret, you can't wait to tell somebody, right? Anyway, so like Betty's like, oh my God, I need to tell someone, okay? She had some of the best gossip of all time. No one could beat her. So she's like, who do I call? I gotta tell someone. Her sister. She's like, she's my sister. She's not a friend. So you told me not to tell my friends. That's your fault. Also, apparently, Betty's sister, Janet, had like seen some shit around 10 years ago. I don't know what's going on with this family, but they've been seeing shit for a while. So whatever she had saw, it sounded a lot like the aircraft that Betty had saw, okay? So Betty naturally is like, dude, if anyone's gonna understand, it's my sister. So after listening to Betty's story, Jeanette went to work figuring out who exactly they should report this to. Like, who do you call? I know you're all gonna say Ghostbuster.
Okay, so it runs in the family. If only there was some sort of explanation for seeing things that runs in the family. Yeah, beats me. We didn't have car sex, we met aliens, actually. Like, okay, lady.
You done? Okay, great. Who do you really call? Exactly. Okay, Pentagon?
Ghostbusters?
Are they in the yellow pages? I don't know. FBI? I don't know. Men in Black? What's their number? So, Betty convinced Barney that they should ask some people for advice. Poor Barney. He's like, please, no. But babe, I have to. It's my experience. I know how we are. We win every time. Anyway, so they decide, okay, if we're going to tell someone, we should maybe talk to our neighbors. In between all of these conversations, they were convinced to maybe go under hypnosis. Okay, so they believe that this was like the only way that they would ever get to figure out what happened during those lost hours, those 2 hours that were just gone. They find
Man, I wish hypnosis was real. I wish. It's just not.
a hypnosis person. They go into separate rooms for separate hypnosis sessions, okay? Not in the same room. Once under hypnosis, they both revealed some like terrifying shit. That's the best way I could put it. Betty in particular. There's even an audio recording of the hypnosis session, and it's freaky.
I wasn't afraid. I was afraid when I saw the men in the road. Men in the road? I've never been so afraid in my life.
Tell me about the men in the road. It's all right now. You're safe here.
I'm like, this is a lot. I'm scared. So Betty had this memory of Barney pulling.
Nowadays, everyone has a diagnosis. People back then, aliens are real, and I have a 2-hour blackout. Yeah. Yeah, surely there's no rational explanation for time loss or, seeing things. Men in robes, Klansmen? Oh my god.
Pulling over the car, okay? She's in hypnosis. A memory comes forward. She's like, I remember Barney pulling over the car. She then remembered both had stepped out of the car and onto the road, and in front of them, they saw like some kind of shadows of what they thought were these very tall, somewhat scary men. Behind them, there was like this fiery orange-colored orb. Burger King, I'm telling you. Betty turned to Barney and asked him, like, are we getting robbed? Who are they? And Barney just looked at her and said, quote, it's them. I'm like, Barney, do you know these guys?
Ominous.
You met them before, Barney? Could told you. Anyway, so these strange greenish gray creatures approached Betty and Barney. And one of them took Betty by the hand and like guided her through the forest. Yeah, they're going through the forest. And he's like, come onto my spaceship. Betty recalls losing consciousness, right? And then she wakes up and she's inside the...
Wait, was it Klansmen though? They looking kind of grayish green, in the dark.
Spaceship. When they woke up, Barney and Betty were immediately separated and taken into different rooms. This is on the ship. It was clear right away that these creatures, they wanted to examine their bodies, but like not in a so hot way. So Betty recalls these creatures having her lie flat, face down on the examination table. And these creatures, they pressed all these like weird tools against her body. And then she says that they took skin samples. Okay. Once they're done with their skin sampling, they...
Wouldn't you have scars? Wait, what?
They lead Betty into another room. And there, this part is like, oh. There, she's introduced to a creature named or called the Examiner. I was like, okay, what's this?
Wait, so they speak English?
Examiner of what? Alien daddy? I'm just kidding. That's not funny. So this examiner guy, alien, he tells her not to worry. This is where it gets a little freaky because he turns her around. He then unzips her dress. Yeah. Then he tells her to lay down on the examination table, face up. Listen, I was like, what is going on right now? I want to know. Okay, but it wasn't good because he examines. Sorry, Paul. I'm imagining dirty things with your kind. Let me erase it. I apologize. So he examines her for a little bit and then he turns around and he tells her not to worry. He's like, we're just going to do one more little test on you, okay, sweetie? Close those eyes. So when he turns around, he's holding a huge syringe, like a big ass needle. And he then says he's going to insert this needle into her navel. I was like, no, he is not.
I wish you
No,
wouldn't.
I was into this until you did that shit, Mr. Alien. Oh, examiner. Okay, so right away.
Yeah, I'm thinking more and more this was like a Klansman black site sterilization program. Universal translator, obviously.
Obviously, because all of us would be freaking out. Betty was freaking out. This creature examiner guy, he takes a syringe and he slowly, like, inserted it into her navel. Ouch. Betty starts crying out in pain. You know, she's telling them that it hurts. And then another creature comes to her. She's yelling on the table. She's like, no. The creature comes to her and he stands by the top of her head and he tells her not to worry. She won't feel any pain. And he puts his like creepy ass little creature hand, probably looks like this or some shit, over her face. Right? And then that's it. That's the last time, or that's the last memory she has, like on the spaceship. This is all what she said during her hypnosis. So I believe it. Why not? You got nothing to lose. I believe it, Betty.
I mean, hypnosis has been debunked. So, I mean, I don't know. False memories are a thing.
While Betty was recounting the last horrifying detail, she also told the doctor that she still had soreness like in her navel area. She also claimed that when she asked one of the creatures like where he was from, he showed her a star map and he's like, we're from over here, showing her on that map. When Betty was doing the hypnosis, they asked her to like recreate the strange star map and she did. Okay, so I looked at the
memory loss from being drugged, right? Was it an alien hand or was it an anesthesia mask? Was it chloroform?
Strange star map right now, and honestly, it looks like a dick. It looks like she drew a dick and balls, and it was all over the universe. Betty, I don't know if I can get behind you on this one. He just drew a dick. Really. It's kind of beautiful. Really, Betty, wow. Art. After Barney and Betty came out of hypnosis, their stories, they ended up being compared by a man named Dr. Simon. And even though like he had supervised the hypnosis, Dr. Simon was not convinced of what they uncovered. He thought the entire abduction story was a shared delusion based on a nightmare that Betty had. He also pointed out that there were differences in their stories. For example, Barney said the creatures who abducted them like didn't have mouths. No mouths. While Betty said that they spoke English. Okay. So at this point, like you might be thinking this whole alien encounter, it sounds familiar. I mean, it's been around. It was like the hottest thing in the media at the time. And since then, a lot of UFO encounters have been very similar to what they reported. There's this theory called accidental awareness. And when I heard this, I was like, wait a minute, I've never heard of this before. And it kind of makes sense because an analyst named David V. Forrest has pointed out something very interesting. The stories of alien abductions are like actually very similar to what you would experience in an operating room when you're being put under anesthesia. Okay, but think about it. It sounds a little kooky, but listen.
Right?
You're under a bright
that's what I'm saying.
light, being poked and like prodded. People are speaking English, but when you're getting put under, it's like, are they speaking English? Because it's kind of like, you're like, I think that's English. And then they just respond to the doctor, yeah, do it. And then you wake up with big tits.
Yeah, like I was put under for an endoscopy so I could get diagnosed with celiac disease. And they make you like count back from 10. And I made it to like 6, I think, or maybe 7 before I was just like out cold.
I'm just kidding. Okay, but listen. Even Barney's version of aliens not having mouths could be explained by the surgical masks that doctors wear. The greenish gray color of aliens, same color of like the scrubs that would be worn by everyone in the operating room. It's kind of making sense. Barney was asked.
Honestly true. Wait. What, did they just get in a car wreck and like don't remember?
If the alien encounter felt anything like the tonsillectomy he had gone through, and he confirmed It was, quote, like that, end quote, but his eyes were closed. Wow. Accidental awareness is something that is actually still studied today, but usually it doesn't come in the form of remembering alien encounters. It's typically about any situation where a patient is aware while a surgery is going on, which honestly sounds more awful than an alien abduction. But many who experience this live with like PTSD and experience flashbacks. And like sometimes these are brought on by something that might stimulate.
I've heard the story before, but now on second hearing, I'm thinking more and more this was a black site. I recently had a surgery. The nurse was talking to me. I remember trying to respond and then remembered nothing after that. Yeah. Medical trauma, Betty. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, you know? Like, treatment of women and black people was not great. Still is not great. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, you can have amnesia from a traumatic experience. Like, that's not unheard of. And if you did have, like, an accidental awareness at some fucking weird fucking, I don't know what the fuck medical scenario this could have been, but like that would make sense.
Their brain in the same way, you know? So maybe a bright light sent Barney into a flashback of the surgery he'd had, and he later remembered it as like an alien abduction. I don't know. So maybe a bright light sent Barney into a flashback of the surgery he'd had, and he later remembered it as like an alien abduction. We don't know. Maybe he really was abducted by aliens and that just triggered a flashback. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm just like talking. 60 years later, and the jury is honestly still out on what like Barney and Betty experienced that night. To this day, there's a plaque. Yeah, there's a cute little plaque like on the New Hampshire road where the incident took place. Send me a picture if you see it. Throughout the years, Betty has been said to be visited by aliens numerous times and probed. If you're like me at all, the word accidental awareness made you immediately think of sleep paralysis. I think it does. It goes. It makes sense, right?
Sure.
If you've never heard of it or like...
Sleep paralysis is hell on earth. I hope none of you have ever experienced this, but like it's truly torture. 1960s, yeah, it was 1961.
Experienced sleep paralysis. Lucky you, okay? Because what I'm about to tell you seems so out there. You're gonna be like, no way. No. But it's true. But it affects 40% of the population, and there's no known cure. Slap my ass and call me a donkey, because today I'm talking about sleep paralysis. Okay, my breath. Sleep paralysis, it varies from person to person, but the defining symptom that everyone has in common is atonia. I know, it sounds like a really cute name. Atonia? Atonia, come here. Maybe for a dog. Come here, Atonia. No, a girl. Atonia, time for school. Give me credit if you name your kid that. Thank you. Atonia is the technical term for...
Anesthesia has come a long way since then. Yeah, I'm sure.
Like when you're suddenly not able to move or speak. Most often say it happens when you feel like you've just woken up from like being asleep. You're very groggy, everything's heavy, and you're not fully like... You're just not like awake yet, but you are. Imagine you wake up. You can see everything in your room, and everything looks normal, but you can't move your body at all. It's horrifying. People who experience sleep paralysis sometimes also report like difficulty breathing and even chest pains. Like that's terrifying enough, but it is also usually accompanied by something, by seeing something.
Yeah, it's weird as fuck. It's so lucid. Like, it's not even like when you're waking up and you're like half awake, half asleep. It's like you think that you are 100% awake, but you also cannot move. But you also can like you have awareness of things that like are in the next room. At least like for me, like I had it one time, and it was like I had I don't know, a sleep paralysis nightmare of like someone breaking into my house, and like I in my dream I woke up my boyfriend at the time, and I was like, yo, like go look, what is that? And he was like just petrified and also didn't move, which did not help. Fucking panic. And then I get up in my dream to go look at it. But like even though I couldn't move or get up, and I was aware that I couldn't move or get up, I like saw in the next room just like a shadow figure with like a hat on. And when I went to like open the door, that's like when I woke up. It's so fucking weird. Consciousness is so fucking wild, for real. Who let this happen?
Thing. Okay, it's spooky. What people see can vary, but it always is something absolutely nightmarish. If you've heard the phrase sleep paralysis demon, then you already know where I'm going. To most people who experience sleep paralysis, they see what like they describe as a demon, a succubus, an imp, or Brad, their neighbor. He's always at the end of my bed.
I love Bailey Sarian. It's a perfect day to watch her. Came in the radio earlier, not sure what channel. I fell asleep. Oh yeah, it's probably Adrian Dixon. But welcome in.
Anyways, so this is like when they see this thing, they can't move. And this is accompanied by like a feeling of overwhelming fear, dread, and suffocation. Yeah, so it's not really a good time, I would say. Now, people can like really see a lot of different things when they're experiencing this, but across time, literally across time in various cultures, many people report on seeing the same thing.
Yeah.
A demon. But
yeah, I hate this. I hate how similar like our experiences are. Like it makes it feel more real, even though it's like because our brains work in similar ways, it's firing, you know, the neurons in the same way. But like, I don't know. It feels so real.
weird thing is that the incubus phenomenon has been around for like ever. Like as long as we've known. There are many sleep demons that appear throughout different cultures that are pretty similar. During the Middle Ages in Europe, there was one extremely common nightmare that was written about. People would wake up and find a quote, supernatural entity sitting on their chest, attempting to take a shit on them. I'm just kidding, not that kind of demon. This is a different demon. It sits on their chest and it like attempts to suffocate them. So then a little later, during the Enlightenment,
a cat. Yeah.
A man named Henry Fuseli, who was a Swiss English painter. He created a piece called The Nightmare. Oh, it's spooky.
One of my favorites.
And this painting shows something super similar to like what all of these people for years have reported seeing. An impish creature perched on the chest of a sleeping woman. On top of that, in this painting, there's also a terrifying horse in the background. Terrifying horse, which I don't think has anything to do.
It's the nightmare. The horse is the nightmare. It's a pun. This is a meme. It's a meme. Literally, that's the nightmare. Get it? Because a mare.
Horse in the background. Terrifying horse, which I don't think has anything to do with sleep paralysis, but like, is that you, La Reina? Girl, are you hiding in that painting? She was hiding in there. It's her, I think. You can't prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Exactly.
Brains are amazing. Yeah, truly.
Anyways, La Reina. All the way around the freaking globe is Brazil.
And like, it's like so unifying, you know? Like we all have so many like similar experiences. We're so much more alike than we are different.
Right? There's a creature that's known for standing on people's chests, haunting them in their sleep. And it's called Pisadira. Pisadira? Come on, tell me like there's like correlation. Pisadira. Pisadira has been described as a quote, a crone with long fingernails who lurks on rooftops and tramples on the chest of those who sleep on a full stomach. Dun dun dun. I love cereal before I go to bed.
What? So many like folklore stories are just supposed to be like tales to scare children. Like, oh, you can't go to bed on a full stomach, or that the monster's gonna get you.
I mean, look, it's like there are just a lot of coincidences, right? In a part of Canada called Newfoundland, they call the sleep paralysis demon an eggrog. I think that's how you say eggrog. I don't know. You guys always let me know. And in Egypt, they believe that this demon is caused by gin. Not the drink, I know. But too much gin does make me feel like a demon is squatting on my chest. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here all day. Okay. Jinn are evil spirits that traditionally take snake form. Ugh. But apparently they can also like become scorpions, lizards, and even humans. And then they get freaky because even the jinn can engage in sexual affairs with humans and produce offspring. Hot. I don't know how else to put it. Like, okay.
The ghost sex. Oh, do you remember that lady that went viral for talking about having sex with ghosts? She was like married to one.
What are we doing here? Oh, let me tell you my story because I unfortunately have experienced sleep paralysis one time, and I hope that's it never again because it was the scariest thing I've ever felt. All right. So I was home alone, sleeping in my bed, just being cute, thoughts and prayers. And I wake up, right? I wake up. It had to be like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I could not move my body. I was like, okay, I'm awake. I was like, move. Nothing was happening. I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm just laying there like, this is weird. And then I hear the stairs creaking. It was like somebody was taking a step. It was like somebody heavy. I swear to you. And I couldn't move. I was like,
After being married to the ghost of a 300-year-old pirate for nearly 3 years, Amanda Sparrow Large says their relationship has ended.
Oh no! Oh no, they're divorced!
I know that the marriage is over and looking into ways to dissolve it. How that's going to work is still a bit of a mystery.
Amanda and her husband,
how do you get a divorce signature from a ghost?
Who's depicted here in a Jack Sparrow-esque painting, made headlines for their 2016 wedding last year.
I'm the first person in the UK and Ireland to marry posthumously. So
posthumously.
So there was really no precedent in the law here as to whether you could or couldn't do it. There was just,
I wonder why.
Nothing.
She says when deceased pirate John Teague contacted her spiritually, she had some doubts until he proved himself by telling her historic facts she later Googled and found to be true.
I had found by the Christmas.
What? What? Oh my god.
That I had developed romantic.
How's that work taxes wise, right?
Feelings for him, which was very unusual because I had never heard of anybody developing romantic feelings for a spirit energy that they work with.
True. How'd you get a signature for the marriage in the first place? Wait, good point. Was this even a marriage?
They were married on international waters in high spirits. But she says that didn't last long.
Well, the wedding day itself was a disaster. Everything went wrong. And pretty much from there on in, I had probably the worst run of luck like that anybody could imagine.
Amanda says that's when her health started to decline.
Oh no. Ghost, he stole her vitality.
Unfortunately, Jack
Men, am I right?
was
Gonna go fight some sleep demons tonight, y'all. Thanks for hanging out, Cultivar.
taking far too much energy and literally draining me. And I'm
Anything's legal at sea. Oh yeah, that's probably
pretty much just using me for his own selfish intentions.
She says when she asked him to stop,
when he drain you and he keep going,
he didn't.
He showed a different side to himself, and it wasn't very nice, and it was very negative.
The 300-year-old ghost was misogynistic, selfish. Wow.
And I realised that yes, that Jack was definitely using me as a host.
Oh my god, his name is Jack. Oh my god, stop.
To drain my energy.
But breaking up with a spirit isn't easy. Amanda says she will use exorcism if she has to.
Oh my god. Jesus. He used you.
In the meantime, she's using her experience to warn others.
And if it can happen to me, definitely somebody that's dabbling in this and doesn't know what they're doing, there will be some spirit out there who will just, see an all-you-can-eat buffet and they'll be like, hello.
Hello. Yeah, I hate when the spirit of Jack Sparrow possesses me and makes me give him all of my energy. I hate that very real thing that happens.
Like someone coming, and then I could hear it getting closer and like coming up the stairs. He was coming, and I was like, oh my god, wake up, wake up.
I know, right? What's up?
But I couldn't wake up. It was so stupid. I was like, listen!
The worst.
And then one of the things I was also thinking was like, thank God I locked my door. That demon or whatever it is can't get in. Whatever it was, it stopped right outside the door of the room that I was sleeping in. And I was home alone. Did I say that? Because I was. And I swear to you, I was just laying there like, please don't come in. Please don't. And I could hear my door thing jiggling. I don't want to experience this again. And I swear.
So scary. So scary. That's like so similar to what I experienced.
It was like.
Yes, she had ghost snack.
Whatever it is was big and heavy and it was coming towards me and I couldn't move. Okay? And that's my review. Thank you. I give it 2 out of 5 stars. Would not recommend. I give it 2 stars because it was kind of thrilling. Like I felt like I was in a horror film. I was like, I get it now. So that's my experience. And I know some of you out there have had the same thing. So as scary as it is, because it's terrifying, nobody gets hurt or has been killed by sleep paralysis, right? Well, no. Oh my God.
Where? Oh, where? Please, God, no. What?
Because let me introduce you to the worst phrase since sleep paralysis. It's called sudden unexpected death syndrome. They got a name for everything. In the early 1980s,
I thought that was just with infants.
80s, sudden unexpected death syndrome caused the death of 117 Hmong refugees. So that was over 100 people who died in their sleep, no cause, no explanation. Dead. So of the victims, 100
was traumatized to death.
16 were men and 1 was a woman. And all of them were in good health at the time of their death. Their median age was 33. And all died within 2 years of arriving in the United States. So it was like very similar stories. Doctors were absolutely stumped at like what was causing this case of sons among the refugees. I mean, hence the name, sudden unexpected death syndrome. They could have just called it like, oh, I lost a nail. Since medical doctors couldn't explain the event from a physical point of view, Dr. Shelley Adler, who has a PhD in folklore and ethnomedicine. So she studies the phenomenon of sons to try and answer like why does this happen from a cultural lens? because it might make sense, right? Just like the many other cultures we've already talked about, the Hmong people also had a name for the sleep paralysis demon, Dab-Sog. And just like the others, Dab-Sog is believed to be like an evil spirit, which can take the form of a
Ethnomed. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
creature, and it lays on people's chests, and then it suffocates them in their sleep. I mean, at their most vulnerable, you're sleeping, you're having dreams and wishes, and then suffocated. So some of the refugees, when they spoke to doctors, they mentioned having experienced like sleep paralysis happening, or even being visited by the dab.
Ethnomedicine is a field of anthropology that studies cultural interpretation, beliefs, and notions related to illness and health by ethnic and indigenous communities around the world over centuries.
Dab-Sog. So Dr. Adler decided to study the
Emo and whiteface. It's a ghost.
Hmong people and their relationship to Dab-Sog. So I guess there was like a belief that if the Hmong people didn't worship their gods properly and perform, certain...
Sounds racist. Yeah, often anthropology leans towards racism, I would say.
rituals or honor the memory of their ancestors, they would be left unprotected from the Dab-Sog. I know, it's a lot of pressure. You're like, damn, I got a lot to do today though. So once a person sees the Dab-Sog, they would need to see a shaman in order to make it go away before it killed them. Unfortunately, because the majority of these Hmong refugees were randomly placed throughout the United States, most of them did not have any access to a shaman or any type of elder from their community. I mean, they barely had community at this point. The stress of being far from home and then seeing an evil spirit at night with no means to fix it, it's enough to up anyone's stress levels. So after her years of research, Dr. Adler came to the conclusion that it was this type of stress, which most likely led to the deaths of the refugees. And she claimed that the stress of cultural displacement and resettling in the United States.
But she was just guessing? Just kind of guessing? Did she ask any of them? Were there accounts of this? What?
States, along with the powerlessness they felt and war trauma that they were still dealing with, led to the men dying of sons. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Your body is just stressed the fuck out and overworking and I could see that. And she believed that if they had been able to rely on cultural practices to alleviate some of the stress, maybe, I don't know, they could have saw a shaman, the deaths may have not happened at all. Another researcher, this one studied the cases of 45 of the Hmong sons' death, found that 39 of the men had a strong belief.
America is stressful sounds right. I mean, that's true.
Belief and fear of evil spirits before their death. Spooky, I know. So it only reinforced the same conclusion that Dr. Adler had come to. Now, there is a conflicting theory that their deaths were caused by a genetic cardiac arrhythmia. Science. Someone brings in the science idea and they're like, boo. Cardiac arrhythmia is a condition that's very rare, but it's more widespread in Southeast Asia, where the Hmong people came from. So I don't think these two theories oppose each other, both can be true at the same time, right? These people could have had a pre-existing heart condition that wouldn't have been an issue at all, if not for the crazy amounts of stress they were under because of the freaking...
I mean, stress does kill. That is true. That is proven.
Dab-Sog. High levels of anxiety can contribute to actual physical conditions, and that is exactly what could have happened here. There's actually a study that is connecting the link between anxiety and the physical response, and it's something called the nocebo effect. It might sound familiar because it's the opposite of the placebo effect. Nocebo, placebo. That's cute. So just a person can experience positive results despite not receiving actual medication, with the placebo effect. Patients who are told they are being exposed to something negative can experience real life negative side effects. So like if you're thinking bad, you're gonna get bad. If you're thinking good, you're gonna get good. It's that same mindset, right? Patients who are made to feel anxious by a doctor before a procedure will then require like a higher dose of opiates to feel better after surgery. So when a population of people have been told that they can be killed by like a negative spirit, it makes sense that they could experience real negative like physical effects, especially when you consider that many of these people would have seen people around them dying after having an encounter with that exact spirit. Now, of course, like
yeah, I mean, your mind is powerful. Sure.
Modern science has an explanation for like why sleep paralysis happens. It's when people are experiencing a REM state, but out of order. Stick with me here. I know. Sleep, mimis. Yes. So while you're in deep sleep, in other words, REM sleep, your body pretty much shuts down your ability to move, but you don't know it because you're asleep. So you're essentially kind of paralyzed for a minute. And it's actually a good thing. It is, because like if you're having a dream that you're jumping out of a window, you don't want to be jumping out of a window in real life. Maybe you're being chased by a bear or Brad, the neighbor. Another thing about sleep is that the body is designed to stay unconscious while you sleep, obviously. And many of us dream while we're asleep, which is technically a hallucination. So sleep paralysis can be explained scientifically.
Is that true? Dreams are hallucinations?
As a result of these functions happening in the wrong order. Like you're still paralyzed and still hallucinating, you're still having a dream, but your body, your mind is awake. It's like your brain hasn't fully caught up to the...
Sleep hallucinations are different from dreams. They feel more real than dreams do. Okay? Okay? No, I think they're different.
Awake part yet. And when it eventually does catch up, the sleep paralysis ends, which is...
Yeah, by definition, hallucinations only occur in full waking state. Similarities to sleep-related experiences such as hypnagogic or hypnopompic hallucinations, dreams, and parasomnias have been noted since antiquity. Interesting.
Which is why most accounts of sleep paralysis only last for a few brief, terrifying moments. A sleep paralysis demon, whether it appears as a witch, a ghost, an animal, or Brad, is what's called a hypnopompic hallucination. So this is also known as the incubus phenomenon, but no Brandon boy
difference is the amount of hormones
involved. I know, bummer for us. According to Dr. Mark Mollendijk, a psychologist at Leiden University in the Netherlands, the incubus phenomenon is rare. I mean, people aren't reporting that they have sleep paralysis and see their high school theater teacher yelling at them because they forgot their tap routine. People just don't seem to be seeing goofy shit or even scary animals during sleep paralysis. It's always just demons. Rude. Ultimately, science can only guess because the truth is, no one knows exactly what causes sleep paralysis. What we do know is that people whose sleep cycle,
damn it, tell me why,
is disrupted by jet lag or shift work can be at higher risk for sleep paralysis. But there's no solid scientific explanation for why it's happening in the first place. So we have to turn to the occult. I know, it seems like a big jump, but maybe it is demons. Look, this is just a very long way of saying that nightmares can indeed kill you. Sorry, girl. It's over. We're all done, so. The experience of waking up unable to move or breathe and seeing a scary-ass monster hovering over you is timeless. Like a diamond. Just timeless. Breathtaking. A worldwide phenomenon. Being a human is just so special, isn't it?
A girl's best friend.
We've got opposable thumbs, logical thinking, and a universal nightmare demon that like sits on our chests every night. But hey, look. Take comfort in knowing that it might not happen. Instead, aliens might abduct you on your drive home, and a crying lady ghost might morph into a horse when you try to help her open a jar of peanut butter. Plenty can come and like get you before the sleep demons have a chance.
Thank
You're
God for
slippery
that.
when wet. Anyway, you guys, I hope you have a happy, spooky season. And thank you for listening. Next week, we'll be talking about someone many of you have requested a follow-up episode on. And we see your comments, okay? Next week, we'll be talking about the most mythical man in all of Russia. What's that song?
What the fuck is this?
It's kind of a bop. Oh, he's known for being close to the royal Romanov family. And I hate to burst your bubble, but he never had a talking bat named Bartok or a kick-ass musical number. Honestly, a bop. If they played that in the club, you'd catch me. Okay, but I will say this. He does have one hell of a story. So what you're going to need to do is tune in next week because we're doing an episode on Rasputin. Hey, Rasput. Can I call you Spute? Sputy? Putin? I hope you learned something new in today's story. Don't take candy from strangers. And remember, you can join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs because maybe you want to see what I look like. Here I am. And then while you're there, what you're also going to want to do is catch my murder, mystery, and makeup because it's like true crime and there's makeup. Great. I hope to see you there. I can't wait. Now, I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to today's story.
Like say there's a demon realm that exists at the same time as ours? Yeah. Real. The version realms is thinner. Oh yeah, like the witching hour. I do think that's interesting.
So make sure to use the hashtag Dark History over on social media so I can stalk you and see what you're doing. I will get my binoculars out. I am serious. Now let's read what our viewers have to say. Dara Temple had a little suggestion for a new show. Quote, I can picture an animated series of Bailey Sarian and she's got Joan and Paul with her. So cool. The universe has got to let it happen, end quote. Honestly, I love this and I support this decision. I will only do the series.
Watch her just be an AI version of herself as a cartoon.
Series of the people who animated Daria or Beavis and Butthead can do it for me. I hope to see some emails when I get home. Thank you. Thank you. And Paul, too. We all got to be there. Linda Beck 4254 left a comment on our fast food episode saying, quote, there is actually an app called McBroken, which maps all the McDonald's in your area and lets you know if the ice cream machine is broken.
Let's fucking go. I hope that works because that's kind of handy.
Broken, end quote. You know what, Linda, listen. I knew about this, but I was trying to keep it on the DL because I was like, if everyone knows the app's going to crash, it's barely hanging on. But you know what? I should stop being an asshole and be more like Linda and let the people know. But then the lines are going to be longer, Linda, come on. Now I'm going to have to wait longer. Okay, well, thanks, Linda. Appreciate you. You're a gift.
Look,
Amy
listen, Linda.
Angerer, 6966, had a suggestion for an episode. Quote, Nellie Bly needs to be a dark history subject. She wasn't the darkness, but she exposed so many horrific underbellies as one of the first female investigative reporters. Her topics would make an awesome episode. End quote. Wow, Amy. I did a quick little search on Nellie. I was like, whoa. asylum expose came up. And Amy, honey, listen, I'm intrigued. Give me a pot of coffee going, you know?
Let's go.
And some donuts. I'm in. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is
That was so good. Bailey is so good. All right, it's time for Wine About It with Caroline.
My home, not like the other girls.
Great.
I'm ready to be the biggest hoe ever.
This year. This is your year?
Yeah, I think I just might go naked.
Just feeling crazy?
I'm feeling wild.
Hey, yo.
It's like a... Yes.
Yours is the floppy disk.
Mine needs...
Mine's girthy.
Don't do this. Don't do this. They're gonna make comparisons.
Mine is a wreck.
They're gonna do the thing.
Oh, what? They never do the thing.
They
What thing?
always do the thing.
What thing?
I talk about dicks. They assume I'm talking about Ludwig's, and you just said yours is girthy, so they're gonna assume you're talking about Will's.
You know what? This is payback though.
This
Because
is such payback.
I am sick and tired. Do you know what this motherfucker, when I
Dude.
started streaming, was like, hey, by the way, make sure that you keep things private, you know, like you'll be getting used to live streaming, you'll be telling stories. I was like, yeah, of course, like I would never.
Yeah. And
then
then
every
he
week,
said,
every Sunday,
you have sex like a gorilla.
every single Sunday, he is like
Yeah, he's really been spilling it on Fear and like regularly.
acting out on the podcast, and I get sent the clips while I'm live.
Can I ask you something personal?
Yes. You know what? Ask away. I really have no secrets.
Have you actually ever done the crown thing where he throws you?
Yes.
I have to know.
Wow.
That's
so
I knew it was real. He was too prepared.
so impressive. Is it actually enjoyable? It sounds scary.
It's a little terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Editor, you might have to put in the clip. It
exhilarating.
looks terrifying.
But I also I get tired so fast, and I'm not even the one doing it. Like I am exhausted.
You're like, please.
And sometimes too, it's like you don't want to.
It looks like a workout for both people.
Do the whole circus.
Yeah.
You know?
No, it sounds
just
like he
want
does.
you want vanilla.
Yeah.
boring
That's what I say.
sex.
They're like, what kind of sex do you want? I'm like, missionary with the
So
lights off.
boring.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I'm
fine.
yes.
Sounds like he's not.
Oh my god, it's like
I'm
doing
sorry.
a triathlon.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it'd be like you know, you work all
Triathlon.
day, you're exhausted, you're underslept.
You're a single mom who works
You're a
2
single
jobs.
Mom
yeah.
works 2 jobs, and then you have to do an entire Ironman
That sucks.
that
I'm
you
sorry
haven't
for
trained
you.
for.
I'm sorry. That sounds awful.
Well, you know,
Your living situation
yeah.
sounds awful.
And it's broadcasted to
Millions.
millions every Sunday. So as soon as I realized that, oh, okay, privacy out the window, I was like, you know, fuck it.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore then.
I don't even know how we got here.
Fuck it.
Because I was going to ask you something else, and then I asked you that.
Well, ask me
Oh,
literally anything.
I was talking about being richer. I'm richer
yes.
now. Caroline is talking about how she spent all of her money because she was drunk at a gala.
Yes, I did spend all my money on Emily.
On Emily.
Extra
And then on a
Emily.
group date, by the way.
I know. You know what? I love women though.
I do love women, and it's
Love
going to be
women.
awesome.
It's gonna be so fun,
Worth
and I
it.
want it. I just needed to be a part of it. Like I see
Yeah.
a group of women. I see a group of like beautiful.
This is me in high
strong
school.
women, and I just go,
Like, please.
I gotta be a part of it. Hi.
Hi,
Real.
I'll spend that much. Yeah.
I know. It's like millionaire women.
I'll be your friend no matter how much it costs.
Like, you know what? I just need to be.
I appreciate
just
that you
need
think
to
I'm a
be there.
millionaire. I do appreciate that.
In my mind, you are.
Thank you. I will become that. But I used to at one point in my life, I was on food stamps because I was so broke.
Wow.
Yeah, when I was a pastry chef, I was so broke. I was making like $7.50 an hour and would only get like part-time shifts at the time, and it was scary.
Were you eating a lot of the pastries?
Yeah, I would like
Just,
take
like,
the stale
living
ones
off
home
them.
like a little mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I had to go on food stamps, and it was so funny because I had a very racist stepdad. I mean this in the nice
my
way.
favorite kind of stepdad.
Like prejudiced, racist, like hates welfare, hates the poor.
Yes.
And then I would like get my like EBT card and be like, don't tell him.
Yeah.
Like he's like,
yeah.
oh, those freeloaders, and I was like, I don't have any money.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, right, those freeloaders.
Meanwhile, my mom's like,
yeah, fuck those guys, right? bisexual energy.
Sending me home with like frozen meat from Costco. She's like, here you go,
yeah.
like you're okay. But
These are the same people too who then will come to rely on things like Social Security.
oh yeah, he will. He definitely
Yeah.
will.
Medicare.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's fine though.
It's so funny.
Like, let's yell more about welfare queens.
Yeah.
though.
I don't know what his
He
plan
would've-
is.
Yeah, that would have been you. He would have considered you a welfare queen.
I was a werewolf. I was
Yeah.
doing great though. It was actually EBT's hype.
You know, I probably should have gone on them at some
Mm-hmm.
point because right after college I was working in politics. I kind
That
of
makes
just
sense,
lived
yeah.
off open bars. Like I
Oh,
didn't
really?
eat much for the first.
It's like that scene
2
in Pretty Woman.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
She goes to
I
the
know
bar
exactly
and she
what you're
grabs
talking about.
the cherries and the oranges, and she's
that's
like,
what
it's
I
not a
would
buffet,
do.
kid.
I basically lived off of free booze and snacks
Yeah.
from political events.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just go around and be like, "Oh, hi, yeah, nice to see you, Senator So and So." Meanwhile,
Dunkin'
just
Donuts.
all the free snacks, free booze.
Yeah. It is. I will say.
Yeah. Like there shouldn't be that much shame about not using food stamps. Like if you need it, like it's there for you to use, you know?
One thing though, I make money now. I still act like I'm poor. Like every time I go to Hassan's house, I fill up on snacks. I'm like, these are mine now.
I think it's a mindset.
Yeah.
Like when you have been in a position in life where it's money is so tight.
Yeah.
Like you don't have any of it. You're doing things like have you ever gone into a hotel and just kind of taken like the free coffee or little like you sneak into the breakfast
like in the
area?
lobby.
Yeah, sometimes they'll have them in the lobby. Sometimes
Not
they'll have
anytime
them in-
recently, but I have done a breakfast buffet or two.
I would think not recently.
Yeah.
I would think not recently, but yes,
Yeah.
that was another thing that I would do.
Yeah,
when
you
I
should
was
have gotten
in
food stamps.
downtown Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would kind of just move home periodically when it got to a point where like I physically could
Yeah.
not live. So I was very lucky that my parents were in the suburbs where I could do that. But then
In Chicago?
Mhm.
I didn't know you grew up in Chicago.
I did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I also grew up in Iowa. I went to high school
Oh.
in Iowa. Oh yes.
Everyone hates Iowa.
Your girl included.
Wow.
Yeah, I moved there.
You're
My parents
telling
moved
me.
when I was a freshman in high school, so it was awesome being a freshman, starting at a new high school in
Uh-huh.
Iowa where all these kids had grown up together.
So
and they were
fun.
all white.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like I
Fuck.
think the tier list is like Ohio is the worst, Iowa's the second.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Idaho for some reason people like it.
It's all the states that people confuse together.
Yeah.
Like genuinely, they think
Illinois,
Iowa,
Idaho, yeah.
Ohio, Indiana. They just think that they're one.
When you first
state.
said Ohio, my dyslexic ass, or
When Iowa, you thought I
Wait,
said
yeah.
Ohio. Yeah. Yeah.
whatever.
So I went from. I will say though, this is
Uh-huh.
like a Disney movie though.
Okay.
I went from being bullied.
Okay.
Freshman year.
Uh-huh.
To the prom queen senior year.
Why?
Because I was fucking cool.
I sucked a lot of dick and I did a good job at
Sucked
it.
a lot of dicks.
Okay, Carrie.
Actually, no dicks were sucked. It was
Really?
purely just me being a boss bitch.
Charismatic
Yeah,
queen.
I was, and it was like the total Glee story because
Uh-huh.
I was in theater.
Okay.
But I also was in sports.
Was theater
so I was
cool at
like
your school?
Finn. Theater was cool.
I
when
don't
cool
like
people started doing it.
that you said Finn and you didn't say Troy Bolton. I don't like that you went to Glee
Okay,
over
fair.
High School Musical.
It's true.
I'm like actually
technically,
upset.
Troy, he doesn't really do theater. He just does singing, right?
He
well,
was
I guess
in
Finn
the
doesn't
musical.
either.
He has to act.
Yeah, Glee
Actually,
Club.
Troy does more
Actually,
theater
you know what? Troy
than
is
Finn.
Troy's a better example.
Yeah.
Of.
Thank you. This
yeah,
is very validating
you're right,
for me.
You're right.
I never get this on Fear and.
You never get validation.
I never get you're right or validation.
Yeah, well, that's because they're all
Aw.
just
Yapping.
speaking. They're all just yapping.
Just yapping
Yeah.
boys.
You're the only one who's making
Speaking over women, classic.
any valid points whatsoever. I just want you to know that, okay?
What are you
All
doing
right.
for Halloween?
I was thinking about this. I don't know. I have nothing right now.
You're not gonna do the Barbie route? I love the idea of going out and being like, hey Barbie, hey Barbie, hey Barbie, hey Barbie, and we all learn the dance. And then we play the song and all of us just
I mean, honestly, I could just re-wear my gala outfit.
yeah.
And
You're Barbie.
I'm Barbie.
True.
I was Barbie last Halloween. so-
Were you? Oh, yes,
True.
you were. Yes, at your party.
Yeah.
Barbie and Ken. You know what? I think you should just be Barbie every year.
I'm gonna be Barbie every year.
I think you should be like, oh my gosh, you guys, I finally came up with my Halloween costume.
I'm gonna be Barbie. Say it every year like you
Yeah.
haven't done it every
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
Like it's the first time you're doing it.
Unironically, last year was not the first time.
Oh. I'm not surprised by that
Yeah,
at all.
yeah. If
Oh
it
my
works,
God.
it works. Okay.
If it works, it works. Yeah, I've
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I've dressed as quite a few old ladies. Like I just
Yeah,
love dressing
you were
as
that.
slutty old ladies.
You weren't slutty though when you were an old lady last year.
I had like a little slutty fake Juicy Couture velour jumpsuit. Like
It was not slutty. It was the mom from Mean Girls. Like it was just her outfit, and then a wig.
sluttier than me wearing like an old lady, sack.
Do you not like Halloween? I love Halloween. I love being a
Halloween.
Yeah.
I kind of always, I don't know. Maybe this was just me trying to.
She's not like the other girls.
Yes, no.
She's not like the other
This
girls.
is me straight up being honest. Like we've all had those moments.
Oh.
Okay, all of us have like.
I'm on a podcast with 3 boys. I'm clearly not like the other girls.
I'm not like the other girls.
Yeah.
So my my personal experience with trying to not be like the other girls was not doing Halloween.
Oh, sad.
I would
'cause
always go
Halloween's
for.
fun.
I would always go for like.
It's so
I mean,
fun.
it wasn't as if I didn't. Like some of my outfits were sexy, but I would be Scary Spice from Mean Girls. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it
Wait,
wasn't as
Scary
if,
Spice from Mean Girls?
from Mean Girls. Jesus Christ!
What is wrong with her?
I'm brain damaged. Scary
Spice
Spice
Girls.
from Spice Girls.
Also, why Scary Spice?
I was thinking Mean Girls because you just said the mom from Mean Girls.
Scary Spice is the black one.
Because everyone else was white. Yeah. So I was the only. I was the only.
It doesn't make you black.
I know, but I was the only non-white person in the friend group. I
wasn't expecting Caroline to expect fucking just confess to doing blackface. Wow. Pogo canceled.
had to be Scary Spice.
That's so
like you know
funny.
what I mean?
That's so funny.
I will say though,
You grew
it
up in
just
such a
goes to
white
show-
town that
yeah.
they made you Scary
You
Spice.
can, and from personal experience, you can dress as like a famous black celebrity and not do blackface.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah. It's possible.
I'm shocked.
Shocking.
Yeah.
I know. Justin Trudeau had no idea.
Wow.
Yeah,
but
he had no clue.
It is possible to do that and then not wear blackface. Shocking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. Think
Imagine.
about it.
I'm not sold. I'll consider it.
I'm just letting you know it is a possible. It is a possibility. You know, like
So you're gonna be Black Barbie this year.
I'm gonna. Yes.
That's so brave of you.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Oh my god, this is everything. Can this be the podcast?
Be
Wow.
Black Barbie this year.
Wow.
I mean, I love Maya, I do, but just add Caroline.
Wow.
But anyway, I'm done with my whole not like the other girls.
Great.
I'm ready to be the biggest hoe ever.
This year. This is your year?
Yeah, I think I just might go naked.
Adam and Eve. Oh, except for Will would love that because he would just like wear a bigger.
would-
This is big. He'd be like, yeah, this leaf
Yeah.
is so big because my
Like
dick.
if I just took some of the leaves off of that
Fake
plant,
tree.
off
Yeah.
the fake tree, and I'll just 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Easy.
Do it. I believe in you.
I'm sure it's been done.
Yeah, you know, I just
Yeah.
turned 31. I'm really
feeling crazy.
I'm feeling wild. I'm feeling myself.
Well, I haven't done an intro. I'll be a good podcast host. This is Caroline Kwan.
What's up?
Local political commentator,
It's only 12 minutes in.
Twitch streamer, pop culture extraordinaire, and Scary Spice.
And Scary Spice, local
need
political
one.
commentator, leading with that rather than pop culture aficionado.
I don't know. You were talking about politics earlier.
That's true. I did say we were when I was like, "What do you want to talk about on the pod?"
Yeah. The
I was
pod
like,
for girl talk.
Yeah,
She
I was like, "Should we just talk about Israel and Palestine the entire podcast?"
Poison ivy shit? Oh, true. That's always a good costume.
And then Cutie was like, "Yeah, that's exactly what my plan
I was hoping. I was waiting.
hoping. We'll talk about that, and then obviously the continued saga of Taylor and Travis.
I actually, unironically, I know I could be Queen Barbie this year. I know. I know I want to do the hey Barbie. I want to. I'm being Taylor Swift. And Ludwig's being Travis Kelce.
Oh.
It's the only time he's been able to be one of his boyfriends.
Oh, that's so cute.
Or one of her boyfriends.
I was like,
Ludwig's not gonna
something
do
going on with Ludwig and Travis Kelce. You heard it here.
They're dating.
Travis Kelce and Ludwig have been secretly having an
Dude,
affair.
that'd be so
Cutie
sick.
just
Yeah.
I knew it.
revealed it. I don't
I'd have
even
it
think
in.
you would be mad.
I'd be
I
like,
think you would be. This would be the closest.
Bring me to the box.
In that you would have
Yeah.
to Taylor.
Do you think? I don't think I could actually ever be friends with her. I know too much about her. It's weird.
I think she's too famous, if I'm being honest.
But there's no way that the Haim sisters didn't know everything about her.
True, but I think she is too famous. I don't know how you would genuinely be friends with her. She's too famous.
I'll date Joe Jonas.
Yeah, I feel like you would have had to like meet her like 12 years ago.
Yes. He's gonna break up with me and she's gonna come sweep me up because she's a girl's girl.
I honestly feel like this with dating and with friendships. I don't know how you do it with people who are that famous. I don't know how you, unless you yourself are like enough of a mainstream celebrity. Yes, which you are, because you are.
I'm not.
You're going to be recording an album.
Oh, I actually am.
Wait, are you?
Yeah.
I just
Oh my
put
God.
it out of my ass.
It's a passion project. It's not.
What? Let's go.
Not actually gonna be like. I don't want it. This sounds.
We're
this sounds so Indian hipster of me, but like I don't want it to
hearing
be
the
big.
Grammys. Yes,
Yeah.
Can you take me as your date?
I'm not going to the Grammys.
How do you know?
I wrote one song and then so TJ's producing it.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So I go and I record with TJ, and he's like, meet me here, and he'd be like, eh. And I'd be like, okay. I'd be like, eh. He'd be like, you're not there, and I'm like, are you sure?
You're like, I'm pretty sure that I'm meeting you.
I'm nailing it.
Yeah.
So turns out, might not. I think I'm when it comes to singing, I think I'm a 5. I think I can do it.
I've told you I think you are higher.
Yeah, but she's not getting a Grammy on a 5.
Selena Gomez has won Grammys.
Oh my God. Shots fired.
How dare you come on my podcast, on my boyfriend's couch, and say this to me on this Sabbath day? It's
Okay,
Monday.
that was me just trying to cause some drama. But come on, do you know how many fucking pop stars can't actually sing?
No, I haven't asked them. I'm not friends with them.
Without all the
What?
Like, it's kind of a. It's.
I
kind
hope
of a
TJ
joke
gives
at
me
this
the
point. Yes.
Juice me up, TJ.
That's. If I'm being real, like, pop stars don't become super famous per se because they're the best vocalists.
I think Dream World, Jenny. This sounds. You know, you hate talking about dreams because it's like I'm cringe and I have dreams.
I know,
That's
but we
how
all
feel.
do it anyway.
I have a little itty bitty ounce of dream. Dream World would be like Phoebe Bridgers level of famous, where she just does a random hotel in LA every once in a while, and like her songs are good and they're meaningful, and that's it. That would be like dream fame, but that's still.
She also
pretty high.
She's recognizable, but she can probably still
walk around
and not.
And
have
she did a
everyone.
song with Taylor Swift.
Oh wow! So it's in the cards for you.
I just have to be as talented as Phoebe fucking Bridgers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. You can do it. You got this.
Whatever, we'll make it happen.
She's amazing singer. I think we could have writing days. Would you help me write songs?
Yeah, I actually don't know how to songwrite, but I will definitely help you.
Oh, well.
I think the two of us together, we could come up with something.
But the problem is I only like writing sad songs.
Me too.
And I've struggled my whole life.
Finally, we can produce the rich women north of LA. Controversial Taylor Swift is not a great vocalist. She's not. I think you're right. She's a great performer, which matters more, I think, when she when she does what she does. Yeah. I agree. And I think she is like kind of a good lyricist. Like, she's good at writing songs, but she's not like the greatest vocalist I've ever heard.
Articulating my sad feelings, which is why I like Taylor Swift.
But like sad, that's where it's at though. Who wants to write an upbeat song? Like when I've never really written a song, but tinkering around on the piano, it's always sadness that comes out. I'm like, he's leaving out the door.
He only likes fucking gorilla style. Yeah.
I'm over here exhausted.
Put me down. It's too high. Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a natural emo-ness.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But I went back to singing lessons.
Good.
We have the same vocal
Talk
coach.
about somebody who can help you write a fucking song.
Yeah, she'll be able to help me.
Yeah, she's incredible.
Once I get there. We're still in vocal. We're not ready for songwriting.
Dude, you are the type of person though where the reason I say you're not a 5 vocally is because like every single lesson you get better too.
You don't know. You're
Yes,
not
I
there.
do. That's one of my best friends.
You
She
don't
tells
go.
me this shit.
You don't come.
She tells me this shit.
Caroline's just sitting on a stool in the background when
I'm always there. Yeah, for you to think that I'm not always,
Do you
I'm not
talk to
always
her?
watching. Yeah,
Caroline is always in your walls.
How often?
all the time.
How?
We've been friends since we were 14.
How do you maintain relationships?
Oh, it's hard.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work. It genuinely is something you have to put time into.
Yeah, I don't.
And
do that.
I've lived a lot of different places,
Uh-huh.
and I've met a lot of people, and sometimes it falls to the wayside, and then you catch up. And you want to have the types of friendships where months can go by.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change your friendship. Like,
Right.
there will always be that foundation
Mhm.
of love and respect and
I have to feel love first, it sounds like.
yes, you do.
Yeah, I don't have
yeah, you gotta have the love.
Oh, so I have to have a heart?
But this is Caroline.
Oh yeah, hi.
She's filling in for Maya. Maya's doing a subathon at Alveus, the animal sanctuary, you all know. And so I pulled Caroline, texted her literally yesterday because Maya was like, I'm exhausted. And here she is. And she showed up, and that was very nice of you because you're busy.
Yeah, but everyone's busy.
But
we all have time too. Kind of.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So true.
Okay. I actually have, you might be the exception to this because you actually do way too much. Like, you're insane. But I actually have a pet peeve with people always being like, oh, I'm so busy. Like, when you see people you haven't seen in a while, you're like, what's up? They're like, oh, I'm so busy. It's like, yeah, okay. That's, all of us are.
Yeah.
All of us, especially in this industry,
Yeah.
right? And so it's not an excuse to not take the time to do things with friends and to,
Wow.
yeah.
I will
Like, the
stop
thing is
using
that I know, and I include myself in this
Yeah.
too, because I could have easily been like, oh, I'm busy. I need to prepare for stream.
You could
I
have.
need to do
And I
the
would have respected
sponsor.
that.
Yes.
And Yingling
But
would be sitting on the couch next to me.
And nobody wants that. Love you, Yingling.
Without the
kidding.
weed, though.
But I thought to myself, I was like, I've got 2 hours. Like, who am I kidding? I'm just sitting here.
She's got 2 hours for us.
Yeah. So that being said, I gotta go.
So we've hit it.
We are at the 2 hours. That's not even a good example. You know what I'm saying though? When like sometimes when you are catching up with people or you're at a party and everyone they don't know what else to say besides like, oh yeah, I'm so busy. It's like a thing we fall back on. Or if someone else says they're busy, you have to be like, oh, me too. Oh my
You
gosh.
have to one up them.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what kind of
This
trying
might
to
be
get
a
at
personal
here.
thing to you.
Maybe it is.
Yeah. Do you feel?
I always feel
insecure
as if,
about your busyness level.
Sometimes I do.
Yeah.
Not now, because this really is the busiest year I've ever had.
This is very consuming.
This is the busiest year I've ever had. But before that, I would always kind of get this that like people are almost attempting to one up with how busy they are. How busy they're. Oh my god, I just have no time for like anything.
What took you so long to start?
It's also, I think, like a sign of like poor time management skills. At least for me personally, maybe I'm projecting, but like I think people who feel busy all the time just don't know how to schedule their lives, and they just always feel overwhelmed. I love upbeat songs with sad lyrics. Ooh, me too.
Streaming. It took you so long because I remember like
yes,
forever ago, people were like, "Why don't you stream?" And you were like, "Oh, I'm not like the other girl."
Capitalism Olympics, idleness is shamed. True.
No, in that case, it wasn't. I
hate Halloween.
Because I just never. Okay, I'm gonna give you the real answer, and then I'm gonna give you.
I love it.
The not real answer. I'm gonna give you the not real answer first. The not real answer was I didn't want to stream. I wasn't a content creator. I was doing writing and acting and like
yeah, and it's hard to do both.
I'm not an internet creator. Yeah.
I'm an actor. I'm an actor.
And I don't mean that with like, oh, I'm better than that.
No, I think you mean it in a way, and correct me if I'm wrong, where it's like Harrison Ford wasn't found playing Fall Guys. They were like, he's gonna make a great Indiana Jones. He plays Fall Guys so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the more real answer is that I also didn't want to impede on Will's territory.
That's fair.
Because when he started streaming, he's 3 years older than I am. So it's funny that our lives, our professional lives have been very parallel. I've just always been kind of 3 years behind. And we do different things as well. But he started streaming. I was working at Sony at the time, and he was on his last leg in LA.
Yeah.
Like that was it. He had been burned too many times. So I was desperate for him to stay here, of course.
Yeah.
He starts streaming because Hassan had pushed him into it. And so I would sit there
Hassan's
at work.
a pusher.
Hassan is a pusher,
Yeah.
okay? He pushes
lots.
Drugs.
Tea.
He's a drug pusher.
Drug
Back
pusher.
to
He's pushing tea. I can't.
Mean Girls.
Back to Mean Girls.
He's a pusher.
So I would be sitting there at work. I would I made an account to support him, and I got all my family
That's
to
so funny.
to support him.
You're in his chat, you're
tried to make like other accounts
What's
as well.
Pepe?
I know.
You were trying to view bot him?
I was.
That's so
And
funny.
I would leave his stream up all the time, even when I was in meetings and stuff.
You're like,
because
if I own
needed
10 tabs,
yes,
that's 10
because
viewers.
I needed it to succeed. And then the pandemic happened. I ended up moving home because I lost my job. I couldn't afford my apartment. And I basically told him, I was like, I want you to do this. Like, whatever it takes. You know, we didn't see each other for 4 months.
Oh, really? You
and
lived
then
separately?
I went home to Chicago.
Oh.
Yeah. And
wow.
he was just like nose to the ground. So it's a very, very, very long saga. But the short of it is that I so desperately wanted him to succeed in this, and I championed him in it, even though I didn't even know what the hell it was.
Yeah, it is its own world.
So then when I started to approach a similar point in my life where I was, it's not as if I had like not had success as a writer and actor. The problem is that it's so unpredictable. You can have success and then go 2 years and nothing. And the older you get, the harder it is to stay.
It's harder to be Phoebe Bridgers.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You feel that dream slipping more and more away. So I started reaching this point. I was
It's so much competition. God, that's like, it's so stressful to even think about.
I was working at the club just as a side job while I was figuring out what the hell I was
You
gonna
were
do.
a bottle girl, right?
Yeah, so before
You
that,
have, like,
previously,
dope stories from that.
Oh, I have so many. I have stories about Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend,
Oh,
and
we're gonna spill.
Oh yeah, and I got people.
Are you
coming
allowed
after
to
me on
spill
Twitter.
those?
Oh, I spill all the time. Are you kidding
People
me?
came after you on
if
Twitter?
someone's a to me,
Yeah.
if someone is an asshole,
Yeah.
to service workers,
Yeah.
they legally have to be called out.
Uh-oh.
That's the
True.
truth. What?
This is my boyfriend.
Oh no.
He's in Japan. I have to answer.
It's because we mentioned Travis Kelce. He's like,
Hi.
don't tell them.
I'm in the middle of recording wine about it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hi.
Caroline's my guest this week.
Wait, who's your guest?
It's Will Naff.
Good one.
Oh my gosh, hi.
You got him.
I got him.
You got him. He thinks it's Will. All right, sorry. I got carried away with my day. I didn't call you. I'm the worst.
Okay, you still don't love me anymore.
Yeah, it's true. She's just talking all
I
about
was
that.
talking
on the
about it, yeah.
podcast.
Yeah.
Spark's going fast.
The spark's going fast?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I can pause it if you've...
No, just go record.
Okay, love you.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
Oh.
That's so nice.
You know what's funny is it's always like a back and forth.
So
where
cute.
He'll call or like Will call, and you can tell they want to talk. You're like, I really can't
Yeah.
talk right now. Or then it'll be the opposite. You're like, hey,
He's in fucking
how
Japan.
you doing? Be like, I'm in the middle of something. Oh, okay, well, I love you, miss you. Also, why if he's in Japan?
This is the worst one.
there's shit to do.
Well, our time frame to call each other is from 3:30 to 4:30. That's it. That's all we've got. Because then he gets on Connor Sea Dog VA's.
Connor Sea Dog VAs. I was just going with it. I was like,
Yeah.
Connor Sea Dog.
I had a
VA.
seizure. He gets on his RV and he's RVing all day, 12 hours a day with his side hoe. Now I'm the side hoe.
Yeah. Well, it's from one side hoe to another.
Yeah, it's rough.
Okay.
He's in Japan. It's a 17-hour time difference. the worst time difference
Jesus.
ever.
It is. It actually is so bad.
And he goes so often. I'm like, I just am single when he's gone. I just
Yeah.
can't. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Girls' night out. Speaking
I'm fine.
of,
Yes, we haven't gotten to the wine, but you also
Speaking
have to
of.
finish your story. But
I
we'll get
haven't
there.
finished my story.
It is wine about.
Oh my god, they're like halfway
Got
in.
it.
But I know I started getting off into I was getting way too esoteric.
It's important. It's a podcast. You're fine.
Yes,
It's literally your
Fine
job
about
right now.
it.
It's one of those
That
things
you're
where
not getting paid for.
I say all the time.
Thank you.
I love to do work and not get paid. I always will say, long story short, and then I will never make it short. That's my favorite thing to do. I'll always be
That's
like, okay,
me.
long story short, and then I'll tell the entire long story. But anyway,
Do you have a bad habit? I have this bad habit of like, I will go to the store and I'll buy hummus, and it should be a 10-minute story. It should be a 10-second story. I went to the store and I bought hummus. But then I'll
No,
turn
it
the
should be a
story
10-minute story.
into a
No, it
10-minute
should be
story.
a 10-minute story.
Because the world needs to know about every inconvenience I
Yes.
faced. Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's a problem.
People will say to me all the time, I don't understand how you have stories out of everything. I'm like, because everything is a story. Everything is a story.
Show business, baby.
Okay?
Everything's a story.
Our life is just a series of stories. The days of our lives.
That is show business.
My mother was a pathological exaggerator,
Mm.
and that's where I've got it. So she gave me that and my thick thighs.
But thick thighs save lives, okay? That is one of the
Thanks,
most true
Mom.
things in the world. Thick thighs can also potentially
End
take a
lives.
life. Yes.
Okay, this
End a
is our
True.
moment. We haven't done wine in a while, but it was sitting on the counter, and I figured for a guest it was important to break out the wine. Robert Modavi. This is his private selection. Only the best for you.
Private. Wow.
Fabulous.
It's a Cabernet Sauvignon, California, 2021. You might
That tasty Walmart wine.
notice that it tastes like cherry, blueberry, and vanilla.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know what I
Are you
love
a wine
to
girl?
do? I love to drink wine and totally bullshit about
Yeah,
it.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Me
my
too, yeah.
favorite thing.
Yeah.
Especially when I'm with people who call themselves like winos or self-professed
Classic.
sommeliers, and
they'll be like, yeah, no, I do get that rubber boot.
I just bullshit out of my ass.
Are you like that with movies? Like, do you have like deep takes about? 'Cause
Okay, so sometimes I
she
do.
has experience in film,
But
by the way,
I'm
is why I asked.
also, I will be one of the first to say that film, like the film bro persona, which
hate
also
the film
encapsulates
bros.
it's women as well, but it's just the film bro persona.
You can be a woman film bro.
You can, is one of the most insufferable ones.
True.
I will be the first
That's true.
to admit that. So there are definitely times in my life that I have felt pressure to have some really pithy analytical take on a movie that frankly I'm just like, no, it sucked.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't good. I really think that at the end of the day, when it comes to film, you can wax poetic, okay? And in some cases it's worthwhile. But otherwise it's like, did you like the movie or did you not?
Yeah, I
Okay?
hate leaving.
Yeah, like a lot of French films have this problem where like they just don't like to give you like an ending, like a conclusive, tied up ending. So it'll be like ambiguous or just very confusing or just unresolved in some major way. And I hate that. I hate that so much. And I spent so long pretending like, oh, like I get it, because like, oh, the author just like leaves it open to interpretation for the viewer. But like, no, bitch, don't make me write your movie for you. Hello?
Did you like the movie or did you not? Were
having
you
to talk about
entertained or
it.
were you not? Did you, was there something about that film that is sticking with you?
I'm incapable of this wine opener.
She's using it so wrong.
I don't know if you caught on.
I'm gonna let you. Okay. Do you want me? You just broke the cork. Do you want me?
Oh no.
Because now I just do it
got
again.
No, you.
Yeah, the professional bottle girl don't need her help.
This is half of it.
Is that your technique?
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, I just do it again.
Break half the cork off.
Half of it's out.
And then.
And now now I repeat. You were a bottle girl, you know. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't open wine bottles necessarily at the club. That was more so just vodka twist on.
No
twist
one
off.
was ordering wine.
Not
Wow.
not Robert Mondavi.
What an
private selection.
unclassy joint you worked at.
One of my favorite things on stream has been to tell the many tales that I have from working in nightclubs.
Yeah, I want to hear them.
How much time do you have?
Well, we'll finish your first story and then we.
Oh yes.
We can do that. Wine pour.
This is the
silence. Ew. Have you looked? This is Ludwig's mic.
Ah!
I love him so much, but this mic is probably a biohazard.
Show me.
It's got like.
You have to show us now.
Ludwig, that is not okay.
That's his main mic, if that's helpful. I think this one maybe came out of a bin or something. It's mostly cat hair.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it, there are some like crusties.
Yeah, I think he enunciates.
Gross.
Wine pour.
Why is that one so encrusted though? There's like
he ate a sandwich and then enunciated.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
Just older.
What is your favorite thing about Ludwig?
Oh my god, he is the most patient human I've ever met in my entire life. He loves me so much. I've never dated someone that loved me.
Sad but beautiful.
I know. And sometimes
my favorite thing about him is that he loves me. That's not something about him.
Sometimes I think he's like, I'm like, are you overcompensating for something?
Yeah, well, that's.
I'm like, what'd you do?
That
comes from trauma.
That comes from trauma. Yeah.
Also,
Okay,
you don't have to finish all this wine. It's
This
3
isn't
in the
even-
afternoon.
This isn't even that much.
Oh, I don't know. I don't want you to. I don't know.
Now that makes me sound like an alcoholic.
Yeah,
but-
you're like,
no,
oh,
this is
pour me more.
So the way you're supposed to pour wine, actually.
No way you come on my wine podcast and tell me.
No, I'm
this
letting you know.
bitch. Okay.
Going off of wine glasses.
You have some cork in yours.
That's a standard pour, a 4-ounce pour.
That's gross.
Oh, it's flavor. You have to look at the curve of the wine glass. So this is a little above, but it's fine. So
what?
Like, if you take any wine
You're supposed to go to like here, like where the curve ends.
You wanna go where, like, how do I describe this? I would say the point would have been about here. So not bad. Not totally off.
I'm a pro.
Yeah.
For like an official pour.
Him being patient is a thing about him, I guess. Well, yeah. Yeah, that part is.
Yeah, you're supposed to base it off the curve of the glass. There's like a midway point.
Yeah.
Anyway, what the fuck do I know though?
Oh, we already
cheers.
did. Oh, we'll do it again.
Did we cheers already?
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
well,
got dementia.
can never. That's true.
Oh wow.
You can also never cheers too many times. Also, this is
wine.
This is.
It kind of tastes like a wet dog.
Wine.
I'm getting a hint of wet dog in the aftertaste. I was fine.
Yeah, but Robert Mondavi is not good wine. It's very cheap.
Before the aftertaste.
There's definitely there's also definitely a taste of dirt.
Oh. That's from the cork. That's my bad.
That's my special glass here.
Oh, it's lovely.
Yeah, Robert Mondavi is usually on the lower shelves.
Never. I would never buy that.
Yeah, it's probably. I
I
think
wouldn't
usually
never.
Maybe
goes
it's
for
gone on.
maybe
Maybe it's
like 10.
It must have gone on sale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought it before.
Yeah. Oh, it's aged.
Yeah.
You have aged this.
Well,
Right,
I
yeah.
bought it
Personally aged.
when it was. It's like how like Louis Vuitton, like no one cares anymore.
Mhm.
Like Louis Vuitton is the Walmart of designers.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chanel is like increasing prices 60% every
Yeah.
year.
So like this, I bought it when it was Chanel, when it
Mhm.
was Louis at its peak. But now it turns out it's Louis. You know. You follow?
I so follow
Thank
that.
you. Yeah. Yeah.
The more I drink of this, the more I follow as well. Here's what I will say.
Mhm.
Oh, there's also a cat hair here. as
Oh,
well.
welcome.
Delicious.
Delicious.
flavors.
Thank you.
You know, when I drink wine, I like to always add things in it.
Gourmet.
Give it a little something.
Yeah, there might. I mean,
A little.
I did wash these cups recently, but maybe I didn't. Maybe they're dusty.
Oh no. I'm saying that this is part of
She likes
the
it.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to drink the cat hair.
I already did.
already did.
You're fine.
Oh.
Yingo! We're recording wine about it.
Okay,
sorry. You want to say... Oh, you were? Yeah. For what? You can use my PC.
It's because his email's on that PC.
He needs his email.
It's okay. You just tell me that.
We're ruining...
Wait, is this popcorn machine full of, like cheddar puffs, or is it like cheddar popcorn? Or is it something else entirely?
Ruining Yingling's life. No, you didn't.
Do you need email though, or are we really ruining, or are we saving?
We're saving him from his emails. Okay, thanks,
well,
Yingo.
That's 5 seconds.
Thanks.
It's 5 seconds to do, other things.
Like what?
There's a lot of things you could do in 5 seconds.
I don't know if there is. I don't know if I can do a lot in 5 seconds.
You can
I think I'm
breathe
slow.
twice.
That felt long.
That's okay. Maybe that was.
I think I breathed once.
You could.
Do you think is this 5 seconds? I feel like it didn't get into my tummy. I feel like it doesn't count.
You can do that, and you can do a sip in 5 seconds. You can also just chill.
I can chill for 5 seconds.
Just chill. Ready? I'll count it out. Okay. See?
This reminds me of the speech I gave at my mom's funeral.
It's so like you to come in with something like that. This is what I have learned about you.
My mom's funeral. My mom's funeral. I'm not kidding you. I went. This was my speech, and I can say this completely numb because I'm dissociated most of the time. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I said, I just got through the last 10 seconds. And I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I just got through the last 10 seconds. And of course I'm sobbing.
Yeah.
But that's how I did it.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
But also so like you to be able to just take anyone and be like, you know what? This is like when my mom died.
This like reminds me of when my mom died. Anyway, crazy you can also sip wine in that time. This would have helped more, maybe.
Classic cutie.
I get up there, I give the speech at my mom's funeral. Yeah. I just got through the last 10 seconds.
My mom is so dramatic that years ago she made me write her eulogy.
I thought you were giving an example about like a pseudo example of like my mom. Like my mom was so dramatic she died.
My mom is the biggest drama queen. Like she just died.
She like died.
Yeah.
Selfish. Anyway, sorry. Your mom's
Stop.
Actually,
no,
my mom was dramatic too, but
your yes, your mom passed away. You wrote a eulogy.
Yeah.
My mother is so.
Will she watch this?
She oh god, no, she doesn't know how to get on to YouTube.
Keep it that way.
No, she would also agree with this, and this is I say with love. She wanted me to write a practice eulogy for her. So she could hear
god.
A practice. Oh my god. That's legendary. I'm gonna make people do this now. I kinda love that. I need to proofread your eulogy for me. Can we just do that?
What I would say about her.
That's so extra. Does she like know what she wants to be buried in?
Oh yeah. She knows the music, everything.
That's
she knows
so
what
morbid.
the vibe that she wants for her funeral.
She's not one of those that's like when people like give speeches at funerals and they're like, she wouldn't want people to cry. She's like, you bitches better be crying.
Oh yeah.
Life cannot move on without Sydney.
No, she wants everybody to be there. But then she
so
also
funny.
wants there to be a big party afterwards because she throws great parties. So people are in mourning, but there's great hors d'oeuvres.
DJ Khaled just came out.
There are amazing snacks.
That's crazy. So you had to write something like your mom. You're gonna rewrite it when she dies.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't even know that. This was so many years ago.
Yeah.
It was like 4 laptops ago. I don't know where that thing is.
Yeah.
But
she approved it at the time?
Yes, she had some notes.
Notes.
She had some notes.
She's like, please quote 1 Corinthians.
Let me ask you a question though. If you could have like a
How do you make sure that's actually what is said though? That's true. I guess I would just have to trust them. Or, come back and haunt them.
I don't know, a looking in the future to see who comes to your funeral.
Oh my god, this is so morbid.
It is morbid, but it's real, okay?
Okay.
Everybody thinks about it. I always think, like, what would people say? Who would come? Who wouldn't
This
come?
is what would happen. People would pretend like they were, like, my best friend.
Right.
Cutie was so impressive. She was so inspirational. You bitches never hang out with me. Ever.
That's what I'm saying.
You never do.
This is
Shut
shit
up.
that you should be getting mad. Like,
I don't have
right now.
I don't have time to be mad. I'm busy.
Are you busy?
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm too busy. To be mad. You wouldn't get it.
I wouldn't, because I do spend a lot of time thinking about.
You shouldn't spend a lot of time.
Not a lot of time. I think like a normal amount of time.
I don't think there's a normal amount.
And I do think
because I've thought about it
showing
zero.
that I am my mother's daughter.
I mean, I haven't thought about it that much. Not really. I have worried at times, like, oh, like no one will ever be at my funeral. Like, I have thought about that, but like not this much. Money's the only real solution.
When she had me write a eulogy, the other day I asked Will what he would say at my funeral.
Oh my god. That's like the if I was a worm. You just made it worse. If I died, what would you say?
I said he had just woken up and I was sitting there. I was like
7 a.m. on a Sunday.
I'm dead. And he goes, what? I go, what do you say?
Do you allow him to speak at your funeral? He's who speaks.
Of course.
Okay.
I would want him to deliver a gorgeous.
He would do a good.
I've had many dreams about watching my own funeral happen. Interesting. Is it like a nightmare, or is it like just like a passive thing?
Job.
So he would do an amazing
performance.
Job. Right. That's why I wanted to hear some of it.
And what did he say?
It was not very good. I'm gonna be honest.
Sucks.
It was really.
That's really
granted,
bad.
He had just woken up. I put him on the spot.
Yeah.
I think with time,
he's been moved to second speaker. Yeah.
Well, he's been moved to second speaker right now. But he was like, Caroline was so brilliant and beautiful. I was like, yeah, okay. Like, come on.
Get to the meat.
Like details. Like give us something that
tell them how the world won't spin anymore.
Couldn't generate.
Yeah.
And he
tell them that every summer will be more gray from here on out. Yeah.
Do you want to give my speech?
I'm so good at giving funeral speeches.
I think you're first spot now.
Thank you. I didn't even like my grandpa, and they asked me to give a speech, and I was like,
probably gave the most beautiful speech
I
ever.
was beautiful.
Yeah.
I even bore my testimony. They thought I was still Mormon. I was like, this is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, I got wasted last night.
Okay, you're your first spot.
Thank you.
Speech giver.
I appreciate that.
Will,
easy.
Your dead body might regret this.
Well, girl, I won't even know.
I won't even know. You don't plan on dying anytime soon, right?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
No.
I'm like too busy.
I'm so busy. I don't even have time
to die. Yeah.
No, I love life.
Yeah.
I do.
I'm one of those weird, super depressed people that like, I like it though.
Loves life.
I'd rather be so depressed and exist.
Like a detached observation. Interesting.
Than not exist.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine.
That was.
Cheers.
That was
cheers to mental health.
Cheers to mental health and just that statement, you know?
Yeah. Continue.
Yes.
Where were we?
Girl, I don't know.
Chicago.
I don't know.
You moved back to Chicago because of COVID, because you wouldn't get the vaccine. And then
you are spreading fake news. Wouldn't get the vaccine. Like, can I tell you something actually? I was one of the first people in the state of California to get COVID after the vaccine. So the state of California Health Department called me, and it was this whole big thing. And
oh damn!
This was before we knew that that will happen, and a lot of people who have the vaccine have gotten COVID. I was in like the 0.01% because I got the vaccine early. I was one of the first to get the vaccine, and then I was also one of the first to get COVID after the vaccine.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. And
so you were a little test subject.
Kind of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Drama.
And that was my experience, and now I've got 5G in my head. What are the other things that they say? 5G.
And you think school shootings aren't real?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, I love Joe Rogan.
And now you're gay.
Gay. Big gay.
It's crazy.
All those things.
That's amazing. You're so brave for telling us.
Honestly, so brave. Like I said, I'm not holding back anything anymore.
I'm not holding back
anything. This is truly an AMA, total honesty.
Hasn't finished one question though.
So real. I have not finished one story.
Just flowing from one story to the next. It's fine. It's fine.
Question.
Do you think
we're being real?
We live in Hollywood. Do you think there's parties for wives of people that we could go to? Do you think we can infiltrate the rich wife club?
Oh,
yes.
I know. Yeah, I've gone to them before. Not that I'm a rich wife, but like
That's really mean you didn't invite me.
this is before I even knew you.
I want to
Yes,
I want to
there
infiltrate
is-
them. I want to pretend though that I'm not with Ludwig. I want to pretend I'm with like the most rich celebrity that they're like, what the how'd you get Terry Crews?
Wait, what? When did Tom Hanks get divorced and marry you? Wait, what?
I'll be like, I don't know.
Terry Crews?
I couldn't think of another name. Who? That's all I could think of.
Terry Crews
Yeah.
is who comes to mind.
They'll be shocked. They'll be like, "You're with
They'll be
Terry
like-
Crews?" I'll be like, "Yeah." And I'll just tell lies. I'll just lie the whole time about our relationship, and then I'll leave and never go back until the next one.
Yeah, so pretty much the way the parties go is that they just get wasted.
That sounds great.
And
Of course.
And have really nice charcuterie boards, like
Oh,
super expensive charcuterie boards.
that's a dream.
But yeah, just absolutely getting wasted.
Are you allowed to then go on your podcast and tell their stories?
Yeah, because they probably won't listen. Yeah.
Sounds like we should infiltrate one.
I have some. I have.
Yeah,
some-
depending
some
on how
stories
rich, you might have to sign an NDA.
from the Calabasas girlfriends and wives group that I was a part of, not because I was friends with them, but I was friends with a friend.
Oh my god.
Who was friends with them.
This is not a very exclusive
So they
club.
would invite.
I actually won't join.
They would invite me to like bunko and game nights and stuff. Where they
Okay.
would just get.
I love that.
Absolutely schnockered drunk.
Uh-huh.
And there was always this broiling tension under the
Oh my
surface
God, okay.
because there's a hierarchy of who has the most money.
Right. That's why I would lie.
Yes, and say that you were Mrs. Terry Crews.
Yeah.
Because they're all
yes, I'm Miss Bezos.
they're all wealthy. They all
Yeah.
live out in Calabasas, but there's a hierarchy.
Uh-huh.
There's the ones who
They're dating friggin' Steve
married,
Jobs if he was
married
alive.
to like uber wealth,
Like-
and then
like owner of Walmart.
yes,
Owner of Walmart is more rich than Tom Cruise.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
because Tom Cruise gives all his money to Scientology too.
Yeah. So owner of
Keep his
Scientology is
secrets.
more rich than Tom
Keep his
Cruise.
secrets.
Yeah.
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 It wouldn't work, but I've always wanted to infiltrate Scientology. I do worry though that somehow they'd brainwash me and so it'd backfire, but
Oh, I'd believe anything ever. Yeah.
no, even though I think that I would totally resist, they're doing something. Like I think they would inject me with something that would then
The mind
change
control
the
juice.
brain chemistry.
Yeah. They have Stockholm syndrome that's just
Right.
like is fed to you as applesauce and you're like, "Okay."
You know, like the amount of people who are believing that stuff, I'm like, something else is going on here besides just here's the L. Ron Hubbard's book, aliens coming out of volcanoes. Like, who? The
Maybe they just want friends. Maybe they're just lonely.
You're actually not wrong about that.
I was a Mormon for so long.
That's how they get
Yeah.
you. They
Yeah.
get you
Yeah.
on community, on
Yeah.
friendship,
That's how cults work.
and then they make you divulge your deepest, darkest
True.
secrets, which they hold on to as blackmail.
And they won't let you leave.
They will never let you.
That
leave.
is how cults
Yeah.
work, and ironically,
Well, yeah, Scientology is also like really powerful. Like they have long established relationships with police departments where they don't get charged for shit. They just pay off all of everybody. Judges, cops, lawyers, you know?
my ex-boyfriend. It was awesome.
Yeah. That is
I left.
that those two entities
Stockholm sauce.
Yeah.
have that in common.
Ex-boyfriends and Scientology.
Ex-boyfriends and Scientology, yeah. Bad ex-boyfriends. How many ex-boyfriends do you have?
This many.
How many bad? Like bad. Okay.
Bad.
Bad.
Yeah. And then this one, people tell me that he's bad. I still don't believe it. I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll probably be adding him to the list.
No, he's
at
great.
some point.
He just never wanted to marry me because he didn't like my depression and that my mom died.
Did you want to get married?
Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. Fuck that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I was so ready.
Like you wanted to marry him, or you just want to be married?
I wanted to marry him.
Okay.
I was so
Aw.
like, I've never been so sure of anything. Turns out it takes two to tango.
That is so surprising to me because you are so busy. Like how would you?
I don't know when I'd squeeze it in, but
When would you squeeze in a wedding?
Well,
a
this was before I
marriage?
streamed.
No, I know.
So
Wow.
Schmoop, you know?
I honestly, I can say.
Imagine not marrying Cutie. Like, what? Like, hello?
I could have a baby by now.
Yeah. Don't
Crazy.
have a baby. I can't relate because I've never felt that.
Yeah.
I felt that want.
Yeah, I
get
thought it
married.
was made up. Because I had never felt it either.
And then with him,
and then I was like, it's a fairy tale. And then turns out, I don't know and so now I'll never trust myself again.
Aw.
Well, you can't be too hard on yourself. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Even people have been married for years and years. You know?
Yeah. So we're fine. I'm
But
fine.
like,
I'm fine.
At least you didn't get married.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
True.
We are.
If
You could have a kid and be divorced.
Spinsters.
If I was married right now, I wouldn't be able to
Spinsters!
pose as Terry Crews' wife.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They would
and
know.
that would make me upset.
Mm-hmm.
So when are we going? How do we get in?
Well,
can I catfish them?
We kind of had a falling out with the group. So I don't know how.
Wigs works every time.
Wigs. Yeah, I got to a point where I couldn't ignore how horrible a lot of these women were.
Really?
Like I was very broke, and so it would be nice to go to those places
And
because
food, yeah.
food and
Yeah.
and
Warm.
also like I got to be in these beautiful houses and female friendship.
Yeah.
Sometimes female friendship bad.
I talked to you
Bad.
earlier.
Bad.
I have bad experiences with female friendship.
Yes,
It's traumatized me.
I don't want to stereotype trophy wives.
I would never.
I would never stereotype
Uh-huh.
wives of wealthy men who live in Calabasas.
I think they
but-
get bored and they need something, and I don't blame them for making that something drama.
And I will say that a few of those husbands were so awful, and I would see
gasp.
I would see them allow that behavior because
it's
he's
their,
got
it
the
gives
money.
them the lifestyle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I tell you a horrible story?
Yes.
God,
Really
yeah.
Trigger
not
warning.
here, but this is trigger.
I'm sure there's so much financial abuse and just like general abuse.
You really got Maya's
Trigger.
not here?
She's our animal queen.
Do you hate her?
No, I love Maya.
This just in, Caroline hates Maya.
Caroline hates.
She
no.
made sure she extended the subathon so Maya couldn't be here.
No, because
with her last
honest
penny.
to God, I don't even know if I should tell this story.
Is it bad?
It's really
I'm
bad.
scared, but you have to tell it. Trigger warning for animals, I guess.
Basically,
your animals' ears.
one of the last straws that I had with this Calabasas group.
It was Gwyneth Paltrow, wasn't it?
So shockingly, it was not Gwyneth Paltrow this time.
Was it Terry Crews' wife?
Is he even married?
I don't know.
Because he's cheating on you. No, what happened was I was at one of these houses for one of these bunko nights, and one of the husbands of one of the women is a big fat baby.
Big fat baby.
Not fat, but like not like
You can
physically
call him-
fat.
you
No,
can
I
call
just
him
mean like
fat.
a big
Bring fat back.
big fat baby, okay?
Yeah.
He's not literally fat, but you know what I'm saying.
He's a big fat baby.
And he's probably 50, and he is so immature and selfish, just the worst guy ever. So he felt like he wasn't getting enough attention from his wife that night, even though he knows like
It's ladies' night.
it's ladies'
bitch.
night every Thursday.
It's like when
Bunko.
Ludwig calls me during wine about it. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Sick of it.
Enough. And so he was He was literally pouting, throwing a temper tantrum. And at one point, we were in the bedroom of one of the kids, and the woman whose house we were at was just like telling us like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this design stuff that I don't give a shit about." And they have a French bulldog, okay? And as you know, French
he's
bulldogs,
gonna kick him.
French bulldogs have trouble breathing.
Yeah, they can't breathe.
Snort a lot. Honestly, nobody really should be.
You shouldn't have a French
you shouldn't
bulldog.
have one,
Yeah.
and you should not be breeding them.
Yeah.
Jail.
Jail.
So the French bulldog Brownie runs in because
He's so excited.
He's
Oh.
running away from Big Baby.
Mr. Magoo, yeah.
Big Baby comes in and Brownie is snorting and like, oh, scared.
Yeah.
He
hits Brownie.
We might need to take this out. He
No.
hits him so hard he shits all over the wall.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm
I would
watching.
have broke my wine.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? I am throwing hands at that point.
Oh.
And gone after Mr. Magoo.
I'm ashamed I didn't murder him.
Yeah, it is one of those
honestly.
things where sometimes you see awful things happen and you can't react quick enough because you're just like, is this real?
I was like, oh my God. But I also was frozen too.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that happened. And then I watched as his wife
did nothing.
What she did, she quietly went and got a towel and just cleaned the shit off the wall. Didn't say anything. Everyone was just standing around like, holy fucking shit. And she just like on her hands and knees was cleaning up and was like, okay, so anyways, who wants to go out back to, the patio?
Let's TP his house.
Do you want?
Yo, seriously, what the fuck? What a piece of shit.
Yeah. I'll do it.
Let's finish this bottle. Yingling's gonna drive us.
Yeah.
Because I've always felt
I want revenge.
I've always felt so awful about it.
I assume Brownie didn't die.
Brownie didn't die.
But that's still abuse, and that's not okay. And he deserves revenge.
It was like kind of my first instance of seeing this very, very wealthy, spoiled
man.
Yeah. Because the wealth came from his parents.
Seems like she's used to the shit. Yeah, that was 100% not the first time.
And
one of those.
he was like 50 years old, maybe like late 40s.
Piece of shit.
And he was so upset because he wasn't getting enough attention.
It's crazy because you could have probably beat the shit out of him at that time.
I know,
but
even though
you
he was
just
taking
don't
so many
know.
steroids.
You just don't know. Yeah,
he was so roided out.
Was
I could
he?
have just like poisoned his roids and.
She would never, for the record, but she could have, and that's what's important to talk about, is that there's always a chance.
I think I'm at a point. I have reached this next phase in my life though, where I'm done with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
no.
you see it.
I think once you're like past 27, and your hips get those 2 extra inches that you didn't plan on, you're like, well,
you just stop.
You can't care anymore.
You stop giving a fuck about like.
I won't be a lady.
Not wanting to be embarrassing, not wanting to be the only person who's saying something.
Yeah.
You're like, nope.
Yeah.
Finish his drink.
I never really gave a fuck, to be honest. But yeah, I give less of a fuck as I age.
Yeah. And beat the shit out of the guy.
Beat the shit.
Or steal the dog. We should have stolen Brownie. Do you think Brownie's still alive?
I actually said that to my friends who I was with.
Yeah.
You're
like,
I'm
gonna steal that dog.
I was like, we should take the dog.
Yeah.
And they were like, we can't do that.
They're like, we want to come
like,
back to the parties.
I was like, why not? Let's take the dog.
Yeah, I would take the dog.
Let's take the fucking dog.
Do you think we can go steal it now? How many years ago was this?
This
is Frenchie.
Probably.
Frenchie's lifespans are like 2 years. They can't breathe.
Probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, French. He's gone. He's left us.
To Brownie.
To Brownie.
To Brownie.
To Brownie. Yeah, that's sad.
So sad. Also, we went down a dark path there, but.
So you went to Chicago during COVID.
So I went to Chicago during COVID, and I was just encouraging Will's streaming career from a distance.
Yeah.
But I just wanted it so badly for him because also for our relationship too. He wanted to move to Michigan and be a bee farmer. I was like, I can't be a bee farmer.
That's kind of hype. I kind of like that.
A bee farmer's wife. Oh. I kind of love that for him.
Yeah, not at the time though, okay? Now, content. Yeah. Now you go, oh, that's content.
Yeah.
At the time, devastating.
Really?
I wasn't going to go be a bee farmer's wife. So I was like, our relationship's going to end.
Okay.
Unless he can succeed in this thing and stay here.
Yeah.
And so he did. And I was right there supporting and continuing to work in the film industry and in nightclubs. And then I got to a point where I was looking at 30. And it was the same place that Will had been in, where I'd had success.
Yeah.
But I was also at a crossroads.
Yeah. And
because I had kind of peripherally been a part of streaming, like I'd been to parties, I met all you guys. I was becoming more so a part of that world because there was a part of me that wanted to be in it.
It was so funny because my first impression of you was that you hated it. You hated the world. And I was like, man.
Oh, that's cork. Anyway.
That's nice. That's part of it.
You thought I hated it?
Yeah, I thought you hated the world. Like, I'd meet you and you were really nice, but you are always standoffish.
Okay, first of all, rude. I am not standoffish.
You were. I mean it.
You know what?
I stand
You
by it.
were standoffish, okay?
Yeah, I was. I'm very standoffish.
I
agree with this.
Here's what
Yeah.
it is. Here's
Uh-huh.
what it is. Because one, I've always felt so removed from internet life.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I'm
its
not
own
on
world,
TikTok.
yeah.
I've always railed against it. So it was one of those like, if you can't beat them, join them. It's maybe not the right
That's
adage,
funny.
but you know what I mean. Where it's
Yeah.
like I hate so much about the internet.
Yeah.
So much social media,
Yeah.
the internet.
Me too.
And so there was a part of me that was like,
how dare I join the machine?
am
that
I
going to
become a
destroy?
part of this thing that I am
Yeah.
so vehemently always?
That seems to be what
against?
happens. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what it was. It was me having to come to terms with wanting to be a part of this.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that having met all you guys and having seen what you were doing and the success that you had, I wanted to be
Yeah,
a
of
part
course.
that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw what Hassan was doing in the political world.
Yeah.
I saw what Will was doing, you know?
Yeah.
So it was something where I was like, there is potential here for me to be able to do something that is not going to make me just like hate myself.
Yeah.
For being an internet.
And now she's been one of like the fastest growing Twitch streamers ever.
Is that true?
And I think it's incredible. Like the growth that she's seen. Like, yeah, like astronomical. And like everyone blames her for like, oh, well, you're just Will's girlfriend. Like, oh, you just took his viewers. But like, no, they go live at the same time. They both have 5K viewers. Like, that's not the same people.
Probably.
I
made it
did
up.
one of these like I don't know.
I think
don't
so.
know.
I mean, it's insane in your first year to average. What do you average?
Probably around
Internet.
2.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy
If
for
Will's
a
not
first year.
streaming, of course I'll be higher.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's great. That's insane.
yeah, it's interesting because I've had some streamers.
I've
tell
been streaming
me-
for 7 years. I average too.
You've been streaming for 7 years.
I made that up. How
I
long
was
have I
like,
been
aren't
streaming?
you
What
only
year is
Are
it?
you only like 25?
I am 25. What year is it?
You've been streaming since you were.
I've been streaming for 5 years and I average 2.
Yeah, but you don't stream.
Well-
you're the event queen. Like
No,
but
I'm bringing them back. I'll be back.
no, that I don't mean that as like, hey, you're not a streamer.
No.
I mean what I've learned with streaming, consistently streaming every single night.
Yeah, at the same time. That is the best.
Yes.
You figured it out. Actually, a lot of people could learn from you. A lot of people. It's so funny because you have I'm not saying this like I didn't tell you any of this. You figured this out on your own. But people all the time come to me and they're like, "How, as a small streamer, what do I do?" And I say, "Be consistent.
Yeah.
More than any content, more than anything in the world. You show up 5 o'clock Monday through Friday, then you show up at 5 o'clock Monday through Friday. That's when they expect you. I know if I started showing up 5 o'clock Monday through, it's good for anybody. If XQC's crowd knew what time you'd go live, woo, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the shit. If you can expect it, I know when I'm watching fucking Survivor, it comes out every Wednesday. I know every Wednesday. That's what I'm watching. Like
you have to treat it like it is a full-time job.
Yeah, but people
where
don't do that.
They don't.
Yeah.
And I think with you saying like, oh, I've been streaming 7 years, I'm only 2K. But you do something else on the platform that no one else does.
Yeah.
And that is what you pour your
Heart
heart
and
and your
soul.
soul and your time and your energy into, and you are succeeding beyond.
She's the best. She's the fucking goat. No one is putting on events like Cutie is.
What anybody thought possible.
Yeah, because of my dyslexia. They never thought I'd make it this far.
Well, Will too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's been very impressive. And you don't have a YouTube. You don't have a TikTok, right?
I started my YouTube. Okay.
She just started her
I
YouTube.
just started YouTube. I have a TikTok because I made one TikTok during the pandemic.
Uh-huh.
It took me 9 hours.
You should hire somebody.
I never did it again.
Yeah.
So I don't go on TikTok. Like I only see TikToks from Twitter.
Yeah.
But I do have one.
Don't have the privilege to put that much time into it. Yeah. Yeah, like it's so hard. Like even if you have the time, like you probably have other responsibilities, like
TikTok. So I can't say I don't have TikTok.
Yeah.
Because that would be.
She does have one.
I have one, and I did start my YouTube a couple months ago. Maybe actually like 2 months ago. Yeah.
What is your YouTube? Is Caroline Kwan?
No, because
That's
Caroline
so
Kwan was already
bad.
taken. It was taken. So I think I'm
Oh god.
Well, first I was Caroline Kwan Prod, like Productions, and Will goes, this is the worst name that you can have.
Yeah, you should have just done Quantourage.
Well,
I like that branding.
Now it's the Caroline Kwan. But
That's fine.
I think I can change it again.
I think that's fine.
Dude, it's so overwhelming though, man.
It's
Like,
a lot. I know. It's a lot.
What I try to explain to people is that I came into this as a 30-year-old where I didn't use social media platforms other than the way most people use them.
And now it's your job to use them.
And now it's my job.
Yeah.
It's so different. It's so different too. Like, I had used some social media before, but like never as like a creator. It's like a completely different experience. Like,
so on top of wanting to make sure I have very, good, thoughtful,
Streams,
educational, entertaining streams every night, all this other shit.
Yeah.
And as a creator, you're in a weird space where you start making money, but you go, okay, how much can I allocate to?
I was in the negative for a while with my YouTube.
Oh, I'm totally in the negative.
Yeah.
But it's something where I'm like, I had to hire someone
Yeah.
because I physically
You won't
could
be able
not
to do
do
it,
this.
yeah.
So
there's not enough time. Honestly, like, that's why I'm so inconsistent with my streaming, is because like I'm trying to edit shit. And like I haven't even had the time to make like a cut from my streams of like a longer YouTube video, like 10 minutes or whatever. It's so much work.
I'm paying someone, and that's just how it goes. But then it's like I have a limited budget on that. You can only do so much. People are like, oh, you should have YouTube shorts. I'm like, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, YouTube Shorts, I don't know. I feel like they're not very good either.
Yes, I'm
So
like,
I don't know.
Get one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Please.
That's fair.
Please, one thing at a time.
But if you guys have liked Caroline, she does stream on Twitch. What days do you stream?
I stream.
She's really
Sunday,
consistent.
Dinner and a movie.
Dinner and a
which
movie.
We will do at some point together.
Sad.
Yeah, because that was yours.
It's fine. I did it with some stupid guy that would never show
Stupid
up.
guy, I know.
Yeah.
In his defense, you did live.
I live in San
You
Diego.
lived in another country.
Yeah.
You lived in a
He
literal
doesn't like.
other country.
Apparently, creators don't like driving.
So yes, I do dinner and a movie now on Sunday, which I've been consistent with.
Great.
And it's because it's my one time a week that I don't do news, I don't do
Yeah.
politics, I don't do
Great.
anything. I just I attempt to cook something and then we watch a movie.
Great.
And then Monday through Friday, I'm live around 5:30 or 6.
Great.
And do a lot of news. I've tried to kind of carve out a niche in pop culture.
Yeah, that is very much so a niche.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I have had quite a few people tell me that they get their pop culture news from me.
That's so funny.
Which I'm like, yes.
Hell yeah.
Because the thing is that I do politics as well, but there's already
There's a lot
established
of political.
Everything is political, though. Like, even if Caroline is talking about just pop culture, like, it gets political. And I love that.
Streamers, yeah. There's
one
a
of
lot.
whom is your co-host. Yeah. So
My co-host.
Your co-host. So I was like, okay, I'm coming into this. People have been doing this for years. I'm the new kid in the space now.
Yeah.
I need something.
Plus,
that's
I
gonna
will
be-
say, political commentary on stream is probably the most dangerous.
Oh. do
Where
I
it's
know
one of those things where
yes.
not sure if it will be entirely worth it for your mental eventually.
I have pulled away in certain
Yeah.
regards. There are some things that I go.
You just
I
have to say
cover this.
something.
I
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
say something because I'm vocal on Twitter.
Yeah.
People are asking me.
Yeah, what's your opinion? So you're
yeah,
like-
I mean there is a responsibility when you posit yourself as a political streamer.
Yeah.
that you with certain political events, like you need to give your.
Yeah, I used to be a drama streamer. So like drama would happen and they'd be like, "Cutie, what do you think?" And then I'd say something that would get me canceled, and then I was
Right.
like, "Oh, I guess I don't want to be a drama streamer anymore."
Yeah.
It was great for views, but you know what? I don't care.
Yeah,
But
I
politics.
Drama, yeah, that's also very dangerous. Like, just very precarious.
Sadly, you have to
there's
care.
a lot in politics though that I've pulled
Yeah.
back on. Like I'm not gonna do what other political streamers do and cover politics for 7 hours straight.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I'm not gonna get in the weeds on stuff.
Yeah, you're not
when
gonna
I
sit
talk
there and
about
watch
it, it's more of
CNN.
an overview
Yeah.
because I also in my personal life don't I don't consume politics the way that I obsessively used to because it was
really?
not
Yeah.
good for my mental
Yeah,
health.
I believe
It
it.
was really bad. And so in my own personal consumption of politics, I pulled back. So as a streamer, I kind of do politics in the way that I consume them now, which is
right, a recap kind of
like here's my thoughts on it. But pop culture is where I think more of my bread and butter is.
Right. No, I think so. It's very unique.
Yes, and because
and
I
you
also
actually
have a
care
lot
about
of
it.
I also have a lot of personal stories.
Yeah, which we are jumping over to Patreon, where we're gonna tell the tea on
We're spilling it.
Patrick Mahomes' girlfriend,
wife.
Which all the Swifties watching, you'll want to know because Taylor's been hanging out with her.
Yes, and Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend.
You know her too?
Yes, she was. Well,
go to the
you'll
Patreon.
have to find out.
We'll see you guys later. Don't forget, check out Caroline Kwan on Twitch. Tell her that you liked the episode. Otherwise, this wasn't worth her time. So please do that.
Otherwise, I am retiring. I'm moving to.
I'm gonna be a bee farmer.
I'm gonna go be a bee farmer in Michigan, and you will have done that. Okay.
Tools. See you later.
That was so good. God, I love them. Just delightful humans. Okay. Holy shit, it's late. Oh my god, I didn't even realize how late it was. Holy fuck. I planned way too much. I did not realize that Leftovers was goddamn 4 hours long, so that was most of it tonight. But thank y'all for hanging out. Thank you for all the follows and all that. Thank you for the raid, Adrian. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe with more fun stuff. Maybe we'll just do a fun day tomorrow. I feel like it's been a very heavy week, so maybe some Gaza updates, but otherwise just fun. So I'll see you then. Have a great night. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Bye.